I remember correctly. So thanks very much. And I'll be listening to you guys on YouTube because for some reason, this being on live on space eats up my batteries, even though I'm connected. It's so weird. So thank you so much for letting me cut in. Appreciate it. Sorry, Brenda, you guys can go back to your convo. Love you guys and see you next Friday, I guess. Thank you, Space, for Proud and Sacred for doing this space.
Appreciate that, Liliana. We always love your kind words.
So I do have a question.
Happy energy.
I do have a question about.
Damn, Brenda, I can't even say hi to my people. Can you just take a chill pill for once? Maybe pop like 5 melatonin or something. Thank you, Liliana. You enjoy the rest of your night. I appreciate you. Damn. Get your last thought out, Brenda, and then we're gonna get to some hands.
I was just wondering if Dave's app is still leaking personal identification illegally.
Go ahead, Biblical, and then I want to get to the Galatrack.
Has he fixed his app yet? Open publicly.
I don't think any of us are Dave, so I don't know why you're asking us.
Well, he's right there.
See Dave
invite him
down
up.
there. You
invite him up and have him explain. Yeah, invite.
Had his hand up before me.
Biblical, I feel like you've been having mic issues too. You got to disconnect from NASA satellites.
I got kicked out by the ether and restarted, so can you hear me?
Pretty low.
Is that any better?
Not really. You kind of
hand again.
It sound like me when I got marinara sauce in my mic.
I can't hear anything.
You can't hear me now?
I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, his mic's real low.
Testing. Yeah, my computer crashed. Sorry about that.
Welcome back from the ether.
TY.
Biblical was...
Is that any better?
Ah, there we go.
Ether was falsified by...
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Perfect. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where I was when I cut out, but I was saying thanks to everybody for what you do and for that, you know, the debates were a huge thing, watching the difference in how people interacted, going through them and seeing people that represented flat earth and represented God, his creation model, that were calm, cool, and collected, versus, you know, nihilistic, atheistic, or God-hating hypocrites. I mean, we just kind of saw that, the mean-hearted, just rudeness that somehow can't believe in a God and a creator, but can think nothing and nothing can come together and create everything. But Big O, I think you're still in here. I was saying the firmament is a flat expanse. It's said in the Hebrew to be, you know, like a ice separating the waters from the waters. And I was starting to say, I don't know if anybody's read or heard of the ancient testimony of the patriarchs, but it's kind of like Psalms and Proverbs of the 12 patriarchs. There's also one for Noah and and a couple others in there, but there's chapters within chapters. So I know that's kind of different, but in chapter 10, the end of chapter 2 and then going into chapter 3, it's the testament of Levi. And in the testament of Levi, it says, then I fell asleep and beheld a high mountain. The heavens opened, and an angel of God said to me, Levi, enter. I traveled into the first heaven and then into the second heaven. There was a body of water between them. When I came to the third heaven, it was brighter than the first two, and its height was without bounds. I asked the angel, why is the third heaven brighter than the first two? The angel replied, you will see 4 other heavens brighter than these without comparison, for you will stand before the Lord, be his minister, reveal the Redeemer of Israel, his mysteries to men. The Lord will appear to men among you and Judah, saving them from every race. Serving the Lord will be your portion. And then it goes on and it talks about how the 7th heaven is God's throne or the Lord's throne. And it talks about how the lowest heaven is darker because it's near the iniquities of men. It says the second heaven has fire, snow, and ice for the day of the Lord, when the righteous judgment of God is poured out on vengeance upon the wicked. Again, it goes into then from the 7th heaven being the throne of God and the brightest, and it just kind of lays out the 7 layers and the firmament between them. It goes into more detail than Enoch or any of the other, any of the books in Genesis. It mentions the firmament, but doesn't really talk about it that much. And so anyway, I just wanted to recommend that. There was a lot of talk about the firmament tonight, and it's a great book, The Ancient Testament of the Patriarchs. And yeah, hope you see truth along your searching, Big O, and that the Spirit just reveals truth to you, that you can see the difference of the two sides, and there's so much in the Bible that matches up with the model that we're being shown, that the truth of our reality is. So anyway, thanks for being patient with me with my mic issues and restarting issues and all the stuff, but I'm really thankful that you guys choose to do this week after week.
Testing. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, my bad, y'all. I was glitching so crazy. I thought the whole space was gonna crash. Shout out to you, Biblical. I appreciate that, man. I only caught part of it. I was caught in the ether, but I'm back.
Thanks for all you do.
And nice work on the mic. That sounds way better. Oh, was that you, Alan?
No, it's not vibrating. So, this is a question for both of you, Saker and Proud. What's your theory of what the firmament is made out of?
That's a good question. I would say some type of fluid, something dense.
So, what I've seen and just through is frozen oxygen. And to get oxygen to freeze is minus 218, which is very strong, right?
You think it's more like a solid, something like super hard?
Yeah, because like I said, like to freeze oxygen is going to take a lot, right? And when if you look it up and if you Google it or whatever, you just Google frozen oxygen, it comes to minus 218, and it looks like, and they even explain it. It looks like sky blue when it freezes, and you can't see past it. And it's like I don't know the thickness of the firmament. Like it could be like miles, it could be whatever, but that's just my theory of what it's made out of. It's just frozen oxygen that's separating the waters from above. And if you look it up, there's a lot of good theories on our side and what I'm saying and our beliefs of the firmament and the flat earth. And I've heard a lot of people talk about the firmament tonight, and that's just my theory if you look it up. And a lot of it does make sense on our logic and theory of what we think of.
I definitely think it's layers to it. I'm not sure if I'm leaning more towards the furthest layer is the frozen oxygen or the closest layer, but I do think I could get behind like the frozen oxygen. I was even looking into like how dry ice would hold up in space and that type of material. I do feel like there is a fluid, like non-Newtonian type fluid, where you like different pressure applied to it or different forces and speeds will get you through it differently.
No, definitely. Like they even when they send those rockets up and you see them breaking through and trying to get through it, I can't say this is true. This is just a theory. What breaks down from frozen oxygen, they use it. They know they have some sort of capability to use it towards something that we can't do. I don't know if like they're obviously trying to break through it, but they obviously have sources to use frozen oxygen that benefit themselves. I know it sounds really crazy and all, but my mind doesn't stop at that type of shit.
I saw someone break down like how basically the threshold between space, not the carbon line, but a little further up, and like the temperature of space mixed with the atmosphere, like that threshold line should technically create some type of ice right there, due to the like temperature differentials. I haven't really heard Globers disagree with that, but maybe like basically say it's not a lot of ice. So it would be interesting to know like if there really was ice separating their quote unquote space from atmosphere.
Yeah, the only reason I think that because it takes minus 218 degrees to freeze it, and that would create fucking really really strong shield. And I don't know how thick it is, but I don't think anything on Earth, like Elon Musk said, like I can't break through this. Like nothing here is going to be able to break through that we're capable of making.
Can I read something pertinent to exactly what you're saying?
Definitely.
So in the Bible, it talks about, let's see, in Exodus 24, it says, I saw the God of Israel, and under his feet was something like a pavement made of lapis lazuli, as bright blue as the sky. And then I looked up, like, what's the main component of lapis lazuli? And it said lazurite, and then I was like, okay, what's the main like component of that? And then let me tell you the chemical formula is Na3Ca Al3 Si3 O12 and S. And oxygen is the most present atom. 12 atoms in that molecular structure.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. Good, that even makes my point more valid. It's not like it's crazy. Like it would make sense because what else would be up there, right? Besides oxygen.
Exactly. Let me tell you something else cool. These like rocks that were found. There's these like desert sand glasses that were found, like this strange glass that was found all over, and said it wasn't made naturally, but then they said it also wasn't manufactured like by humans. So they couldn't really figure out where it was coming from, this glass, but they said it was like probably from UFOs or something. But I joked that it's from the firmament. And then also the sky stone, the blue sky stone, they said it's made primarily of oxygen. Apparently they did some chemical analysis on it. So
Oh,
that's pretty cool.
that's what I was talking about, the blue sky stone before, like when they bring it down. Yes, that makes even better sense.
It could be different layers. It could be complex. It could be interdimensional. I'm not sure. What I believe we'll all know one day the truth about exactly like what it's made of. But yeah, there's I think it's probably very cool, whatever it is.
Well, that one certain rocket that Elon sent out there, do you remember, like, you saw it shatter, and then you saw that little thing pulsing?
Yeah.
Do you remember? I just feel like that's just something that they created to like try to help break through it. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know for sure because I'm no fucking rocket scientist, and I'm not. But that was weird. Like, why is there still this little thing? The rocket's gone, and you still see that like thing trying to push through. Like you see a bullet going through water, and it's like pulsating. And I feel like just like that was his attempt to have something extra in there that keep breaking it up.
Wow. And actually frozen oxygen is blue. And isn't the freezing temperature of oxygen like within the range of some of the lowest temperatures in the maybe it's not that low. Maybe it's not that
No,
low.
I said it's minus 218. That's fucking
Okay.
cold.
Yeah.
Like
That's the
minus
freezing
20 is cold.
and then yeah, and then we should compare that to like the freezing temperature of oxygen. But we don't know how cold it gets in space, and it's supposed to be pretty cold. You know, I don't know. I can't remember the temperature of space if it even has one because it's like a vacuum. But whatever. That'd be cool to look into. I believe I've looked into it before, but I can't remember.
Yeah, that's just I really believe in that one. Like it's
Background temperature is supposed to be 3 Kelvin.
3 Kelvin.
What would that be in Celsius?
Yeah.
Something like negative 214.
Oh, see?
So if you'd like to have some real fun about what space is supposed to be like with respect to something like plasma, check that video I did out. It's on BitChute. My username there is Man of Stone. Just type into the search field right on the front page, Man of Stone, all one word, and the word plasma, and that video will pop right up. It's a blast. You'll enjoy it, I'm sure.
So I just looked it up and it said, that is really cool. Thank you for sharing. Negative 218.79 is the freezing point of oxygen.
Yeah.
And then space can get down to negative 272, which is colder than the freezing point of oxygen.
That's even another thing to think about when these people go into space and so like how are these spacesuits not fucking frosting up and shit like that? Or the craft that they send up there.
I would ask them why they need a snorkel.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Or even just like major heating pads. Like they should be walking around like in I don't even know. I don't know how to explain that because you can't like us humans, we can hardly even like contain ourselves in like minus 15 or 20. I'm up in Canada. I've lived through like minus 25 and you can't like but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's really weird. You know what's even weirder though is to look at the different temperature layers of the atmosphere, how much it fluctuates. It's funny. And I'm like, I really did a deep dive into it and I was like, okay, well, it's like they say it's like the ozone layer and the oxygen, but then other layers they're supposed to have more oxygen. So I'm like, okay, well then why isn't that one even hotter? And it just if you look at the fluctuation of the atmosphere temperatures, it is so mind-blowing. It's worth a look.
And then you have the vacuum pressure, like both of them together. Like
Yeah, very strange.
I flew to Yellowknife, which is right beside Alaska, and when I had to go back home to because I live right outside of Toronto, the plane landed that I had to go back home on. They had to spend like 40 minutes defrosting the plane. They had to like cool it down and make sure that all the ice got off the plane to take off. That was like minus like 15, 10 to 15. And they knew they couldn't take off in that plane at that temperature when it's frozen. Like how the fucking space on the moon be able to lift off the moon in minus 218?
If anybody has actually watched that video of them lifting off the moon, I mean, I cannot imagine watching that and thinking it's actually real. Like, I'm telling you, the animated movies and TV shows they were making at that time were probably better than that. Because that was the big, remember all the like colorful sparks that were coming from under it? Like that, like were pixels and perfectly square in shape. Like they couldn't even like switch it up a bit. I mean, seriously, if you know what video I'm talking about, you know, there's no way you can watch that and tell me that's real. I can't even imagine entertaining that thought.
My whole family is like that. They like I try to talk to them about it, and they're just like, "No, it's real. It's real. It's real." I'm like,
Can somebody like put that down in the chat? That video is hilarious.
it's crazy the denial people go through because they believe everything they're taught when they're younger. And you're just like, use your fucking brain. Like it doesn't make sense. There's no meat.
I
Like,
think Big O's down there waving.
all right, sorry, I'll drop down.
No, you don't drop. I'm just saying, like, hold on, Big O. I don't even see your hand up, so just chill out for a second.
I see him as speaker.
Yeah, but I don't know why he's waving like frantically.
Oh, sorry. You were talking about like why doesn't spaceships frost up when they're in space? And like since it's so cold in space, why don't the suits frost up and everything? Well, the reason I believe the reason the spaceships don't frost up is because they have a type of foil that is used to take heat from the sun and use it as internal heat for the astronauts inside and also reflect it. That way it doesn't burn the spaceship and make it a lot hotter than it needs to be because it's obviously made out of metal. So I think I don't know why the suits don't frost up. That's all you right there. But you know, that's just what I think on how I see it, you know?
Why don't they use that in planes then?
Because it's not space. It doesn't get negative 200 in our atmosphere, you know. And
Yeah, but still, they frost up, and it takes time. If it's foil, it's not like something simple. You can just put foil on it.
well, no, it's not just like just you chuck foil on a spaceship and make it reflective. It's like it's used externally on the satellites to so the satellites don't like what is it? What is the word? When something like doesn't work.
Okay, I just wanted to address the physics
Like
of
your
what you just
theory?
said about the foil on a ship and how that's supposed to perform a heat sink operation, spread the heat to the other side of the craft, or be useful in some way through conduction. And what you'll learn when you study it more closely is that the thinner the metal, as in the closer, the more it resembles foil, the less thermal conductivity it is capable of, because it is very decreased mass per linear inch of travel of heat. It's essentially the same in electrical technology, where you use a thicker wire to move more current. Can you see that similarity, that parallel? That when you talk about foil and foil's ability to move heat from one side of an area to another side, it's actually the complete opposite of what you're asserting, that the thinner the foil is, the less heat it is able to move from one area to the other. you would have to use massive heat sinks or thicknesses, 1/4 inch thick, to move heat from one side to the other. The same kind of arguments were used for the two towers for 9/11s, talking about the jet fuel that doesn't burn hot enough to melt the metal. But on top of that, there's so much metal that the heat is literally synced into the rest of the frame of the building as it's burning. That the heat does not actually stay in one place because there is so much mass to the pillars that made up the building floor to floor. So conversely, what you're talking about in the ships, where this layer of foil, or this very thin layer within the structure of the wall of how this ship is allegedly built, it's got a tremendously diminished capacity to sink heat from one area to the other.
I just wanted to feel smart for a second, but
You stepped into a room. You stepped into a room
that is the blade of truth speaking. I like to keep it real, you know.
Yeah, no. Also, when I dropped from the space not too long ago, my phone died, but I just wanted to tell you I saw my first star through my telescope, so that was pretty cool. So yeah,
Post a video of it. What was the name, Jason?
I couldn't get the phone holder to the phone holder to like work. I don't know how it works. I tried to put my phone on it, and it just kept like falling over. So I got to figure out how to work that. But yeah, I mean, it was nice to see it. So.
Oh, is this the kid that was talking earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Fisher.
Much respect, man. I love how you come into this room and you really understand our logic to your logic, and you respect it, and hope nothing but the best for you, man.
Thank you. Sorry, my mic was going crazy. Much respects to you, and I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody here, and again, this is great space. So.
Appreciate that. Let's jump to Jesse, and then I want to hear from Bart. Welcome. And then we got Pasoktis on the stage. Keep it going, guys.
Hey, how's everyone doing? It's sure good to be here.
Thanks for coming back, Jesse. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
Oh, my pleasure. Let's see, we were talking earlier about Mount Everest and the surveying in India. And I actually took the map from the 1800s that they published and overlaid it in Google Earth so I could measure the 7 lines of sight to Mount Everest from the locations that they claimed to have measured it from. And they ranged in distance from, what was it, 100? I posted it earlier, but I think it's in the nest.
Yeah, your range was 108 to 132 miles, and I also did a scaled up version of that and overlay with Google Earth and posted it as a reply to the previous post of yours that's up in the jumbo right now. So it's one to the right from your map.
All right.
And you'll see that it's actually in video form, and from the left extreme to the right extreme, they go from 130, I guess, down to 108 or whatever, and then back up to 145 miles at the eastern extreme survey point. 145 miles. Elevation will change from the observer at 300 feet, looking through some very dense atmosphere, up at a peak at 18,000 feet, 145 miles away. And you think they're taking an accurate angle measurement along those lines. That is just absolutely absurd.
Well, somehow they accurately determined the elevation of the mountain in the 1800s and published it in print.
And you were there to oversee that process, and you know that there was no skullduggery, no figure fudging whatsoever. You happen to know that?
Well, how could they fudge it if nobody was recorded as having
I'm hearing some
climbed
pretty
it?
desperate rhetoric about now.
Well, hear me out. If they didn't know, if nobody knew how high it really was, how did they come up with the number of whatever it was, 29,002 feet? How did they guess it? Did they consult a witch?
So utterly naive of a stance to
Well,
take. And you should be able to recognize it, I'm sure.
I don't
Okay.
think he expected you to have that answer the way you did. He's fucked.
Well, can you point out how they might have come up with 29,002 feet in 1856 or whatever, 1860, whatever it was?
29,000? What are you talking about?
Well, let me look here. Yeah, in
the Everest
18...
Peak is 18,000 feet.
What's that?
The Everest Peak is 18,000 feet, right?
No, Mount Everest is 29,000 feet tall. High.
Yeah, right.
I beg your pardon?
Again. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 2.9. Zoom in.
I would like to see, Jesse. Do you know if they published their paperwork that they did as they were gathering all that?
I don't know what's available. I have put a message in with the Royal Geographic Society in London. I put one message in, and they got me a super high quality version of this map. And so I've sent them another request asking them for more information on the surveying of Mount Everest, but I haven't heard back from them yet.
And how big was their theodolite they used?
It was big. It was 1,000 pounds and probably like 2 or 3 feet across. I don't remember exactly. It was big.
Okay, so let's make that amendment to the video I posted in response from 18,000 to 28,000 feet and 500 or whatever you want to think. That actually adds to my point that there is an even greater gradient there. It's preposterous that you think you're getting that level of precision out of your measurement that far away.
But my question still stands. Somehow they accurately measured Mount Everest from a great distance, and they published that measurement. Now, you could say they made it up, but it matches what we got now when we fly a helicopter up there with a GPS and a barometric altimeter. So
when did they publish that?
In 18. Let me look again.
Like, when was it officially published?
Published for the Royal Geographical Society, London, 1858, I think.
Oh, so it's gotta be legit. There was no such thing as skullduggery in that century. Only now, right, Jesse?
They had helicopters then?
My question is how, I mean, no matter what kind of skullduggery might have gone on, if the height was not known, then they couldn't have published the accurate height. Did they guess it? How did they know how high it was if they didn't have a way to measure it in 1856?
You could start with a barometric approach, and there are numerous ways, but also from sequential measurements along that distance would have even been a more convincing display of data than what you're proposing here from that century. It's okay. Have a good one there. Enjoy your fantasy, Jesse. But we're talking about the level of precision to the foot, etc., at 130 to 145 miles. Yeah.
Well, wouldn't someone have had to climb to the top with the altimeter to use the barometric approach?
No, you don't have to climb all the way to the top. And enjoy your fantasy, Jesse. Really, have a good time with it.
Okay, thank you.
I was just gonna say I found some old measurements they did of other mountains, they like predicted that were way off, using similar techniques. So like you can't say that, every time they did this in the old days and guessed the height of a mountain, it was right, because there were some that were like extremely far off.
Using theodolites?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. DM those to me if you don't mind, and I'll definitely check them out.
Okay. Shoe Bill, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I was just kind of curious that in the 1850, when they published the elevation of Everest, and the subsequent surveys that have taken place since confirm that. So the question, I suppose, is someone saying that they didn't perform the observations and get the determined elevation in 1850 the way they said they did? I mean,
Are
you're
you
saying
the
that,
survey guy?
yeah, seriously, because they have a huge catalog of that information. And it's kind of hard to find in the archives because, as I pointed out before, the survey was of the entire country of India, which is like 1.3 billion square miles, of which the Everest was in part of that, as well as 30 other mountains that nobody talks about. But yeah, they put, as you pointed out, they had 700 people poured on it for 60 years, and they're going to say they faked it.
It's crazy. You can always judge somebody's logic of what they believe in just by how you hear them start talking.
Well, like they said, they published it to be either confirmed or debunked. And in 1995, when they did a resurvey with GPS equipment and theodolites, and again in 2010, and prior to that in 1955, they continually confirm the elevation that was published in 1850 for the want of several meters. And in 1850, when they did the Everest survey, they did not have permission to get into Tibet. So they pushed the survey as far north as they could get because of political reasons. China wouldn't let them in. So they just made whatever observation. They picked off some major peaks and got on with the rest of the survey of India.
You got Kamala Harris sitting on your front porch, don't you?
Well, if they didn't, if the elevation of Everest hadn't been confirmed many times over, and the first time it was documented that someone had climbed up it was 1950, Hillary or whatever, so nobody had been there physically to to the peak, and like I said, nobody had surveyed up against Mount Everest, bringing measurements incrementally closer until the 1950s when they got within about 35 miles of it. Now, if you think that Mount Everest is really not 29,000 feet, that they just been propagating, some lie, or you think that when the East India Company published that value, they actually had done other work that they pretended, they hid, and they said, oh, we got it from these observations, but actually we did more. Because if they did more incremental measurements up toward it, that would give it higher credibility instead of, this highly, that was record breaking for the day. It was the highest level of geodetic science of the day. So if they had done a more exhaustive measurement incrementally to the base, then they would have published that.
Who says it isn't? The point is that this map here suggests that none of that was ever done. Or the whole time they're taking all of these measurements that's on this map that Jesse posts from the past. All these lines are over 100 miles each. The map suggests that no samples were taken any shorter than that for that entire span of area south of Everest, and it's absurd. The whole notion, what you're suggesting here, inferring by the content on this map, is absurd.
Well, I'm sorry if you don't like it, but that is the standard, but a very normal practice in all of geodesy in every industrialized country in the world for the past century and a half or 2 centuries.
You really seem unable to hear the point. But okay, man, you rock on, dude. Cool story, bro.
There you go. We have your expert in Jodeci. Thank you.
Are you wearing a mask when he's talking like right now?
Hold on. I do want to ask Subil some more questions, but I know we got some hands up. Should we go to Bart, Blocky, then D3?
Yeah, this is Bart. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, you betcha.
Yeah. Bart.
So this group is full of so many beautiful minds that like I'm almost 50 years old and I'm listening to you guys speak and I'm just blown away with the gifts that you all have. You all have gifts that you've been given that are unexplainable to most people, and I'm here in mid-Michigan right now, and I'm standing outside in rural Michigan, so there's almost no light pollution, and I'm staring up at, I've heard the word absurd a few times tonight, and I'm looking up and it's absurd. Like what I'm looking at is absurd. It's almost impossible for any of us to know what's going on up there. But I do know this truth. If all of us on this call over the next 5-10 minutes took our shoes and socks off and walked outside and stood on the earth, we would all literally be connected.
You're talking about earthing, right?
No, I'm talking about literally. If we all just walk outside and stand on our bare feet on the earth, we're all connected. We're literally will be connected to each other wherever you are on this planet. Okay, and I hear a lot of animosity sometimes in these groups and things, and if we all go outside and stand in our bare feet and we think about the most beautiful things that we've ever experienced in our lives, whether that be your grandmother's recipe for a soup that you can remember, or a casserole she made for you, or a sandwich, or whatever, or your mom or your dad or whatever, and you think about the most beautiful thing that you can think of, holding your child for the first time, first time you hugged somebody that you felt like you were in love with, or whatever, and we all did that at the same time, we would spread so much joy and beautifulness across this planet that it would permeate across the whole place. We get distracted by things that are absurd, that there's no way we can possibly know the measurements. There's no way we can possibly know the shooting star I saw 12 minutes ago, or 11 minutes ago, or 14 minutes, I don't know, but that I saw shooting across the sky. All of these measurements that we're getting caught up on, that we're arguing about, are silly. Go outside, take your shoes and socks off, stand there and think about the most beautiful, wonderful thing that's ever happened to you in your life. And if we all do it at the same time, this world's going to be a better place, guys.
That sounds like grounding. That's incredible.
Well, it is grounding, but
it's like if you have a forest that's like 50 miles long, 500 miles long, the first tree that you go into that forest is rooted to the same tree at the other side, 500 miles long. And
I have a mulberry tree here. I have a mulberry tree on my property that I have no clue how old it is, but when you touch it, it tells a story, and
you feel it. Yes, that's incredible.
It's got to be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old. But my point is, as humans, as human beings, Get outside, walk in your bare feet. And if we do this today, how many people we got here still? Over 100 people, right? If you all do this right now with me, take your shoes and socks off, go outside, stand in the grass with me right now. Think about the
What
most
if
beautiful thing you can think about. The most awesome memory you have. Is it your first Christmas? Is it your first birthday? Anything. Just something that makes you feel good. Go do that. Forget about all the other bullshit that's going on in the world. Forget about the shit we can't measure. Forget about the stuff that is absurd. But think about those things that made you feel like a human. Think about the things that
Those are
made
good
you
words.
like a person. And if you do this with me right now, we are literally connected. Literally.
Yeah, but I live in Uruguay at 3 in the morning. That's not a wise thing to do.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
What if we just all play
I
I will
apologize. For the
abstain.
people who can't do it in the morning, man, or whatever. But right now, so anyway, I'm very grateful that we have X here, that we can jump on spaces like this and connect with some unbelievably talented. I don't think you guys understand how unbelievably lucky you are to have the brains that you have. I do not have the brain that you guys have to the calculations and all those things. It's so beautiful to listen to people that have these kind of gifts that you guys all have. But I just wanted to jump on to say, sometimes try to put the gift away, walk outside, and just think about the beautiful things that have happened in your life from when you were a child all the way on, and spread it around, because that's what we need to do in this age right now. It's so stupid and crazy, but when you step outside, take your shoes and socks off, look up, take in the beauty, and remember and relive your favorite memories. When you do that, and if we all continue to do that as much as we can, we will change how this world is going. And that's the only thing we really can do, is just spread those beautiful memories and that love that you felt and all those things that you had. So just super grateful. And I cannot believe how talented so many of you are. Like, it's amazing. So thank you for having me, and thank you for letting me babble on here for a few minutes. So thank you.
Yeah. If you go to my page, I literally watched a documentary of earthing and how it benefits everybody from inflammation. It's literally what you just said. Take off your shoes, take off your socks, and walk into the grass. Go into, just do that. You really do feel the benefits of
It's
everything.
not just the best, but if you can get a whole group of people doing it at the same time, and you're all putting it out there at the same time, you're all connected and we're all doing the same thing together. So we spend a lot of time looking up, wondering what's going on up there. Some people who are the oceanic folks trying to look down, see what's going on down there. Well, sometimes just walk outside, stand there. That's what's happening right here, right now, and spread the joy, spread the love. And we're going to get through this together, everybody. We really are. It feels crazy and it feels chaotic right now, but we're all going to make it as long as we continue to spread the love and the joy, and remember the things that, that made us feel like kids, so don't forget that we're all kids at heart. All right. Thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, shout out to Touching Grass Bart. Hey Bart, how do you think this energy frequency works in this earth or in this realm? How do you feel like that works?
I think it all it works based on but what we're putting out. what everybody's putting out. And, you know, if you continue to watch the news and the bad shit and pay attention to the bad shit, well, then there's going to be a lot of bad energy out there. But if you try to remember the things that make you feel like a kid, you know, at its basic level, that's it. Try to remember all the things that make you feel like a kid. Put that out. Like, we all, you know, if you just take a second, take a couple deep breaths and go, man, how did I feel like when I was 7 years old? You know, and I know there was people that had some really bad lives and some shitty things going on, but there's a couple glimpses of something. And like I said, whether it was your grandmother's recipe or your uncle's recipe or something that made you feel great, just put that out there. And when you put that out there, that's how it changes all the energy. You know, the energy is what we put into it as human beings, and it's our responsibility as human beings to change that. And the only way we can change that is to continue to put out the good stuff. And we got to ignore the bad stuff. Even though the bad stuff's happening around us, the more good stuff we put on, it will diminish the bad stuff. It's like going into a dark room, and if you light a match, the whole room lights up because of light. And I always tie joy with light. To me, joy is like a light. You know, you guys have been in a room where it feels funky and nasty, and some person walks in and they're joyful, and it changes the whole room instantly. There could be 15 people in that room and it's feeling funky and nasty, and somebody walks in with a big smile on it, hey everybody, what's going on? And it changes it instantly. Light changes darkness so fast, and joy is light. So think of the most joyful things you can as much as you can, and that'll change the energy on this planet. Like I said, we can look up, we can look down, we can try to study all these things, we can try to measure everything, we can fight with each other over whether it's 29,000 feet or 31,000 feet. And that's, you know, those are fun discussions to have. But right now on this planet, we need as much joy out there as we can have, as we can possibly have. So
I agree about what like 80% of what you said, but every time you say planet, man, I start cringing. I ain't gonna lie.
Sorry. Well,
let me just ask you this.
Whatever I'm standing on, I don't know. Whatever.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Well, one more question before we get over to Plocky. Do you believe that it'll be more difficult to tap into that resonant energy if we're being misled about the nature of our reality?
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. But that's why I keep that's why I've said over and over again, try to tap into something that brought you joy when you were little. Because that's true. That's truth. You know, if your grandma made you laugh when you were a little kid, or your uncle or your brother or your sister or whatever, that's true. Nobody can argue with you. You know, and you say, no, I was 7 years old and I watched a monkey throw an apple and it was hilarious and I laughed really hard. That's true. That's the truth. Joy is true. You can't argue with joy, and you can't argue with love either. You know, when you see something that's truly love, that you see it in front of your face, that's true. You can't measure it. That's the crazy thing about science. Nobody can tell you what love is, and they can't really tell you what joy is. There's no measurement there. And that's the beautiful thing about being a human being. You know, so what I'm saying is, if we're going to change how I'm not saying everybody's feeling this way, but a lot of people are feeling like everything's going in the wrong direction right now. And maybe it is, but we are the only ones that can change it. As a human, as a group of humans, we're the only one that can change it. And the only way to change it is to put more joy out there. So smiles are contagious. You know, I'm smiling right now, and I know you all can tell I'm smiling. You know, smiles are contagious. Laughter is contagious. Get it out there. Do your best. You know, But the reason I came on to this specific call and I wanted to have this conversation is because this is a group of fucking brilliant minds, just brilliant, talented human beings. You all have been given a gift. Okay, take that gift, go out there, use it, but smile while you're doing it. Don't be mean about it. Don't be, smile while you're doing it, and give the world your gift and do it with joy. And that's how we change everything, everybody. It's going to happen, and it's going to take groups like this, and I'm going to hop on other groups and try to share the same message, because this is how we change it all.
Hey man, I really appreciate that. Keep the energy up, keep the energy high, and appreciate you for pulling up, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Good stuff.
Thanks, everybody.
Shout out to Bart. Hey, let's talk to my man Plocky. What's up, bro? Good to see you, man. Long time.
Hello, guys. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't join a week before, but I actually you sent me that invite, and I got banned for replying to Piper Australis right in the moment when you sent me that invite. So yeah, and it was like nothing. I just said to him because he was in such a mood that we are arguing with concavers. And it was he was so happy that there's this fight between us. But and I wrote to him I like your spirit that you are bringing wood and gasoline to this debate. And I got banned for this, so that's the reason why I didn't join before. But I wanted to say thank you to you guys, because as you know, then I started this stationary Saturday in Czech Republic and Slovakia. And we are now at Stationary Saturday number 10 right now. And it's it's crazy. There's so many people, and we were able to build a similar community to this one, and it's amazing because everybody is excited to the weekend. Everybody's excited when we start. Everybody's asking what presentation will be, what topic will be, and everything. And I just love that, and it's all thanks to you, Sacred, Proud, and other people that are here. So thank you guys. That's just thing that we are doing abroad, and I think it's changing this realm. And I like what Bart said it. I think that's the reason why they are trying to separate us, divide us, and keep us in the perpetual emotion of fear and stuff like that. Because when we are not in a state of fear, when we can think clearly, when we can decide what we want to do and connect with each other, then that's the when we get strong, that's the way that we are united together and stronger together. And that's the reason why they are trying to divide us and keep us in the fear. So you just guys don't be fear, don't have a fear from what will come and what will be, because I think we are now changing the future, and we are the first spark of this big change and big revolution, I think. And I'm super glad that I'm part of this. So thank you guys. This is it's such an honor to be here and even do things that you do, because if everybody would do things like you do, Sacred or Proud, and with it, Alan, Shane, if everybody wouldn't be afraid to speak up, this this wouldn't even happen. So don't be afraid to speak up, and don't be afraid to give a voice to people that has been silenced, because that's what we do, and that's the way we can change this place. So this is what I wanted to say, and I have a question actually for Jesse, because I heard for last 3 weeks, I guess, your arguments, and you are really how to say you are trying to hold to this measurement of Mount Everest, and you are acting that you have been in that time that they measure it, and you don't realize that there's such a discrepancy in our history, because we don't know shit about our history when we go like prior to 18th century or something like that, 18th, 19th century. We can see how they change the narrative in the present. We can see how they change historic narrative in Ukraine war and everything in the present. So I'm like, actually, like, do you build your whole evidence on some measurement of Mount Everest that has been or never been done in history? Like, that's not like some solid evidence, I would say. If you are here, Jesse, then sorry.
I am here. Thank you. Obviously, I wasn't there in 1856 or whatever it was, but what was it? The London Royal, the Royal Geographical Society of London published a print of the map bearing the name Mount Everest and the elevation of 29,002 feet in 1858, I guess it is. So are you saying that, for example, if I were to procure a vintage paper copy of that publication on eBay or something, that somehow they had taken paper and made a fake print and aged it somehow to make it look like it was actually published in the 1800s? Or are you granting that they did publish that elevation in the 1800s?
They could publish it, but how do you know it's a real number?
Oh, you mean maybe the mountain is some other elevation now?
I'm not thinking about my way. What I'm trying to say, my English is not good as well, so I'm sorry. But what I'm trying to say is, like, for example, pyramids. Okay, this is something that was built. We don't know who built it. We don't know how they built it, and we can presume that they were some kind of sophisticated. The civilization prior of us had to be like. Has this technology to build it. So how do you know that they didn't have some other technology, how they measure it, or even they could have the measurement prior 1,000 years ago? How do you know that it's the measurement that they did in this year, and that was the first measurement that they did ever? How do you know that?
Well, I mean, I don't. That's kind of an appeal to possibility, or asking me to prove the non-existence of an absolute. But I'm certainly not aware of any technology that would have allowed it to be, people to get up there and measure it barometrically or something. So are you arguing that maybe it's not actually 29,000 feet and they just made that up, but now they're faking all future measurements just to match that, and that the people who went up there with barometric altimeters are just lying or something?
No, I didn't say that. I said, like, how do you know that the measurement has been done in this year, that it is real, and that it wasn't measured like before?
Oh, so you're saying maybe there was some secret technology that allowed them to get to the top in the 1800s.
Somebody had some super duper secret technology that how they built every single architecture that we are not able to build it in these days. So yeah, I probably think that there's some kind of technology that we don't know, because, like, if you look at our architecture, there's a evidence, hard proof evidence that the civilization prior of us had some, like, super advanced technology, because, like, we are not able to build these buildings these days. So yeah, there has to be some technology that we don't have it now.
Well,
because I don't believe in stone and chisel and hammer and really crafty hands. That's just stupid.
Do you have any evidence of this advanced technology in the 1800s, or is it just what is needed to make your belief fit what we know today?
It's not about my belief. I don't put my belief in one single evidence that can be falsified, disproved, or whatever. The reason why I think that the Earth is not moving is because we have or it's not the ball, because we have such a huge amount of evidence. Some of them are not clear evidence, some of them can be like disproven, some of them can be debated, but like our position is not on one single measurement, on one single proof, but your position actually is like bent on and hold on this like Mount Everest measurement. So yeah, I think you have a bigger problem than us.
Breathe, my friend. You have the floor. We're not rushing you. Well, but couldn't this argument of the possibility of an unknown, presumed to be impossible technology apply to anything? I mean, couldn't we just as well say, well, maybe the reason you didn't measure Earth movement is because somebody invented this secret technology that blocks those devices?
Now you are just trying to strawman it, man.
No, I'm not. It's an honest question. How do you know that somebody didn't have some secret, powerful, high-tech technology that could block all devices from measuring Earth's motion? How do you know that it's not there? How do you know that that didn't happen?
Because they had to change all physics because of that measurement from 1887. So yeah.
And how do you know that's not possible?
I'm not saying it's not totally impossible. I'm just like the difference between us. I know what I'm trying to point out. The difference between us, me and you. You are like trying to bend on this one evidence, and if like. Do you have any like? I'm sorry. Our position is not built on one single evidence. And if you like, for example, this final observation, when they see the sun, 24-hour sun, it will disprove our AE flat Earth model. Will it disprove like our whole position? No. So that's like that's an example for you. You have like this one position on Mount Everest, and what do you have else? Nothing. Or I didn't hear anything for last like month. I only hear your mount like high peak measurements of peaks from mountains. But like we know that there's so much refraction and so like I would say inaccuracy in these measurements. So like what else do you have? Because like we can talk about movement, we can talk about curvature, we can talk about anything, and we have in every single topic we have like so much evidence, then we can like pile them up and we can talk about one single evidence. Like we could have a talking in for a week, but I didn't hear single evidence for globe besides your measurement of mountains. Like honestly, you are like first anti-flash that is actually doing some measurements, which is cool. I like that because like from Czech and Slovakia, there's just so many anti-flares and they are not doing a single shit. They are just like smashing us. We are doing the measurements and they keep crying. So prompts up for this. But like this is the all evidence that you got like with this Mount Everest. Or there's like some else, some different proofs that is helping you be held to this position that Earth is globe and spinning and moving.
I am curious. Why do you think it's so improbable that they used theodolites to measure the elevation of Mount Everest? Because I can take the same instrument here in my own home state and do the same procedure that they did on a mountain that's however far away and get the same results they did. So is there anything?
Yeah, because you are measuring curvature of your eyes. Yeah.
What's the significance of the height of Mount Everest to the shape of, you know, what it's attached to?
What's the significance? What's the question?
Yeah, that's right. What does it matter of the height of Mount Everest?
Oh, it has to do with whether it's possible to measure the heights of things from a distance with accuracy.
Like to apply that to the sun and the moon?
What's that?
Well, I don't see why it's not. I don't see why it's unreasonable to think that you can't measure the height of something from a distance. I think that technology with various devices has been available for a long time, but I don't see how that proves we're on a globe.
I would say the instruments have to be within the limitation of the instrument.
Yeah, like obviously, I'm, here in, Ontario, Canada, obviously that doesn't work to measure any mountain in Asia from here. Yeah, but I don't see how measuring a mountain from the ground with, precision instruments is, is impossible. I don't see how that, and I also don't see how that proves that we're on a ball.
Yeah, so we do got a professional survey up here. D3 may actually have some questions for him, but I just want to say shout out to Plocky, man. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to you.
Thank you, guys.
Be careful with these trolls, man.
Yeah, just in partial, Piper Australis is listening us because since I finished, he already pointed me in some post in X. So Piper, I'm not going to respond to you. Okay, you reported me before, and I don't want to get another ban. So F you, Piper Australis, F you.
That means flat you.
Exactly.
D3, what up?
Yo, what's up? I wanted to talk with Jesse and Shoebill about the measurements that are taken from peak to peak. If you guys can help me understand a little bit more about what your actual claims are, like why it's relevant to the Earth's shape, that would be great. And I understand if what Stone is saying, like if the devices are not supposed to be used at certain distances, and it's possible for you to take your angles and stuff like that, but it's really not as accurate as it should be, as according to like what he's saying is kind of preposterous. So I get his argument. So yeah, can you guys help me explain or understand what your base premise is?
Well, the instruments are purpose-built for the long distance observations. So they're not being used outside of their range. They're built specifically for long distance accurate measurements.
Okay.
And 100 miles is not preponderous for a mountain to mountain measurement.
Okay. So like that, because I guess what he's saying is something about the accuracy being off due to refraction and things of that nature. Stone, if I'm misrepresenting you, just let me know. So do these things,
well, refraction,
they account for that stuff?
Yeah, refraction. Refraction has been measured and studied because the dimensions of the planet are measured with methods which are not affected by refraction, and then the terrestrial measurements do show the refraction, which is like a 10% increase in the apparent radius of Earth. So if you were to say, and the terrestrial measurements to believe the radius of the Earth is 4,600, that would be reasonable determination. We have the radius of the Earth measured independent of that and of independent of refraction. But going to what he was saying a second ago is when you take this array, a large array of measurements, as you can see in almost all the diagrams, it looks like a wireframe. Well, it's a 3D wireframe, and they construct into a portion of. Now, if you dismiss the radius of the Earth, measurement chaotic. They don't fit together. You have just thousands of feet of mismatch. But under a single coherent formulae of the geometry of the planet, the measurements then fall into place. And you can take the information learned in one area and utilize that in other areas, and you get the same coherence. So
Okay.
in my
So
example, in my example, particularly with the simplest and easiest one is reciprocal zenith angles. Now, I have done this, for many times throughout my career, but most recently, I did one with a friend, and I made a nice little graphic, brought it to the fore, only 11 miles apart, basically a chip shot. One was on the Appalachian Mountains, and I was on an airport. We measured the angles to each other from zenith, and summarily, you can see the vertical line at on the mountain and the vertical at the airport are not parallel. And then I have a further array of measurements, many measurements, 30, 40 measurements across the valley, all to, singular points from many different distances. You can see that the vertical at each location is unique. In returning, that vertical is radial to a spherical surface,
okay,
as
so
returned
when you
by
get that
measurement.
vertical, how are you deriving that vertical?
The instrument is oriented the same way any instrument is. You level it up with either alcohol vials to get into the gravity vector, so that the zenith angle of 0 is at top, and the standing axis of the instrument is coincident with the gravity vector.
Okay, so so it's referencing the gravity vector, and which when you're talking about that, what is that all being, referenced to like, where are you deriving the plane from, your level?
The hanging of the plumb bob.
Mm-hmm.
That's the gravity vector, and that is the standing axis of the instrument is aligned coincident with that gravity vector, and the angle from that vertical line to the distant target is measured and repeated repetitively from many different locations, and it brings a coherent, uniform measurement on its own.
Okay.
And the radius and the apparent radius is demonstrated in the data. I don't bring it forward, no presupposition. I go, what's going on with the elevation calculation? If I, do not invoke any sort of radius, and it says, oh, you have a radius here. Why don't you use it?
Right. So it's making a suggestion to you. So now this is, so it's basically geodetic surveying. This technology. Is that correct?
Yes. However, the equipment is geodetic. The software that I used was Excel. So Excel had no presupposed, pre-packaged model built into it. The measurements fit together, and a shape is bore out in the measurements. And by a standard statistical analysis, the quadratic that fits that curve is generated by pure math, not geodetic software, just simple math. Well, complicated math, but very, very much independent of anything in it that existing in a survey textbook.
All right. That's interesting. So does anybody understand a little bit more about what yo?
Did you notice he didn't quantify a single thing for you?
Well, he says he's got the data that it's taking a particular reading, and there's no
there's
baked
an
in.
instinctive geometry to the numerics here, and he's talking about an 11-mile reading.
Yeah, that's what I was
about. If we're assuming a circumferential value of 25,901, it equates to a drop of 1/6 of a degree over 11 freaking miles. And they're suggesting that they're going to use a single refractive value between those 2 points, regardless of what's in between them. And it goes on and on and on how their margin of error is astonishingly large compared to the absolutely slight measurement they claim to be able to make here. This is the absurd part.
What results did you get with your measurements?
This is the absurd part I keep talking about, and they just completely miss the point.
Right.
Okay, that was one example in the reciprocal zenith angle at 11 miles, and I have another body of work. I don't know how to post the graphics of that at this site here. I'm not an X user, and Mortawan, who has been refused mic privileges here, he had gone through extensive analysis of the data to look at it statistically to satisfy that questions that were brought up by Taylor prior about p-values, distributions, error analysis, and it was my data was combined with Jesse's data, and he has a fairly large analysis of our own work, independent of geodetic softwares, just the pure mathematical analysis of measurement data. So I don't know what else to do other than, yes, I am a practicing surveyor. Yes, I
Great.
have my 400 square mile valley here, which I did serve.
Hey, Bill, when you took that.
Hold on, just real one quick, Stone. Wasn't really sure of more debt was requesting. But he seemed to have a lot to say the last time he was up here. He didn't really seem too pleased with us allowing him to come speak in Flat Earth Fridays. So I guess if he does want to all of a sudden come request to come speak on this platform again, he could pay down his debt first before coming up here popping all that shit, trolling the level heads. Pay off your debt to the level heads first, then you can come speak up on this platform. How about that? So we're not refusing him. He could come up here as soon as all his debt is paid down. How about that? Continue, Stone.
I think you have to double unmute, Stone.
There we are. I actually kind of forgot where I was, what I just said.
You were talking about measurement and air tolerance and refractive
we did
index.
cover the sixth of a degree part. Oh,
Yeah, it
right.
was something else,
Optics.
right?
I had a question for you there, Bill. For this 11-mile measurement, I just wanted to check your reality here. The tool that you used, the optical setup you had there, what is its longitudinal length in terms of the body of the optics you were using to shoot that 11 miles?
Well, the telescope is about 8 inches long, and it has a magnification on the reticule of about 40x.
Okay.
And the vertical circle is
Right.
indexed at 0.2 arc seconds.
Okay. I just needed the one spec. Thanks. So what you're telling me is that your optics are all of 8 inches long, and you're using that to sight a target 11 miles away, where you're using a regular old plumb bob to set up your vertical.
No, I did not say that.
You just said you use a
No, I
plumb
didn't.
bob
I
for
said
gravitational measurement.
I
This is
said
how
the
you set them
alcohol.
up.
I said the vertical alignment is by alcohol vials, which is coincident with the gravity vector. And then for the audience, I tried to describe the gravity vector as the hanging of a plumb bob. I do not use a plumb bob. Plumb bobs have been obsolete for quite some time now.
Gravity vials or gaseous
Alcohol vials.
Alcohol vials. There we are. Thank you. And you're
I'm
telling me that your
let me
8-inch
rephrase.
optical set is actually
Let me
taking
rephrase.
precise measurement 11 miles away, when your total expected deviation from horizontal is a sixth of a degree. That's where we're at here, Bill.
Okay. Yeah. Purpose-built equipment, ubiquitous in the industry, been around for over a century. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That which is used in every industrialized country that we know of.
It's really weird, Bill. You cannot hear the sequence of points that I'm making to get where I'm getting to. You're just not ever going to recognize them. And I'm going to draw my line here. It's after 4 o'clock my time, so I'm going to be calling it a night. And yeah, thanks again, Sigurd and Prav, for having me up here. It's been fun as usual. And we'll get back to next Friday night and see who comes back with some work done. That'd be very exciting to see.
Thanks, Stone.
Good night, Stone.
Good to see you, Stone.
So have a good one, y'all.
Better
So,
Stone.
Shoebill, the gravitational data, the alcohol vials using this gravitational data. If I'm at one point and I'm using gravitation, I'm getting my vertical based on gravitational data, and then I'm at another point 11 miles away, and I get my gravitational data and my vertical from that. Where does the how do you get the difference in their vertical, variation from one point to the other? Like, where is that coming in? Because isn't that, what is that referencing, right? What is this gravitational data being mapped to in order to get this difference, right? So if it's saying that there's a difference, this one is pointing this way, the other one is pointing that way, and it forms a radial angle, how is that being done? Because if it's at one point and the other point, you're just getting gravity is down, right? So it would be just down. It would be up and down. That's it. There would be no.
As I as I described, that places the zero index of a glass vertical circle coincident with the vertical at that instrument. And at the other instrument, the same scenario. Then the angle from zero, from zenith, which is coincident with vertical, the plumb line, is measured from his location to my location, get an angle. I do the same thing, get an angle. And when we sum those angles, we find that 1/6 of a degree, which he just described, would be, a sixth of a degree, as if that's what, some sort of miraculously too small or grotesquely too large. I'm not really sure what his point was there, but that is an easily repeatable measurement, which again, done thousands and thousands of times in it's ubiquitous in the science of geodesy. Reciprocal zenith angles have been the mainstay because that's so easy to do and so overt that with a proper instrument where you're measuring in the few arc second, they don't sum for several arc minutes, far outside the error of the instrument. And then when you do that over and over across hundreds of square miles, you can see that vertical is radial to a portion of sphere.
Yeah, I don't
I'll let
know.
D3.
I don't know if that
One
really
second,
answered
D3.
the question. Go ahead.
I'll let you go. I just wanted to see. I don't know if Alan want to queue up some reciprocal zennies, because we have talked about this in the past. But yeah. Go ahead, D3. Continue.
That would actually be great because I'm not extremely versed in the reciprocal zennies. I've read about it before, but it's kind of forgotten already. I know it has something to do with getting your vertical and things of that nature. But yeah, Alan, if you have anything you could chime in, that would be great.
Pulling up some diagrams now.
Cool.
So while Alan does that, and we are live on YouTube. Shout out to the chat over there. You did mention Shu about like the refraction. I guess how you said they manipulate the radius. I think you said about like 15% or something that you said, right?
Well, yeah, refraction is a known behavior of the measurement, and it has been modeled, characterized, and can be further measured by the reciprocal zenith angle because the radius of the Earth has been measured independent of refraction.
That's to be debated. But my main question to you is there like a, since you guys invoke refraction in order to explain some phenomena, is there in your field, since you're like the professional, is there like a geometric limitation or like a physical limitation that will completely exclude refraction? Or if you make any observation, no matter how far it is, can you implement a refraction variable to account for that?
Well, in my most recent experience, I get a refraction of 4 arc seconds per mile. And by comparison to other textbooks, they get about 3.9 arc seconds to 4.1 arc seconds per mile of refraction in standard conditions or typical conditions, meaning midday, fair weather, moderate temperatures. Under those conditions, refraction is not some wild bullwhip of unknown. It varies a few percent. And the refraction component of the measurement is only 10% or 13% of the measurement. So it's 2% of 13% of the measurement. And that does add an uncertainty which, accumulates into, a couple of feet of elevation over 25 miles.
Right, but I guess what I'm asking is, on the globe, they claim to be about a 25,000 mile circumference. So I guess I'm asking at what distance does refractive effects become obsolete? Or if I see something 23,000 miles in the distance, will you be able to implement a refraction mechanism to account for that observation?
Well, we can't see 23,000 miles, so no.
So at what?
As has been pointed out,
that's what I was asking. I was asking what is that distance where that limitation begins?
Well, the longest measurement that I know of was 180 miles, which went from mountain peak to mountain peak in Utah and Wyoming. And both the instruments were up at like 12,000 feet and 14,000 feet, and they looked across the valley. And the reciprocal zenith angles did return an apparent refraction, which is notably less than the refraction I get down here at near sea level.
So surveyors aren't taught at a specific distance based on our sphere that refraction becomes obsolete. There's nothing that you guys learn to say, okay, at this point, there is no refractive effects because the geometric limitation of the Earth overcomes that variable. There's nothing that they teach you?
There is extensive documentation and training in the characteristics of optics of atmosphere when making geodetic measurements of significant distance. Now, at modest distances of 5 miles, 10 miles, 3 miles, then you can use very, very general refraction values, because at 5 miles, the refraction is only going to, contribute, like an inch of vertical disparity. So you have to, it's a little bit scaled for what are you doing? Are you running around a 40-acre of survey, or are you laying out like 200 miles of interstate highway? So you specialize in what you're doing, and you become good at knowing the characteristics and the conditions to which your measurements are made, and you'll put extra effort when necessary. And when it gets down to the construction level, where you have brought that control down to where the lower order surveys can run in between and accurately lay out infrastructure like canals, highways, levees, dams. Yeah, it goes in stages of a hierarchy. And refraction is a very serious component when dealing with elevation determination by zenith angle in mountainous terrain. And much effort is put into it. And GPS has made that all obsolete. But I compare my measurements to the elevations that I get with GPS. And so I've got my analog measurements with what I have learned about the coefficient of refraction in my location, and I am in the 10 centimeter range, 5 centimeter range of GPS. So there I'm mixing the state of the art and the most antiquated analog measurement, and I'm getting very high compliance between the two. So I don't know what else to do other than go with success, use my own evidence, my own library of measurements, and go forward and produce usable elevation results, as opposed to throwing up my hand saying, oh, it can't be done. I can only make up numbers. It's all back engineered. I go, no, we're going forward with a measurement science. We're talking metrology as well as atmospheric physics and statistical and instrument care and selection of instrument for the application.
But that's actually what I'm asking you, but not to cut you off. It's kind of like going off the rail, just a slight bit. I do want to hear from Alan in a second, but that's what I was asking about, because you guys say that everything is so precise. You gave us a scale of where you use your instruments. You said 5 to 10 miles to 100 miles, and you said the max is about 180 miles. I asked you about if seeing an observation 23,000 miles away would be something considered. You said no, so we have that scale. So I was just asking, at what point, at what distance does refraction as a mechanism for seeing too far, or something that's being refracted up, or whatever type of implementation you need to account for in your measurements, at what point does that refraction become obsolete? You say it doesn't work at 23,000 miles. You still consider it at 180 miles. Do you have a value where that limitation begins? It's just simple yes or no. I just wanted to know from your background.
Refraction is taken into consideration as soon as you get more than a half a mile out, and refraction is never ignored after that. And 180 miles is the longest one in a geodetic measurement that I know of.
So if I make a observation 10,000 miles away from a very low elevation, would I be able to explain that away using refraction?
If you make an observation to something 10,000 miles away, you've got some serious explaining to do, because 10,000 miles is half the circumference of the planet. No, you're not going to see that. Refraction is not going to make you see that. And that is kind of a silly avenue to ask a response to.
It's not silly. You guys use refraction to explain away some long distance observations.
Not 10,000 miles.
I'm trying to ask you. I asked you first, right? I asked you first if there was a limitation to that refraction that you guys are implementing when we see things too far. So I was just asking, based on your studies, do they give you a geometric limitation? And you haven't answered yes or no.
I have answered. I said even at 180 miles, it is not ignored. And after a half a mile, it is not ignored. So everything between a half a mile and as far as one can measure, which is not 10,000 miles, it is upwards of 180 miles. And it is refraction is invoked in all measurements between a half a mile and the 180 miles.
Okay, but I didn't ask you where it is implemented. I asked you where it becomes obsolete based off of the physical geometric limitation of Earth's curve.
I got nothing. I didn't understand the question. Sorry.
Okay, maybe I'm not saying it right, but I don't want to dwell too much. I was just saying you guys need refraction to explain some things away. You account for it at specific distances. At what point where it's like, I can't see any further because of the curve of the Earth, and the curve of the Earth is eliminating any refraction because I just can't see that far. I was asking for what that limitation is. Is there a value for that? We only account for refraction up until this point, because past that, it's just the physical limitation of the Earth's curve and we can't see anything. So that was basically my question. I don't know if that makes sense or not. You could hold that thought for a second. I never get an answer when I talk to surveyors about that, though. That's why I was asking the guys. But Alex, do you want to jump in here with some of these reciprocal zennies and talk, we could touch base on that?
Yeah. So the reciprocal zennies, our position is that that is an optical effect. So when you guys are measuring that, you're equating that that would derive back to your radius of vision, because all that is just an optical effect. Now, when you get into the gravitational deflection measurements, that actually stems from the going back to the arc of the parallel. I know you were talking about the Indian arc of the parallel type measurements that they were doing. I'm not super familiar with that one.
I don't like Alan.
Yo, I'm talking, please. So
I just wanted everyone to know that I didn't like.
Yo, you come off mic one more time, bro. You're gonna give up your mic. Continue, Alan.
All right. So let's see here. Anyway, so I'm pulling from the arc of the parallel from the American side here. So anyway, what they found when they were doing their measurements is the deflection of the vertical and the gravitational potential corrections are derived from the positions of the stars not being where they were supposed to be when they were taking their measurements. So when the star was supposed to be at their zenith at 90 degrees, it was like, slightly off. So they had to tilt their devices, and they said, oh, you know what, there must be a gravitational anomaly here, and my pump blob isn't going to the center of the ball. It's being deflected a little bit, so we have to be in correction with our equigravitational potential. And by doing that, it's basically giving them like free reign to comport everything to their reference ellipsoid and presupposed model for everything that they were comparing, or that they were mapping positions of the stars and the ground to. So nobody measures like, Earth curvature over all these miles and all these things. They take comparisons from the stars and the deviations from that, and they make everything fit and comport to that. There's a ton of corrections that they do, and it all is based off of astronomical observations, and anything that doesn't comport to a certain amount that will derive back to a specific amount of spherical excess is thrown out. There's a bunch of corrections that I'll go through and list after we continue on here, because I don't have them on hand.
Yeah, it sounds like temperature data that didn't fit the model, right?
So please don't interrupt. But in regards to accounting for refraction, what they do is they'll apply different lateral refraction coefficients when the measurements don't meet observation. So that's a huge assumption right there that they throw in. There was a flat Earth laser test that was done, and they were using lateral refraction coefficients and assumptions, to do their computations. And the big argument against them was that we're not allowed to use lateral refraction, yet the whole arc of the parallel that comports with globularity is supported by the very use of lateral refraction for hundreds of miles throughout, at different times a day. It's just, so that's it's one of those things where it's allowed to be on the one side and not the other. And then we get into, let's see, so in the 1850s, Gauss was hired by his government to do geodetic surveying, and he basically found that there's no spherical excess, there's no curvature. But he also found a geometric relationship, or a theorem where you could derive a ratio of the radius based off of spherical excess of something. So basically, if you take an equilateral triangle over 1 kilometer, the spherical excess in that would be 0.02 arc seconds, which is, fractions and fractions of a degree, pretty much imperceptible. So you would only get, reciprocal zennies and these deflections and things over long observational distances. And even then it would just be, a calculation based off of optical observations, where I would like to take the conversation, because we're just getting into optics, right? So it's just, we have two different perceptions of what's being measured. Like your argument would be that the positions of the stars are changed because of Earth curvature. Like that's what it would ultimately boil down to, right? Because like just measuring stuff on the ground isn't, like, oh, it deflected by, some imperceptible amount. It's like, okay, dude, like what it's really about though is in reference to positions of the stars. So you would argue that, the globe map itself represents, Earth curvature, whereas we're taking the optical position. And I could get into, a physical example of radar beams in a plane that I would like to introduce if you're open to hearing that, because I think that would give a definitive result on whether the curvature is optical or if it's physical.
In the example that I was hoping to have brought forward, which I don't know how to post on here correctly, I did not use any astronomical observations.
Right. So Alan, what I'm trying to do is figure out, because he's saying like his observations are not really tying into what most would consider the normal geodetic type of data. And so I want to see how his measurements are actually correlating to that, or correlating to what you're talking about, if they are or if they aren't.
And the gravitational anomalies which cause a deflection in the vertical are in the few arc seconds, which in a 400 square mile area that I was working with would be at the noise level.
Got you. Thank you. I did wanted to touch on that, and I totally forgot. So if I could, please, for a moment. So they say that the gravitational potential corrections, are so different there at these locations that they're physically, changing the deflection of a plug bob. But when you get into GPS, it's so sensitive, like the measurements that they make, that if that were true, if these anomalies were so strong, you would have to have latitude dependent corrections built into GPS, because the frequency of light would change due to those corrections, like specific to the latitudes, and especially from where the signal was emitted relative to the observer. So that would be built into GPS, and they actually apply a uniform gradient correction. So like, meaning they just treat it all as like an equipotential between two level surfaces. So that actually makes it that falsifies the claim that there's like a physical need to deflect your plug bob due to some gravitational potential offset. It's literally just because they need that specific point to match up with a starless location to make their coordinate system valid that they use for maps.
Well, in the ton of accumulated data, astronomic observations return astronomic coordinates, and then the deflections of the prime vertical, having been cataloged by careful gravimetric surveys, they can equate astronomic measurements to geodetic measurements through the corrections of the deflections that have been cataloged, the XI or the psi eta corrections for deflection of prime vertical. So when not utilizing those deflections, you're in an orthometric environment, and if you're only measuring something statewide in the east or in the plains, the deflection variation is very small. In that 39th parallel, where they're crossing the Rockies, these things became more significant and became apparent between geodetic and astronomical observations, which was not some wishful thinking of deflecting of the plumb bob. These were observed by the measurements coming across the surface and comparing them into astronomic measurements and further studies of gravimetric surveys. Yeah, we're dealing with arc seconds. So, and GPS is not sensitive to gravitational normal to geoid. It always returns normal to ellipsoid. There again, comparing orthometric astronomic measurements to geodetic measurements, which has been studied since. I remember in my earlier textbook from 1925 when they said these deflections are known to occur but are difficult to quantify. So it's just treated as a noise level. And through the 60s, 70s, and 80s, as satellite technology, can really highlight the difference between the ellipsoid and the geoid, then these things became further cataloged, and gravity studies and gravity maps have been, a very, very large ongoing project since the 80s. And even the company I used to work for, we would have the Lacoste-Romberg gravimeters airborne, and we would fly grids, for months at a time, measuring the variation in gravitation, which is returning a geoid map, which can then equate the deflection of vertical, the psi eta corrections, to get from geodetic to orthometric. And at the high precision level, these things matter. When large areas are dealt with in mountainous terrain, these things matter. In the plain states or something where you're dealing with just a half a dozen counties you're not going to see much of a variation. However, I did notice that on the Appalachian Mountains to the valley and to the Cove Mountains, I was looking at the values of the psi eta corrections, and they were nearly homogeneous, but I did find one area where there was a 10 arc second deflection, and that did show up in the vertical angles that I was measuring, and it was I didn't pursue it further than applying it as per textbook.
Yeah. So, but isn't all of this geodetics? This is like you said, going back to a ellipsoid or geoid model.
Yes, the geodetic is on the ellipsoid, which is a mathematically smooth best fit of the planet, and
Right. Okay.
and
Okay. Stop there.
geoid
Stop there.
and,
That's enough. That's enough. I understand. I understand that. So that we don't need the long answer here. Just the short answer is fine. So you're going with these things. You're going back to an ellipsoid and a geoid model. So my question is, the things that you are doing in your measurements, are they using these models as reference or not? That's where I'm at.
my area was small enough and my interest was specific enough that I did not concern myself with that variation because the geoid was fairly smooth and fairly concentric to the ellipsoid.
Wait. No, this is a yes or no question, brother. Are you referencing in your data, are you referencing a geoid or ellipsoid or not?
Referencing geoid, yes.
Okay, well then that's what I wanted to know, because if you're referencing a geoid or an ellipsoid, you're doing exactly what Alan was saying, was they're using the sky, brother. That's
No.
not.
Nope. I am not observing the sky in any way, shape, or
The
form.
models are. The models are built off of that. Alan, take it away.
You went off the rail on that. The geoid is gravitational terrestrial measurement. Astronomic measurements, completely different avenue, unrelated to the measurements that I'm talking about in reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah, so the gravitational model is to make it comport with the, reference assumed ellipsoid, which is just the celestial sphere being mapped to the ground from a stereographic projection. So, like I said, my position is that there's an optical equivalence for what you're measuring. So when you get into reciprocal zennies, and you would have to come up with a different way to substantiate Earth curvature, which is where, I would like to get into radar beams and planes.
Yeah, and Jesse, this is for your data as well. If you guys are referencing the geoid or the ellipsoid, because the geoid is referencing the ellipsoid, you're essentially referencing the ellipsoid. That's based off the sky, guys. So Alan can demonstrate now with the other topic he's about to bring up.
Before that, can I ask him a question now?
To be
Sure.
clear, when dealing with the high precision of GPS, no stars, no astronomy is involved.
Yeah, it is, because you got to understand how GPS is built. It's based on the ellipsoid, and the ellipsoid is built off the sky.
Incorrect.
And mapped to the physical ground, the plane measurements.
Yeah, and not only that, every time a GPS, satellite crosses two GPS stations, it receives a correction to automatically put it back on the coordinate system because it's a timing system. So sometimes, it gets out of sync, right? So it's constantly being synchronized to the exact timing that would be necessary to put everything on the same coordinate system for the globe. Now, if we live on a plane or if we live on a globe, that's still how you would have to make the GPS system work to keep it functional and synchronized. So like, I wouldn't necessarily attribute it's not going to give you an output that's going to be different from the globe, is my point. And when it's in reference to the globe, that's just the coordinate system, which is, we're talking about the stars. So again, when you look at the they map it to the GSW 86 or whatever it is. So that's the geoidal gravitational model or whatever. And a quick note on the sensitivity of GPS and atomic clock measurements. So in 1960, there was the Pound Rebka and Pound Snyder in 1965 atomic clock experiment, where they found that at different gravitational potentials, being just 75 feet off of the ground, there's a difference in gravitational potential there that's measurable. And if the gravitational potential at these different locations was such that it actually required you to deviate your plug bob for any other reason than the, the object in the sky is in a different position than what's predicted by the coordinate system, then there would absolutely be mandatory latitude dependent corrections in GPS, because of the sensitivity required in that timing signal, because it would change it, right? So if gravitational potential can change the frequency in light, that's going to mess up the timing signal of GPS, and it's going to have to require like a physical correction for that relative to the latitude based off of the measured gravitational potential there. So
Well, fortunately, zenith angles have nothing to do with GPS or latitude and longitude. It's purely terrestrial measurement, purely a terrestrial measurement amongst an array of points in a tiny little 400 square mile portion of, for my most recent survey that I did, a portion of sphere is returned without using the sky.
agreed. And my position
Can I
is
ask you a
that
question about that?
this sphere is derived from our optics. So like you're just measuring the direct optical equivalence of what would give you, a sphere that goes back to a radius of 3959. That's what Gauss figured out in the 1850s with his ratio to get back to a sphere from the spherical excess. I'm sorry, to get back to a radius based off of the spherical excess. So
Although it is worth commenting that when you brought up the efficacy of GPS, and I have quite an array of GPS dual frequency geodetic GPS equipment. We are talking about orbiting satellites, orbiting at an inclination of 52 degrees or 57 degrees. So we do have orbiting satellites. So I think we got the shape of the Earth pretty much anchored with when satellites orbit. And of course, we have polar orbiting satellites as well. So we got the shape of the Earth. Now we can discuss the dimensions of the planet, but we already got the shape because, as you just pointed out, orbiting satellites.
yeah, I'm glad you brought up orbiting satellites. I'll actually pin a
No,
tweet here.
before,
Hold on one
please,
second.
I have to ask him a question.
Sorry, go
Hold
ahead,
on,
Taylor.
Taylor.
So link me to some polar orbits you think exist, and I'll get them plotted out, and we'll see if they match the globular prediction. So I actually have a series of different circumpolar orbits and circumpolar navigation that was supposed to be done around the globe, different by either plane flight or boat trip, etc., stuff like that. And none of them match what would be the globular prediction. They always go around and turn around in the south. So I'll post that. You could take a look at that. So our position is that an orbit, would just be doing a circuit over top of us, following a fractal geometric pattern, which you'll see here in a second when I put it up in the pin tweet.
It's funny. They talk about the atmosphere requiring a container, otherwise it breaks the second law of thermodynamics. What you just described there breaks so many other laws of physics. I don't know. I got to go. It's been charming, entertaining.
That was been
You
totally
better
non
not leave. I've been
sequitur.
waiting for an hour to ask you a question.
Yeah, hold on, shoot. That was like totally non sequitur to anything that Alan said. And then Taylor also want to ask you something too. Can you respond to some of the challenges that Alan said? Like, can you even steelman some of the things that he's arguing right now?
Not really, because we were talking about terrestrial measurements by theodolite, and he went into areas not necessary. And when it came to gravitational deflections that are in the arc seconds, but they do not vary that much in a few hundred square miles. And in the transcontinental survey, where they were dealing with very large areas and in heavy mountainous terrain, the astronomic positions and geodetic positions were measurably different. Yes, so I don't know what else to say other than the science is so thorough and rich that they could detect that difference.
Okay,
Go ahead, Taylor.
thank you. If you could just make the answer short, because I kind of have to leave too. So, like, do you acknowledge that atmospheric refraction can make things shorter or taller?
When you get very near the horizon, yeah, you can see the as just like the setting sun turns into a bit of an oval.
So like objects on the ground, like if you watch a time lapse of things on the ground, they can become shorter or taller. Do you acknowledge that atmospheric refraction can do that?
Yes, I do, and that's why in geodetic measurement, a line of sight skimming the ground is to be avoided for accurate measurement.
Okay, another question. Do you think, okay, so my other question was I posted something down in the chat and basically it's from the National Geodetic Surveying Commission. I was just gonna ask you about your like how many arc seconds off was it from predicted if it was a globe versus if it was flat?
In my measurements, in my area,
Yeah.
no, we'd be talking hundreds and thousand, a thousand arc seconds.
A thousand arc seconds off from each?
Oh yeah, at least. I mean, we're upwards of half a degree.
Okay, do you recommend looking up or down whenever you look through a theodolite to measure more accurate measurements? Would you
You're
recommend
kind of,
somebody stand from a building and look downwards at the horizon and distance, or stand from the horizon and look upwards at a building from a distance? I'm just curious.
that'd be very much equivalent.
Okay, okay, cool. So also like there was basically I was reading into this angular error that's pretty standard. I talked to Jesse about it earlier. Um, what do you think about the angular error? And do you account for that in your measurements?
Yes, by repetitive measurements, I get a standard deviation, and by taking a sufficient number of repetitive measurements, I can get a standard error down to easily 1 second. But my standard deviation of my instrument is about 1.2 seconds. And by measuring 14 to 16 times, I get that statistically reduces to, again, under an arc second. And given the other channels of noise and error, I just put an a priori error estimate of 1 to 2 arc seconds.
Okay. And
And
basically, so this standard deviation that I was reading was like, for example, with 1,000 meters, you should have like if you have like a class 2, you should have like around 1 arc second deviation per 1,000 meters. Does that sound right?
yeah, but yeah, and it does not increase. So if the instrument is capable of 1 arc second, you would expect 1 arc second at virtually all distances.
Okay. And how long of a distance should you be able to like observe the curve of the Earth?
Well, in my recent example that I tried to bring forward, 30 miles is not a particularly difficult thing to do, and 20 miles, 15, 12, 10, all of them. So in my example, I started off at 1 mile to a specific radio tower, and then it expanded outward 4, 7, 10, 12, 14, 16, filling in the holes for every 2 or 3 miles out to 27 miles. And
What
over
was your
these
target
couple
for
of
that?
dozen measurements, over these couple of dozen measurements, out in all different azimuths, it was well apparent verticals are radial to a surface,
How did
and the
you,
surface
where were
has a
you when you
radius.
did that? Like, how'd you do that? Because I don't even know where I would or how I would prepare to. I guess I could look at a building and stand back, you know.
Well, the best recommendation would from me to you would be look for a radio tower and see the red light on a radio tower, and then by taking your newly acquired theodolite, and even if you have the coordinates from your phone, get close to that tower, maybe a mile away, measure the zenith angle, and calculate the elevation of that tower, of the red light on the tower. Pretty simple calculation, and then drive around, get 5 miles away, get 15 miles away, get 20 miles away, take your phone coordinates and your zenith angle or vertical angle to that same red light on that same radio tower. Do that 8 or 10 times, or until you get tired of it. even if you only did it 5, 6 times as you get further away. So you have an array of data of different vertical angles to a singular point. That's why I said radio tower, because everybody is near a radio tower. So instead of dealing with like a mountain or some big hill or something, yeah, everybody is around a tower which is 1,000 or 2,000 feet high, and you can see it from 5 miles away and 20 miles away, 15 miles away, and maybe you can get even all the way close to it, like 1 mile away. Do that. And then we can talk. That would be a really solid chunk of information to have.
But we're asking about why would those effects be physical and not optical? That's why we were asking, like, if you can like steel man some of Alan's challenges, so we can actually agree upon the methodology being used and some of these corrections being implemented. Because if we're not accounting for variables that could be affecting the observation, then what use is the data?
The variables of refraction are not some wild bullwhip, which is going to turn the Earth flat or make it a flat Earth arbitrarily look curved, because refraction is not that strong and not that crazy.
I don't know.
The tale is over that some things have to go like 1,000 miles up to see them. But anyway, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to set it up. I feel like, I don't want to make mistakes, but obviously for some, I'm gonna have to be on the ground. It would be nice to go where y'all went. Where did you do your measurements at, by the way, Shubil?
Well, it did in my location, Western Maryland.
Western Maryland. Okay. It'd be nice one day to go try to verify, meet up with Jesse maybe.
Anybody can come out to Western Maryland. I'll walk them through it. They can bring their own equipment. I'll even let you use mine. And we can just repeat the affair.
Yeah, that'd be
So
nice, like, meet up.
why would you use the phone coordinates? Like what
That would
data do
be
you derive from that?
Well, a coordinate position for the instrument had from a phone would be accurate enough for a preliminary investigation. The
Right, but
coordinates of the radio
what data are you using from that?
position, latitude, longitude, elevation.
Elevation, right. That would be elevation based on GPS, correct?
Yes, but it'd be fully modeled to NAVD88.
Okay, but whoa. What's an AADV? What is that?
North American Vertical Datum, 1988. That which is published, the elevations returned by public access GPS.
GPS again. Okay, so Taylor, referencing GPS is referencing an ellipsoid. Do not do that.
So I need a laser
Well,
rangefinder.
unfortunately, okay, let's just say it this way. She's going to reference Earth.
There you go. Right. Reference your ground. That's it. Do not take elevation by the phone.
Okay, then in referencing the ground, you're going to need a way to get glean the distance to the radio antenna. So that'd be a latitude and longitude. And then referencing the ground as you go from different locations, you're going to have your height above sea level. Now, you can get your height above sea level a couple of ways, one of which is like even Google Earth, and you can compare that to what your phone is telling you. Or you can go to the U.S. Geological Survey quad maps and get it from there, and you'll find all three of them are in very high compliance to each other.
Do not use Google. That's referencing an ellipsoid. If you're going to reference anything, Taylor, if you're going to
we already have shape. We already have shape.
Dude, no, we don't. No, we don't. You're assuming shape, and that's the problem.
Taylor, let him guide you and see where you get. Thank you very much. It's been fun evening, guys.
Taylor, don't use what
really
he's
wants
telling
you
you
to
to use.
steal man
It's all based on an ellipsoid. If you use the ellipsoid, you're gonna get the readings he's telling you.
I don't know how else to find distance. I mean,
no, we're not talking about distance. We're talking about elevation, right? Because on a curving surface, if you're going on a curving surface, the elevations will be different. But if the elevations are baked into the model, which it is in a spheroid, right? Then you're going to get the readings he's talking about. He's assuming a spheroid. You need to assume a flat level surface. So if you reference anything that's referencing a sphere, you're not gonna get the readings on a flat surface. You feel me?
Okay, let's consider elevations above sea level. Would that be okay by you?
Yeah,
I
that
guess it
was what
depends. I
what
guess
I
it
was gonna
depends.
say.
Yeah.
Because most surveyors do that. They
Yeah,
measure
elevation above
from
sea
water
level.
level. Yeah, and that's an elevation that doesn't give you curvature at all, and you can
Yeah,
measure it
whatever
using
plane
that.
surveyors use.
Well, plane surveying, every time it's quoted, they always seem to leave out half of plane surveying. Plane surveying has to do with a simple rectangular grid for north and east, like a city engineering grid. But elevations in plane surveying and geodetic surveying are exactly the same. Same methods, same procedure, same basis.
Except for the model.
Not precisely, because if you put those coordinates in like a 3D model, because we do that as engineers, we take what the surveyors measure and we put them in 3D models to create buildings, bridges, trainways, maglevs, everything, right? And AutoCAD or 3ds Max or any other program is gonna put those coordinates on an infinite plane. Do you understand that? Do you even know what we use the dots that you're measuring over there? I guess not.
Anyway, I'd like to get back to what Alan was going to introduce on this topic. We kind of like got away from that.
Yeah, Shubil, if you're going to be around for a minute, would you mind sticking around to hear some flat Earth mutually exclusive proof?
It's already approaching 4 a.m. I'm afraid I cannot.
Oh, no worries, man. No worries. We'll get it.
Yeah, maybe just give him a link to a Prezi or something.
I mean, Alan could still go through it, and then Shubil could double back and watch the replay.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, for all the other listeners.
Sounds good. All right, so let's go back for a second and talk about maps and positions of the stars. So what we were talking about earlier is the difference between optical measurements being due to physical Earth curvature or them being due to optical curvature. Now, when you get into different maps, right, and different map projections, they're all referencing the same system, the same coordinate system, which is a spherical coordinate system. Our position is that the northern hemisphere is mapped out, and then the southern hemisphere is just put on the negative side of the coordinate system. And when you use that coordinate system, or when you use that projection over like an azimuthal equidistant projection, that is the more accurate representation. That's the model that I'm defending and putting forward, right? So that's so how do we determine the correctness of the interpretations of the different projections that this model can be used for? Because if it's derived from optics, then it could be due to Earth curvature, or it could be due to optical curvature. So a definitive way you could know is, for example, if there was radar beams that were shot for hundreds of miles that would have to maintain a certain geometry so that they could make an intersection point that would create a coherent beam that a plane could fly through at a specific altitude, which would be intersected by another set of beams that's doing the same, so that they could hit a targeted location using beam timing. And that's exactly what happened in World War II. It was called the Knickerbein system. If you look at what was put forward by the Germans, in the documentation by the Telefunken company that was hired to make it, they flew as low as 13,000 feet out to 1,000 kilometers, where where their system was still effective. And then the Germans ended up using it a year later in 1940 to 1941 for distances out to 270 to 600 miles. So, and at an altitude of 1,800 or 19,000 feet. Now, the big part of this system, like the part that's mutually exclusive to this, is that if you were to say that refraction was the cause of this, you would have to extend the Earth's radius by 19,000 miles. And if you were to assume that due to Earth curvature, the radar beam shot out horizontally would hit Earth curvature and would cause diffraction, that would you would have to argue that the beam then goes into the sky following a tangent from where it hits Earth curvature, which would put the beam much higher than the altitude that the planes flew through when they were doing the bombings. Because if you argue regular diffraction that you would use for like omnidirectional propagation, like for Wi-Fi or something like that, you would lose the ability to adjust the equisignal. And the whole purpose of this radar system was that it was line of sight so that a plane could fly through hundreds of miles and the equisignal at the very center of this intersection between the two beams, and that the original and that the radar system at the originating point could adjust its dipole alignment such that the intersection point gets narrowed so they can make it more precise. If you hit Earth curvature, which Earth curvature would be predicted to be hit at around 32 miles to 50 miles, once you hit Earth curvature and you start quote unquote diffracting, you don't just like, it's not the same as like diffracting around a hill or an omnidirectional radio beam hitting a tower and it just diffracts down and then, you can pick it up. Remember, this has to be a specific geometry. And what was measured was at 270 miles out, the equisignal of that beam was 450 to 500 yards, or I'm sorry, 600 yards wide, which is an impossible geometry to maintain if the Earth is a ball, because it would hit Earth curvature at 30 to 52 miles and it would ruin that geometry. It would be unusable. And if the radar beam followed a tangent to the sky, it would be there would be a deficit in altitude. It would put the beam at 38,000 feet over target where the beam was actually measured, and it would also put let's see, so that would create a deficit of 18,000 feet because we know the bomber's altitude, and since we know the bomber's altitude was 19,000 feet for all of these, and we have the distances where the beams were actually intercepted and measured for different attacks, we can calculate the angle between the radar system and the plane, and what you get is an angle that's less than half a degree for these distances, and that's also mutually exclusive to the Earth being a plane. Now, when you get into the documentary of this radar system, what you'll find is that R.V. Jones makes a reference to his prediction for the accuracy of the beam width over a target at 270 miles. And the accuracy of the estimate that he comes to is about half a mile, which is about 400 to 500 yards, which is the estimate that we got using plain trig. So there's no sphericity being calculated in this, and there's been no actual mechanism proposed in the historical narrative of this refraction or diffraction, because when you commit numbers to this, it doesn't work out in the way that it should. For globularity, like I said, you would have to extend the radius to 19,000 miles if you were going to invoke refraction for a line of sight measurement. I actually contacted one of the authors of the historical narrative titled Battle of the Beams, Tom Whipple, on Twitter, and he first asserted refraction, and then when I gave him the numbers and failure to cite any specific causal mechanism in his book and any other book I found for that matter, he changed to diffraction. And then when I asked him for the calculations that he swore existed that he once saw, he said, "Oh, well, you know what? Maybe it was just refraction." So he just switched it back after, arguing diffraction calculations. And then when you get into the historical narrative, right, there was a guy named Eckersley who presented calculations supposedly to argue how this would work on a globe, but he withdrew his calculations. And when you get into Eckersley's work, you'll find he has two publications out regarding omnidirectional sky propagation. So basically, not analogous to two overlapping radar beams making a coherent signal that a plane flies through for hundreds of miles based off of a specific geometry made by the equus signal. Um, and and the reason, because here's the thing, right? If his calculations accurately predicted that, it would have redefined radio propagation. It would have been hugely published. He would have won Nobel prizes. But the story is just brushed aside, where it's oh, Eckersley withdrew those, and then he was still super right though, or what? Let us know what happened. Give us some numbers. So you'll get varying degrees of answers, and you'll either get it not addressed, or you'll have the misinterpretation of omnidirectional propagation or sky propagation, which would put you off target based off of the geometry of the beams measured. I think that about covers the long and short of it.
Yeah, no, that's one of my favorite examples, because cool, dealing with surveying is all optics, but this right here, you eliminate all those different variables that could be applied to some of the values that they're coming up with, and this is just pure measurement and very controlled situations. So haven't really seen a response or anything to that specifically. Shout out to you, Alan. Appreciate that, bro. Wishing that guy would have stood around for a little bit to hear. Something tells me he wasn't really interested.
No, he got scared when I got talking, because at the end of the day, after he does those measurements, a topometrist puts those coordinates in the XYZ coordinate system. It's called Stereo 70. That is basically the topographic measurements that we use in construction, building stuff, and it's on a horizontal plane, on an infinite horizontal plane. Because if it wasn't, then we couldn't build your buildings, because we need foundations, and we need distances, and we need applicable math to use them. So that's why he disappeared.
Oh, Jesse, you had your hand up?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I had a question for Alan. What's your comments on how the Haversine formula allows 4 equidistant points on a sphere, but it doesn't allow, but this, 4 equidistant points is impossible on a flat Earth, and we use the Haversine formula on Earth and it works. So the Haversine formula says there are 4 equidistant places or points on Earth. How does that work out?
How do you think it doesn't on a flat Earth?
One sec, Chrissy.
That's basic geometry.
So the Haversine formula is in reference to the spherical coordinate system, the graticule that we were just discussing. So when you're computing distances on the graticule, you have to use something that computes spherical distances. So just because it's computing that as a spherical computation doesn't mean the distance is actually spherical. That's why I brought up the very distinct difference between the coordinate systems, because as I said, you can project that as a sphere, you can project it as an azimuthal, you can project it as a Mercator, and they all have different azimuthal preserving aspects to them, meaning how you navigate on them or use them as a tool. So for example, you can do equidistant lines on the azimuthal projection, but it's not going to look like perfect circles, because as you get further to the south, it's more distorted. So it'll be like ellipses, but they all represent the exact same thing, and they can all be used equally. So it's so determining the which one is the physically correct interpretation. That's why I brought up Battle of the Beams. So the Haversine formula is just a way to compute distances using a spherical coordinate system, and units of measurement are derived from that same spherical coordinate system. They're all fractions of terrestrial meridians, and the terrestrial meridian is the graticule. So, and it's in references to different positions of stars on the ground. So that's it.
Well, that didn't really answer my question, though. Are there 4 equidistant points on Earth like the Haversine formula says, or not?
If you're using a Haversine formula and you're using the graticule, you're going to get the correct output for whatever distance you need to.
No, I mean, I could give you 4 latitude, longitude coordinates that are equidistant, all equidistant, no two closer than any other two on Earth, right?
So, as I just stated, and this is why I don't talk to you because you're just dishonest and you never address the actual point. I'm not arguing against how you can calculate distances using the spherical coordinate system using the graticule. I'm arguing over the geometrical correct interpretation of it based off of measurement using radar and plane altitudes and very specific geometry of that radar that doesn't work on a curved interpretation of the graticule system that you're referring to, and using a formula that you think is mutually exclusive to a globe, but it's mutually exclusive to a spherical coordinate system, not a globe.
So are you saying that?
So one second. So you can go ahead and finish your thought, and then when I don't reply, that's why. Unless it's Battle of the Beams related, go ahead, continue.
So are you saying that there is a possible coordinate system that you could create and put onto a physical flat surface that would work with the Haversine formula and which would allow 4 equidistant points on that surface?
If that coordinate system is using a latitude and longitude, then yes, that's the entire purpose of it.
So that would allow you to have 4 equidistant points on a flat surface?
Sure would, buddy.
Where would the 4th point be? I mean, you can put 3 points in
May
a
I
triangle.
answer?
But where do you put the 4th point that it's equidistant to the first 3?
So remember when I said you're not going to address the actual point of what I was talking about and how I'm not arguing against computing distances and how I was going to suddenly turn into a ghost and let Chrissy take over for me?
Okay, so I just mentioned the Stereo 7T projection. That's how we build stuff. We can use the dots given to us by topometrist or GPS. The GPS coordinate system in AutoCAD is on a flat plane, and they're equidistant. It's just a mapping projection. You can project it on a sphere or on a flat surface, it's the same shit. If you give me those points and I put them in AutoCAD, you will find that on my flat working sheet, they're equidistant. Because that's how we make installations. Those are the studies that we use to map out where the sun is during the day so that you can have lighting in your house, like natural lighting, because it's obligatory to have 2 hours of natural lighting regardless of where you are on this earth. So, yes, we can. Yes, they do. That's how we build buildings.
So are you saying it is possible on a physical flat surface to have 4 equidistant points?
Yeah, I am actually saying that we're actually using that. It's called basic geometry.
Okay,
We're
so
actually using that to build you stuff. You know, the house that you live in?
wonderful. Well, I live in a 1973 single-wide mobile home. So it's basically just a straight line. Anyway, let's say I had 3 points, each an inch apart in a triangle. Where would I put the 4th point to be equidistant to the first 3?
The opposite, if you have an equidistant triangle, right? If you make a projection of it on the opposite side, you'll find a point that's equidistant to everything else. It's called a square. It's not rocket science.
So are you saying that the 4 points of a square are equidistant from each other?
No, it's a special kind of square. You can find it if you cut. It's a geometry problem. If you cut like a cube, you will find that perfect distance, that 4 points distance.
Yeah,
If you cut
hey
it
Jesse.
with an arbitrary plane, it doesn't need to be a special position plane. You can cut it with any other kind of plane.
Is the 4th point on the same surface that the first 3 is? That's
I
the
just
problem.
said that you can cut a cube with a plane. Do you know what a plane is in geometry? What is a
Yes.
plane? What is a plane? Let's discuss it differently. What is a plane in geometry? Define it, please.
All right, let me look it up here. Define plane.
Okay, look it up.
A flat surface. Oh, see, now you want, let me look in geometry. If you're going to quiz me, I'm going to cheat here. Okay.
To be
Flat.
fair, we shouldn't make fun of people for looking things up. Like at least he, to look it
Yeah,
up and
sure.
to continue the conversation. At least he's,
Yeah, sure, but
sometimes
the
you got to do
definition
that.
of a plane is like
Yeah, I got.
second grade.
A flat, two-dimensional surface that extends infinitely in all directions, having no thickness or edges. Essentially, it represents a perfect flat surface with only length and width, but no depth.
Perfect. So if I cut a cube with a plane, what do I cut it with?
The plane.
Okay, and what does it do?
You have two cubits?
No. What's the shape that's resulting?
Well, it depends on where you cut it and what angle you cut it at. But
No, I said an arbitrary, so any which angle you cut it. It's a geometry problem, and you
I
can
mean,
only solve it in like taking a compass and a square and solve it. And you'll see it gives you 4 points that are equidistant on every side.
But they're not.
It's a first level geometry problem for a first year architect student.
But the 4 points aren't on a surface. One of them is on a different plane from the first
No,
three.
they're on a plane. Do you understand the concept of a plane? You just defined it. They're on a plane. One plane. The plane on which I cut that cube.
Okay, I'm gonna just shoot you a DM and I'm gonna follow you for now, and I'll leave you a note, and maybe later you can show me an example, because I don't understand
I'm
why
going to school on Monday, and I'll send you a whole bunch of pictures of students actually making this problem because they need to pass.
I don't understand, Jesse. I don't understand how this has anything to do with what Alan was talking about. Could you correlate it for us?
Well, it has to do with understanding the mappability of Earth's surface, and part of that is the Haversine formula.
Yeah, but he was talking about the actual physical radio wave thing. Can you tie that in?
Was my question inappropriate? Should I ask it again a different time? I thought his presentation was done, and I thought it was okay for me to ask a question that I wanted to ask him.
Okay, so you're going on a totally. I thought because you said you had a question for Alan, so I thought you were tying it into what he was presenting. Okay, so you're just asking a random question. Got you.
No,
All right,
no,
my bad.
no,
My bad.
no. His question was on topic, right? Because I began the presentation with the preface of the graticule and how it was derived from the stars and the correct interpretation. And then he came and asked about how to derive distances on the graticule, which is done with the Haversine formula, right? So it is actually on point, but it doesn't have anything to do with addressing the battle of the beams, which is the deciding factor determining if the curvature derived to make the coordinate system is from our eyes or if it's from the physical Earth curvature. Because if it's from the physical Earth curvature, then the battle of the beams would be a very different story.
Thank you for tying it together.
Like the Haversine formula is like, it used to be like a mutually exclusive gotcha thing, but like there's nothing really behind it now, as we just went over like a physical measurement that decides the difference between the interpretations of the different map projections that the graticule can be used over. So like the mutual exclusivity, like deriving distances using the thing that's designed to derive distances on a spherical coordinate system, it's no longer a threat.
That was gonna be my question. Doesn't the Haversine formula require corrections for an oblate spheroid, technically?
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
So just so I'm understanding correctly, Chrissy and Alan, you're saying that yes, it is possible if we have the right coordinate system drawn onto a flat surface, that we can then use the Haversine formula, and we can on that surface, and we can have 4 equidistant points on that flat surface, right?
No,
If you're using a latitude and longitude coordinate system, yes.
on a flat surface?
Any projection that the latitude and longitude system goes to. So if you use a flat surface like an azimuthal equidistance, which is outward concentric rings, but it's still using the the actual latitude longitude, then yes, it's still valid. It's valid under any projection, all projections.
It's a good riddle because the southwest and the northeast points of the square require a hypotenuse of a triangle. So that is what our man is trying to trip everybody up on, is that on the perimeter of the square, yes, all of the points are equidistant, but if you make the diagonals over the middle, they are indeed a longer line.
Right, by the square root of 2.
Yeah, right? Pythagorean theorem. That was cute to trip these guys up on. But I still don't understand what that really does to the overall fact of the matter here. But that's cute.
Exactly.
If 4 equidistant points are possible on Earth, but are impossible on a flat plane, then that is a big issue for flat Earth.
Yeah, but that doesn't override what they used in World War II, bro. That's the whole point.
They use that same coordinate system to dial in their targets. So it's not mutually exclusive to a ball. Like using the Haversine formula is in reference to the coordinate system itself. Like you keep...
And it's elevation related, right? Like the ball, as you go away from any point on the ball, the rest of them are, lower, right? Because that point you're moving away from it. So, I mean, just because elevation wise can change that line, that distance, if one of the points are a little higher or lower, that still doesn't change the shape of anything.
Oh, you guys don't understand geometry. In geometry, it's not only about one plane. There are many planes. There are projections on the other planes. So yes, in you can create everything you see in an isometric projection, right? Then you have no 90 degrees angles, and you have equal distances. Do you understand that concept? Have you ever heard about it before?
Well, I mean, I'm aware, obviously, that you can have 4 equidistant points if they're across more than one plane, but see, the claim is not that flat Earth is multiple flat Earths at different angles. It's that it's one flat plane. So I'm trying to make 4 equidistant points fit on one flat plane.
It's simple. If you find the coordinates in stereo 17, you will find that they're on different planes because one is at one elevation and the other is at another elevation. Nothing is perfectly flat on Earth. Nothing except water, because that's why we use water references for topometry, right? Nothing else is perfectly level. So no 3 points are actually in one plane. No 4 points are actually in one plane, because even in a small area like the park outside my house, there's like 5 different levels of topometry. One is 85 centimeters at one point, and at the other point of the park is plus 74. And if I go further out in my city, I'll go even down. I'll get at 65. And if I go out to the outskirts, I'll go as high up as 1 meter above sea level. So there isn't on Earth 3 points on the same plane except on the oceans. And as far as I know, the oceans haven't been explored and fully mapped out. We don't know anything about the oceans, really. We only know about 10%. That's the official narrative dimension of how we mapped the ocean floor. And if you see how they map the ocean floor, they use radar radar only goes one direction, and if you see those mappings, you'll find them that they are just as stereo 70 as the measurements we take on Earth. So there is no 3 points perfectly aligned on the same plane on the face of the Earth. So you can't make 3 perfect measurements in anything and be perfectly equidistant on the same level, because you need to find the exact same spot where there's the exact same topometry to put your measurements in, and then figure out if it's a sphere or not. But no one has ever done that because that's redundant, since we already assume a flat and infinite plane to create buildings and roads and other shit.
So are you saying basically that on Earth, if I wanted to create 4 equidistant points, I would start with 3 at sea level, say 1,000 miles apart on each side, and then the 4th one would be on a tall tower about 700 miles tall in the middle?
No, I'm saying that you can't do that even at sea, because the sea moves. Have you ever heard of waves? There's nothing in the same plane in reality. In reality, it's not the same plane. Not even a concrete slab that's measured with the laser is perfectly level. There's always a 0.01.
I understand that, but
So
that's
so you can't use a Euclidean map, Euclidean math for reality. You can't. You literally can't. The only way we can use it is by doing this. We project the measurement points of altitude on a flat infinite plane to create everything you see. Every map of every city that an architect uses has those things on it. It has no GPS coordinates on it because we don't care about GPS. We don't. We care about elevation, ground composition, and an infinite plane that we work on. Do you
Yeah,
understand that concept?
his argument just doesn't really deal with the actual
Reality.
What happened in the war. It doesn't deal with that. So I don't even know why it's going on.
Because I'm trying to make him see that reality is more complex than a simple math equation. And usually we use 3D geometry instead of math equations. Why? Because you can make that intersection that I showed you using algebra, but it doesn't work because the points, the algebraic points, are actually flawed. So you actually need a compass and a square to build the problem I just said. So we have some students that cheat and find the cheat codes on the math pages, and they use it and they find the wrong points. So even math is wrong. That's why you need a compass and a square, and that's why the Masons use it too, because they know that's the only way you can map out reality in geometry. Whether if it's isometric or projections, that's how we do it. That's how everything was built. So, yeah.
I mean, I recognize that there's small, percentage of error. For example, when I use the Haversine formula on Earth, it's
So if there's error, why could it be error from another point, from another standpoint? If it's
well,
not perfect, why bring it up?
because
If it's
we're
not
talking
used, why bring it up? If we don't use it for anything, why bring it up?
because there's a difference between an error of say 0.1% and 500%. Do you see?
You think it's just 10%? You're naive. You're very naive.
Oh, the Haversine. You're saying that the Haversine formula has a high error when used on Earth?
Yeah, when used applied on Earth, yes, I'm sure it does. Because on Earth, we measure topometry on a flat plane. That's how the measurements are dealt in math, in tables. They're automatic. No one does anything to the tables. They're automatic. Do you
Well,
understand? So
well, I will.
if you use that math in AutoCAD to create the surface, you'll find that it's not gonna look the way you think it is. And it's not a small error, it's a big ass one.
I'll check on that because I actually measured the distance of 1 arc minute of longitude near me with my total station EDM rangefinder and a trundle wheel, and I took GPS recordings at the endpoint. So I can actually compare the Haberstein formula to an actual laser range finding.
You're comparing GPS to GPS. That's comparing apples and apples with
No.
themselves, not with I don't know, the floor that
Well,
you're sitting on.
the
Because you're sitting
GPS
on the floor, not on an apple.
the GPS gives latitude and longitude, which is what I need for the Haberstein formula. And then
I'm
I'm
telling
comparing.
you that you don't need just that. You can use Stereo 7T. Stereo 7T, the thing that we use in buildings and mappings, okay? And you can find those same exact spots and you can find their positioning on the XY plane.
But I'm
But
also
you need that information that you don't have, and you need to use it, which you don't understand because you can't even fathom that it can be an infinite plane.
Yeah, as was stated earlier, GPS is synchronized to the graticule coordinate system. So, like when she said you're comparing apples to apples, you know, she was pretty spot on. You're using the coordinate system and referencing the same coordinate system and confirming the correctness of the coordinate system.
Exactly. Thank you, Alan.
Which is why we took the conversation to the physical distinction with the planes and the radio beams, and this is why I'm, you know, turning into a ghost again and fading out. Spooky or whatever.
Well,
Thank you, Alan. You articulated it perfectly.
That's what I've been saying. This whole argument,
Yeah, it's just
while
full dog
entertaining,
shit, dude. Why
yeah,
never?
it really doesn't attack the problem presented. So
Yeah, he's well known for doing this. He'll just like never acknowledge it and keep it on some other thing and like act like he's like got the whole master point the whole time. And it's like, you know, we already went over the physical correctness of it.
No, but it's simple. It's called Stereo 7T. He can put anything in Stereo 7T that he finds online, like the map of New York City, and find his points on the stereo, and he can find the actual, exact, precise measurements of it. And he'll see that they don't, they're not equidistant. But I'm just, if he wants to, they're online. You can find it for every major city and you can do whatever. And you'll see that the GPS tells you that they're perfectly equidistant. But if you look at the map, they're not. And we use those maps to build those buildings, not the other way around. No one uses GPS for anything but mapping the sun's movement over this plane in a dome light setting. That's how we use. That's the only spot where we use GPS. We also use GPS in topometry to like give you the coordinates to find a plot of land, because you use GPS to move. That's why we use it. Before we didn't. We used postal codes, like numbers of streets. It just evolved like that.
So Jesse, just to advance this conversation, right before we get to the hands, can you at least steel man some of the challenges?
No, you steel man positions. You don't steel man challenges. What do you want me to steal?
The challenge would be the position. You're taking a position against what you're trying to argue and saying why it's irrelevant. So can you acknowledge what they're saying?
I couldn't get enough clarification on what they're saying to know exactly what they were saying.
That's probably why we've been going in circles.
Yeah, I try to seek clarification. I try to say, well, you know, yes or no, can I have 3 equidistant points on a plane? And we end up in a lecture about small imprecisions which are irrelevant to the discussion, or 3D shapes which aren't on a plane. You know, every time I tried to seek clarification for what their actual position was, it was a lecture about something I didn't ask. So I honestly don't know if they're saying that yes, you can, or no, you can't. So I don't know what to say about that. But I did want to say, if I could be allowed to finish a sentence I started earlier 4 times, I did measure the distance physically with one of those wheels that rolls that you push along. It has a little counter on it for my minute of longitude. And I measured that same distance with the laser rangefinder on my total station, which are both completely and utterly independent of GPS. So I just wanted to mention that. I was not comparing GPS to GPS.
Yeah. And as was stated earlier, which is why you won't acknowledge it, is all units of measurement are derived from the same coordinate system that you're referencing, which is also referenced by GPS. Which is why we were getting into the physical determination of the correct interpretation of the coordinate system that can be used on any projection, spherical, planar, conical, Mercator, whatever, dude. And that was, you know, the planes and the beams at the specific altitudes.
Yeah,
like,
Also, the
which he's not
intersections
dealing
with the
with again.
plane.
So
which like here's the thing, Jesse, you can either address that or you can pretend not to understand it again. And if you start to utter those words, I'm just going to swoop your mic out and we're going to move on and talk to other people because everyone's got their hands up. So Battle of the Beams, or come back, you know, at another time. And if you want to come back and discuss Battle of the Beams, you can get researched up on it and I'll have a full discussion with you about it. And I'm not going to turn you away on it. Right. Like, but anything other than short of discussing Battle of the Beams, like, see you laser, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Very clearly, I understand very clearly. Well, I did want to say about the radio stuff. Radio propagation is rather complex, and so that's why these basic topics like simple geometry are kind of foundational. You know, we could argue for days about the exact different possible modes of radio propagation, and most of the audience wouldn't even understand if we even understood. But something simple like 4 points on a plane, I think, is foundational. But thank you for the
You
invitation.
didn't know what a plane was. You have to look it up. For
No,
Christ's
I
sake.
didn't. I did know what it was.
All right. Very cool. So instead of addressing it, he just gaslit everyone. That's very psychotic.
Why do they run away from that so much? It's like, bro, we hear what you're saying. We're trying to test your claim. Here's an observation that's testing the claim. Let's address this Battle of the Beams. And I mean, the backflips around it, the side steps, the sliding, the hop, skipping, the jump. Nowhere near it, bro. That's unfortunate.
Somebody should get DC in here. He was very confident in thinking he could debunk Battle of the Beams.
Oh, for real? Hey, yo, DC, if you listening to the Anti-Flat Earth Fridays stream over there, pull up over here, bro. I know y'all listening, so send in somebody else.
Yeah, sidestepping is amazing, man. I was so excited when I heard the other guy talking. That's the only reason I chimed in. I thought, like, finally, we got somebody who's taking the measurements that don't rely on these specific things. And I tried to get to that earlier, but sidestepping was amazing. Finally, we got to it, and it's the same coordinate system. It's frustrating.
So I guess we could slide to Apocryphon, and then we could see if Super Straight want to chime in. But what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, Sacred and Proud and Alan and everybody else up here? Good to see you guys. Good stuff. Listening to it. I originally raised my hand because like it would have been better just to save you guys like 30 minutes, not talking to Jesse for that time, because just you know. Just earlier, I went to the Globe Gangsters Discord for like an hour, maybe more, arguing with the guys. They have a 35-year licensed surveyor over there. Worked in 11 countries. You know, he's like their hero, I guess, their champion. And and I said, okay, with all that behind you, right, your credentials. Is level curved? And he said, yes. I said, I don't need to talk to you no more. I've had enough. These guys are knuckleheads.
Aside from that, though, he was pretty cordial, I thought. He wasn't the worst.
Yeah. You're right. He wasn't. Yeah, you're right. I will give him that. Like, he was, pretty easy to talk to. Wasn't like some of the Globers we've come across in the past. Yeah. But it's just like after like talking like for an hour or something, I gotta go. Like, I was getting text messages and phone calls, and finally, but I'm like before I dipped out, I was like, look, is level curved? He's like, yes. I'm like, yeah, I've heard enough. And I think that's why like they keep going back. I'm glad you brought that up earlier too, Ellen, because that's what I was trying to tell them too that whole time is that you're dealing with the WGS 84 like coordinate system, like this mapping, and then you're going to take a distance away from it, and you're still going to use the same that same model. So it's already cooked in, formulated, calculated drop or creating a ball, and I think that's what like they're I don't know if they just can't get it, like the lights aren't on, I don't know what they're not getting about that. But then here comes Jesse, and Jesse was there. I know he heard the whole conversation, but he's still asking the same questions. That matter of fact, I have on my profile here on X. I talked to Jesse 2 nights ago or 2 days ago, like for a good 30 minutes, talking about how things are transferred physically as opposed to being just calculated mathematically. And when you physically transfer a level that's horizontal line, right? You transfer a benchmark to benchmark using theodolites, as Jesse has like 20 of them. Like if you transfer them, they're never going to curve away. You're going to disprove the NGS disk in the ground because their supposed elevation will never match your physical transferred line. But I'm just really glad you brought that up, Ellen, about the two. Like you're still using with GPS. They're like, oh no, I don't use GPS. Yeah, but you're still using an elevation profile that's established from that same model, like you were talking about. So I really appreciate you guys are bringing this up to wake up the masses. That's for sure.
Also, if we have Stereo 7T, we have another system. They just don't like people to know that.
Yeah, very true. Because it doesn't comport with theirs. That's why.
Yeah, but we build buildings on that one.
Right. Yeah. You're right. Everything is just all X, Y. Like I tell them over and over and over. Like, look, everything we build is plumb level square. You cannot take a square and then just arc it over a curve for as long and what I mean by that is like everything in a whole entire city, everything that's horizontal to each other. Yeah, different elevations, of course. This building over here is higher because the topography of the ground went up. Like you were saying earlier, I heard you saying, like even in the backyard of the park, like yeah, there's 4 different elevation profiles even in a park. Like how many do you think there are across a city? But the thing that they all have in common is like if you were to look at it from like a side view, like looking at a city from the side view, you'll just see a bunch of dashes if you were to mark all their elevations as a profile.
Exactly.
And they're
That's
all
exactly how it
parallel.
looks like.
Exactly. And they cannot grasp that. Their brain just won't let that sink in. Like it just will not. They can't help themselves but think all these horizontals are bending away from each other because it's a globe Earth. Like no, that's no longer horizontal. That's no longer level. But yeah.
Also, I never heard of a topometrist in my life, and I've been working for 20 years too. If we're gonna battle the credentials, right? So I've been working as an architect for 20 years, right? I've never met a topometrist that doesn't admit that the coordinates in AutoCAD are parallel on an infinite plane.
Yeah, you're right.
I never met one. I worked with them. On the daily, I did big parks in Bucharest. I can give you the coordinates for the whole of Bucharest, and you'll see it's flat as a pancake.
Right. Every line transferred, even if you have a deviation, a change in elevation, it's still going to be parallel, and you're just continuing that straight line, that level line, flat. Yeah, but they don't get that. It's sad. But I appreciate you guys letting me up here. I just wanted to throw that out there, and good work, good job, and thank you for letting me talk. I'll let David MS has his hand up, so I'll jump down. Appreciate it, guys.
Appreciate you, man. No, definitely. Feel free to come join them Flat Earth Fridays any week, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. Thanks you.
Yeah, I love
Appreciate
you
it.
having here.
All right, thank you.
Oh, appreciate the compliment.
Word up. Thank you. Alan. I'm trying to figure out how to drop. Sorry. Can you guys drop me? I don't know how to do it. I'm stupid. Okay.
But yeah, they get us every time with the graticule, man. And they talk about the AE map and they're like, the flat earth map versus the globe map. And it's like, well, hold on a second. What coordinate system is overlaid on all these maps? Oh, it's the graticule. It's the coordinate system. It's not about the map projection. It's about the coordinate system. That's the importance. There's no flat Earth map. There's the coordinate system, and there's how you use it to derive distances on it. So that was the that was the key important lesson of tonight, and that's what we were getting at. Before Shane went to bed, since he works like a 40-hour week, so he went to bed early, but he'll definitely be up in the morning to do his presentation on maps and coordinate systems and celestial projections and and all of that, to get more into detail with it. But what all these models have in common, right? The Gleason interpretation of flat Earth, the concave Earth, and the globe. What they all have in common is the graticule, which is positions of the stars in relation to positions on the ground. Like all
And
the
they don't understand that if the sky is curved and the land is flat, you'll get the same effect. If you try to measure from ground to star.
Yeah,
They don't understand geometry. It's basic geometry.
Yeah, that's precisely it. So when you get into the mapping of the hemispheres and how that relates to limits of your vision, if you take those two coordinate systems and impose them on each other with a fundamental plane, like Chrissy was talking about, she referenced an infinite plane, an infinite plane earlier. That's called the fundamental plane in celestial navigation. So if you think of the celestial sphere, if you think of like a line that goes through the equator there, that would be the infinite plane, right? So in the north, you would map everything in that hemispherical dome, and that would be a positive coordinate system. And then everything in the south that you would see in your limited vision throughout the night, and you would map that to the negative coordinate system. And when you impose that, that would make what a sphere, right? That's the spherical coordinate system. And then from that, you could use different projections like the azimuthal, the Mercator, etc., all representing the same thing. They just told everyone that instead of the curvature of your eye, it's the ground that's curved. I mean, think about how crazy it is to take the position that street lights, will curve or appear to recede into the horizon, right? Even though they're flat and level, but the stars, the stars come in from gazillions of light years away, parallel lines. It's like, oh, okay, my bad, and they can only deflect at 69 miles per degree. And it's like, oh, okay, my bad. I didn't know that was, how the sky works. You have to interpret it through physical Earth curvature, as in you're tilted away from it, right? Like that's the implication of what they're saying for the mutual exclusivity, whereas we're just saying that's a function of your eye relative to latitude, which would correspond to, moving away from like the physical location of where you could use the stars to calculate distances and references to, if you were to like assume at like a 90-degree zenith at that star's location, which they would call that the GP. So when you do that, you're just referencing the same coordinate system.
Also, they don't understand that if a surface is curving above, it doesn't mean that the surface underneath is curving below. And attributing points, like connecting dots, 3D, connecting dots, right? A dot from the ground and two dots from the sky, like the stars, right? Because that's how we used navigations we used for navigation in the old days. If you do that, the measurements, distances, and the optics of it is different. So you get, in order to have a mathematical response to this discrepancy, you need to wrap the infinite plane on a ball so you can have Euclidean distances, but in reality you don't. That's why we don't use it to build buildings. We use the Stereo 70. We actually go against our optics in architecture, and we study 2D and 3D as projections on perfectly infinite planes, because that's how reality works. We see in perspective, but reality is perfectly parallel. You understand? That's why we study both perspective and geometry.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Fix your mic. Thanks, Chrissy. Appreciate you, Alan. Let's let David go real quick. Got a
I
little
don't think I could
soundboard.
hear her super.
That mic sounded crazy.
Hey, yeah, I do have to leave shortly, and I know it's off topic, and this is probably a little louder, but so Buzz Aldrin endorsed Trump very recently. I don't know if anybody else saw that, but that's kind of a big deal for us because remember, Buzz Aldrin's on the record saying, no, you saw an animation. So it's very interesting for a guy who was part of the initial proof of the initial painting that everybody saw from the moon and said they live on on the ball, right? So for him to endorse Trump is a very big deal. That's a huge deal for us because that's a guy that was in on it. He's not on record making all these weird statements and never swearing on a Bible that he ever went to the moon. This is a guy that knows better, and for him to endorse Trump now, I know a lot of people, it's very easy to say, it's all bad and they're all controlled and blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't believe that is the case. Sometimes all you have is very difficult decisions and very, bad outcomes and worse outcomes. So, when it comes to what we talk about here, if this was like almost 10 years ago, next year, 2025, will be 10 years for me to be talking about it and how very different my life changed. But there's no way that you could get the presidency or, be Elon Musk and say that the earth is flat. You'd be laughed out of the room. So I do think that for anybody in the United States, if you can vote for a return to return President Trump to office, that is a very important thing to do. And for Buzz Aldrin, who was part of the original Globe narrative of the big military rollout back in the 60s, at the beginning of it, for him to come out and support Trump now is such a big deal. That is such a big deal. But we had this, the reason why I'm able to stay awake and be up tonight, we had this pour, so the architect, so right now one of my many talents is driving big stuff around, so I'm in a ready-mix truck, and we pumped a bunch of concrete into a bridge for a bridge repair, but that's done now. And I'm back in the yard, ready to do the last bit of wrapping this up right now. But yeah, what a great show tonight. Proud and sacred for you two to have been doing this for better than a year now. That's really incredible work, and what a great group of people that show up here regularly every Friday and into the stationary Saturdays, which is great. You guys are really knocking it out of the park. But and Alan too, that was really super. So yeah, thank you for always giving me 15 minutes, so to speak. And yeah, I'll turn it back over. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, no doubt. Some interesting points there. I think there's some requests. Let's see if we can rotate. Is Super fix his mic or not?
Oh no, still super bad, brother.
I cannot hear him. You might need to drop and come down too.
Lucky you. Super, we're gonna try to rotate you back up. I don't know if that's what we need to do, but yeah, bro. About ethereal wind, where you at? Super, try coming back up. If you can hear me.
Who we still got in here?
Did Liliana get a chance to speak earlier? Or did that happen when my computer disconnected? Or I know she was trying to get in. And I think my boy Eli was trying to. Is he still here? Yeah.
She did jump in. Yeah, earlier. I think it was around the time you crashed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did want to hear from Eli. What you say, bro? My bad.
We still got a full house. What Eli? I don't see an Eli.
Hold on, I'm seeing if I can get him on now. He's still up.
It was already stationary Saturdays.
Dude, it snuck up on us.
For me, it's always stationary Saturdays because you start when it's bedtime here.
Super, can we get a mic check?
Oh no.
Oh my god.
That's awful.
For the love of God.
Told you was lucky.
Yo, that feels equivalent to being pushed out an airplane. What is going on over there? Is he okay? Oh, are you driving with the windows down?
He got caught in the ether winds.
That drift. No, I don't hear anything.
Okay, I was just gonna ask Alan, like, once I do my measurements, I was thinking about sharing them with somebody in the globe Earth community and then in the flat Earth community just to see if, like, they're doing their math different. I don't know. I know they're using, like,
Yeah.
planar math.
No,
They
I
probably
would.
should be using spherical geometry, but whatever. It's a different conversation.
Yeah,
It's
I
in my
would
opinion, but
Yeah, I would recommend sending them to Ruhif, and then if you then like sending them to Stone, get some compare and contrast.
Ruhif? You mean
He goes by
Mordor?
no, he goes by something Weasel on here or something Ferret.
Bruce Ferret.
Yeah, there you go, Bruce Ferret.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, he's usually regarded as a pretty good authority in the globular community when it comes to measurement and reciprocal zennies and whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah, Alan says something Weasel.
No, there's a guy named Tapioca Weasel. Shout out to you, boy Tapioca. And then there's a guy named Bruce Ferret. And I was like, it's a Ferret Weasel. They're all the same. Bruce Tapioca. I don't know.
I can't wait to clip up Brenda saying we see the sun and the stars behind the sun at nighttime. That truly is hilarious. Is Super talking?
Well, during an eclipse they do, or whatever, right? Like that's the only time, but that doesn't have any mutual exclusivity over anything. That doesn't like.
I've never seen the stars during an eclipse.
Yeah, so like those observations that they made with Eddington and the boys and stuff, that's the only time you can see stars is during the eclipse like that.
Eddington.
Oh,
Okay, I can write that down.
we can actually hear you now, but it's not better. There's a lot of tearing.
Like Morse code.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a water.
Is the wood too loud or too soft?
Whoa.
Both.
Both. What does it mean?
We hear like buzzing when you're speaking.
I hear the whispers.
Bro, it sounds terrible.
What is going on?
What is he, static for Halloween?
Just disconnect anything connected to your phone. Or PC.
Sorry.
It's okay. I heard the start. Okay, let's let Brock chime in. We'll give you another second. Oh, okay. Come back.
I had a question for Proud.
Hey.
Didn't a while back, didn't we have a pilot on the show and weren't you trying to get your pilot's license?
It's definitely on the bucket list. I was actually thinking about what Fisher said earlier, Bobo said earlier. He wanted to join the Air Force. I didn't always want to join the Air Force, but I was thinking if I joined the Air Force, I could get my pilot's license and like go back to school for physics, kind of kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, it seemed like he was like gung ho on going to the stars, completely jumping over all the hoops that it took to get there, in my opinion. But like once you get it seems like everyone that wants to fly always goes into the military. So I would consider people to try to think of like the private aviation. I was looking at helicopters not too long ago, and they go from like anywhere from like 18,000, which is like a VW engine in the back of a plane, with a little bubble, or a helicopter. And then there's like commercial ones where you can pick people up that are like 100,000 plus. And I don't know. I was just thinking about if you could make money off the tours, flying people around with it, and just having your own strip and license. Is it different, the helicopter license? Well, obviously it is, I'm sure, but I was kind of curious about that and what you were going for. If you're going for a straight flight license or
So I hadn't put, I feel, as much thought as Bogo had into it because like you can get your license here, without having to enlist and all that. But that's why I was kind of like hesitant about doing it myself versus like going actually into the military like with a projected plan, because when I was thinking of it, I was thinking Air Force. I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking about flying those fighter jets or those super fast jets where they're always talking about accounting for curve. Like that's kind of where my mind went immediately. But just the ability to fly, a license to fly, to get to know the airways in a way and what our limits are when we're flying and where they really do hop on the radio and say, hey, like you're not supposed to be over here. These are restricted airways. Like I think, yeah, I would just love to be a part of that, of course.
I appreciate that answer. Yeah, it's just like I just think when you go into the military, it's like everything kind of the flat earthers are kind of going against, where it's like don't get into the government because then you're compart. You gotta not say anything about your missions, and you're gonna be told to do something um, that's not necessarily exploration. You know.
Right. Sometimes I war with that, because like they say to like break down something, you have to do it from within. Like you have to have somebody within the foundation. And like even if it's not me, I would definitely like to find those connections within the foundation that want to tear it down. Remember when Taylor had the guy who contracts with NASA and he was talking about how they build rockets at work, talking about flat Earth? Like it starts within the actual organization. So even though I don't necessarily want to be affiliated or attached to this government for sure, like I don't know, there's a part of me that understands like seeing from the inside, seeing the technology that's not available to the masses, seeing what's behind, those closed doors.
Yeah, they got the goods. They got the stuff you want to fly.
Right.
Have you considered helicopters though?
Yikes. After Kobe, nah.
After Kobe, oh man, we're going there.
Nah. I feel like I've been in a helicopter, but I can't remember why. I just have this strange feeling of unease. Maybe it was like a twin pilot plane. It was something that just reminded me of like danger. So I don't really know if I like it as much as I want to, but
Does like any of the level heads, like I know we have pilots in here. Does any of the level heads own like private aircraft? Like I don't want to dox anybody, but it's like like I said, the helicopters are a lot cheaper than like getting a small aircraft. So
that's a good question. I wonder if we could pull some level head pilots together and go on our own exploration trip. I want somebody with a boat. That's what we need to invest in, guys. You know what we need to invest in? We need to invest in a warship, a warship that we could buy from somebody and take wherever we need to go. And then we
I
need
got
some
a
type of
bass
like
boat, but I don't think that'll do.
we can work on the torpedoes, but like I want to be covered in all places. If we could do land, air, water, that would be fire. Hey, new perspective. Hey, Eli.
Hey, yeah, heard you talking about helicopters and planes. I thought I might come in and say, hey, what's up?
Do you have a private plane stored away in your garage?
Oh yeah,
Twice.
you know it. Actually, helicopters are supposed to be. I don't know. There was a friend of mine who has a friend that worked as a helicopter assistant. And anyway, there was something about her pregnancy that they were worried about with her being in the helicopter a lot. Maybe some kind of like magnetic radiation or something like that. They thought it might affect her pregnancy or her ability to get pregnant, from what I remember.
They tell women not to fly after a certain trimester.
Yeah.
But I thought that was just because they didn't want to have to deliver or emergency land.
I think that being in a plane or a helicopter for an extended period of time might affect your system in general, especially for women. In that capacity, I don't know. You have to look into it, but I think there is something. Yeah, I remember looking it up, and there are some hazards there for sure. But yeah, you should get your pilot's license and just be like that. The guy that debated McToon, that's a pilot instructor, and then they try to get him fired. And McToon called up again to talk to the FAA to try to get him fired. Couldn't, and the FAA called him the first time and was like, "Well, you could say whatever you want. You could think whatever you want as long as you're going by the manual to instruct the students." He's like, "Great, there's nothing in the manual that talks about curvature or rotation or any of that. So all good." And I guess McToon followed up on it and tried to make sure he was reprimanded or fired or whatever. And so he called back in and was talking about how he didn't know if it was McToon or one of his cronies the first time, but the second time he knew it was McToon.
This was recently?
I'll post the recording I made of it.
Excuse me, is he speaking? Because I can't hear and I need to know if I need to drop out.
Yeah, if Libra, if you're talking, I don't think me and Chrissy can hear you. Or you two, new perspective. If you were still talking.
Mike just cut out.
Yeah, I would definitely like
So
to
is
see
this
that
us?
because no, I think it was him. I definitely kind of want to chop that up too, new perspective, because they always scream how flat earthers can't be surveyors, flat earthers can't be pilots, like all these jobs and occupations that we wouldn't be able to do because we wouldn't be able to pretend we believe in the globe. And it's like, yo, we sit up here and we explain it all the time. So we do. And then when you find out that we are in these positions, you call to get us fired like crazy.
They're just psychopaths. No normal person would ever do that for someone that has a different view. Like, that's not normal behavior. That's communist behavior. That's how communist informants rose up in society circa 1947. That's just disgusting and abhorrent. And right now, they go to jail in my country, those informants.
Yo, if I knew they was gonna send some survey over here, I would have brought the flat earther surveyors. There's a few of them that we know.
Of course, they know it's flat. They work in Stereo 70, right?
Seemed like we lost. What's his name? I was talking.
Anyways, what's up, fellas?
I need to bounce for like an hour. Bye, guys. See you later.
All good later, Chrissy. Eli, what up, man? Good to see you again.
Oh, not too much. Alan asked me to come by. Let's just see on what's up.
Yeah, we were trying to rotate you up earlier. We had like a hell of a lot of requests. My bad.
Uh, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, there's not a lot that I can argue with what he's saying. Like he's arguing straight out of the book. Like so there's and what it comes down to is we'd have to make you get out there and you make observations, and then you have to ask them like when you're surveying that how much missing height versus what's your expected missing height. And then, of course, they got their refractive values. And, he wants to say, your standard refraction is 14% by the book. It's 14%. It's not 2% of 14%, which is something that he said. It's by the book, it's 14%. And so then you have to ask, what does the refractive value get up to on these super long range observations? And then what is your because survey is anomalous, right? It just absolutely is. I can even point that to you in the book, which is something that they say that GPS corrects is the anomalies that would appear in survey. And so with survey being anomalous, they'll invoke that it's not a perfect sphere. It's a spheroid, it's a geoid, yada yada yada. But if you look at the value, like if you assume flat, right, and you remove refractive indexes, and you looked at the value of error as increasing, your increasing error is almost proportional to your missing heights, and that's always been something that interested me. But at the end of the day, I mean, he's arguing out of the book, and I've always maintained that I don't think survey is for or against. He argues obviously 100% this for, and that's why most of your surveyors are going to. But everything that they do is mathematical transforms. I mean, we don't even have when they supposedly surveyed Mount Everest, we don't have the heights that they measured. We have the heights that they transformed to. And so at the end of the day, you had to ask the question, what were the surveyed heights that they were getting, and then versus their distances, because everything's a transform, and then they transform over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and then they generalize the height after all of their surveys. But it's not an easy thing to cover by any means. I've always said from the very beginning, there's better subjects to cover, and Alan trying to go into them. Battle of the Beams, long wave, long distance microwave transmissions, things of that nature. They interest me far more than survey does. Survey is a matter of low level light, the visible light spectrum, which is highly distorted. We know that it's highly distorted, but that's what survey is completely based off of, right? Because it's visual. And I just don't like it as the main argument. But that's what they want to go to every time is like the low level visual, but they avoid completely the higher order of conversation, in my opinion, which would be the satellite stuff, the time dilation, all that shit gets interesting. That's more interesting to me than survey, in my opinion, 100%. But if he measured the curve, he measured the curve. Good for him. I don't believe it. Please tell me I'm still connected and y'all heard that.
Yeah, no, we heard you, Eli. Eli work with these instruments all the time, y'all, just in case you didn't know. So
yeah, well, as he so pompously pouring it out. I love the way he say that the lower order of survey construction mainly. I don't do geodesic. I understand geodesic. I have the book on it, but it's not what I do. So, he would definitely be. He would bring that up, of course, and I'm not going to lie about it.
yeah, no, definitely would have been nice to get like a little back and forth being that you're kind of in the field with it, even though you're in two different parts of the field. But yeah, maybe he'll be back.
Well, I was expecting him earlier in the day. Of course, y'all waited until like 1 o'clock in the morning to let me know that he was in there, and my brain ain't as sharp at 1 o'clock in the morning as it is at 7 o'clock in the evening, which is when I was ready for him.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you. Eli, the instruments that you use, do they have like limitations on the ranges?
I mean, we limit our ranges for the value of accuracy. Like if I'm going to set a turbine, I'm doing a 4-foot shot, which means my machine is right next to my shots, and then my reference points is maybe 20, 30 feet away. So everything is as near as possible just to get as accurate as humanly possible.
Yeah, that's the point that Taylor was making earlier. That most of the time there's a bunch of closer measurements or observations made for accuracy.
Yeah. The biggest thing is that they transform the curve. They don't visually see the curve. They assume that based on without any consideration of light, light's fucking crazy, right? So you understand that you don't see this the mountain, right? You see the light coming off of the mountain, right? So the light comes from a source, and then it bounces back to you from multiple sources. And so the question is, what happens to that light as it travels, 7,500 miles or more, and all the while you've got light bouncing off of 10 billion other sources that are closer to you than the source that you're trying to view. Like that's what I've always considered ever since getting into this conversation years ago, which I never even thought about. I used to do the survey and just I didn't question it. I was like, oh, hey, cool, whatever, for the longest time. And then one day, somebody was pointing something out, not about survey at all. It wasn't survey that got me interested. Hell, if I even remember what it is for the most part. But I started thinking about that. I was like, what actually happens, considering we don't actually see an object, we only see the light that comes off of that object. And you've got, billions of objects in the way. They're all sending a reflection to you, or not a reflection, but whatever, refraction. I don't know what word to use. So what happens to that light as it all bounces through the atmosphere, the gases, the dust, the water, et cetera, et cetera? It just gets interesting. I don't believe that long-wave survey is sufficient. Like I said, there's more interesting shit, Battle of the Beams is one. The long-wave microwave transmissions that, Widget loves to talk about. Those are far more interesting subjects for flat Earth evidence than survey. Survey is a bunch of mathematical transforms and assumptions.
Bro,
that's how we got here.
Agree.
That's how we got here, right? 100%. That's how we got here, right? A bunch of assumptions and a bunch of transforms, all based off of visual survey.
Yo, I just got back. Welcome, Eli.
Does anybody know when they mapped the United States versus when they mapped the 60-year long version in the Himalayas or whatever it was?
So they've never really finished mapping. I mean, mapping is still going on. They just updated their methods to the point where now it's I think the system is called HARN, but it's a GPS system. Alan can tell you more about it now. That's a completely different order of topic than what I would normally talk about.
Somebody was saying earlier, right? They were saying it took 60 years, but to actually map just
Oh,
the Himalayas, they didn't it determined it, a time period. But at what time period did they map the United States, and how long did it take to map the entire United States? Was it about 60 years?
not sure. You can look it up in the Arc of the Parallel, though. That's what it'll be under. If you go to mctune.net/se, you can download the Arc of the Parallel books, and it'll be in one of those. But
I don't know the answer. I'm just
no,
curious
I
if
don't. No,
anybody knows.
I don't either. But that's where you could get it. I'll look it up. I'll look it up in a second, see if it's there. But I wanted to talk about the GPS orbits, right, and the circumpolar orbits. So, can you mute for a second, Eli? Your mic's giving a little bit of feedback.
Yeah.
So I put it up in the pin tweet, and these orbits, right? I put an example of what it would look like in a from a globe. It'll look a specific way from the projection when you transform it. And when you transform the orbits that they actually give us, right, you'll see when they hit the outer edges, they always come out. They do like big loops and come back in. They do big figure eights. That's all they do. So they do this fractal geometry pattern that's mutually exclusive to a plane. And as I was talking about earlier, for the quote unquote gravitational potential correction difference between the satellite so-called orbit and the ground, they say that it's, they just make a uniform correction, meaning it's like equipotential, like if it's between a flat surface with a linear gradient, rather than like the GSW86 map, where when you look at it, you'll see it's like, red and blue gradients of gravitational potential differences. If that were the case, these orbits would look completely different, and they don't. So and you can scroll down and look through them. I have what they show on the Mercator projection, and then what it looks like over an azimuthal projection, and you'll see it's just big figure eights every time. And then there was a couple of these are circumpolar navigation, where they're like, oh, okay, we went what was like the Pan Am one or whatever. None of these things, when you show it on an azimuthal projection, comport to what it would look like if somebody went over the North Pole and came around a ball. So their orbital patterns are mutually exclusive to a flat Earth, whatever they are, and by whatever mechanism their propulsion works. Like, that orbital pattern is showing is only coming out on a specific projection, right? It's not showing the globular prediction. Was my mic working, or did you guys hear that? Oh no.
Yeah, we heard you. Sorry to be done.
Oh, okay. Whew.
Yeah, my bad. I was just clicked into what I was looking at the images. So they're in the jumbo guys. If you want to take a look, Alan posted it. It says satellite orbits. I was taking a look at the images. My bad. It's like the flower of life. These figure eights.
Looks very expressive to toroidal geometry.
Satellites caught in the ether wind, huh?
How dare you?
Alan was like, do you want me to go over the refutations to some of the things you said? The surveyor was like, nope. I'll see you guys later.
Hey, but to be fair, he had been here for a while. So, you know, it is getting late. But hopefully he comes back, man. Like I said, he was pretty cordial in comparison to how it could have been, you know.
That is true. We do appreciate the civility whenever we can get it.
Who you guys talking about? The younger guy?
The surveyor lad that came in, I think his name was Billy Shue.
Not Jesse.
No, not that guy.
Definitely not that guy. Well, he was pretty civil too. He just ignores everything.
Always civil, just very smarmy.
Oh, how about Brenda? Like, are you guys gonna be ready? Like we're as bordering on manic as they are with like, the ego they have invested in. I guess they're impossible. It's just wow. I mean, and it's the same old. She brings out another worn out red herring. Why can't I see this? I mean, is it total cognitive or is it bullshit? Like, I mean, help me out here. Yikes. And you even said it to her, say like, why should we see that? Like, I mean, I've seen at certain times of the day or the afternoon, once in a while, you see stars during the daytime, but that's just because there's little lights in the firmament. Even if they weren't, like, what does that have to do with anything? It just mystifies me. Here, now, Sparkane, according to Sparkane, there are no vanishing points in nature. He said that in the chat today.
Yikes.
Yeah, I don't know if that's where she got it. No vanishing points. Like, are you kidding me? And I responded with a gift. Like, that's the moment Sparkane snapped. And twice he said it too. Twice he posted it. There's no vanishing points in nature at all.
Anti-flare's glitching.
That's a serious glitch. That's snapped.
Oh, they're probably all hanging out in their own little space because old surveyor came in here and he's like, "Oh, we really schooled those guys," and they're having a big old circuit jerk about it, because he really just kind of reiterated everything that's in the book. Like, if you read the book word for word, like, that's all he's doing. It still transforms yes, and I've said this 1,000 times. We know this as things get further in the distance, they appear to drop. This is a fact that you can't run away from. They don't drop as much as they're supposed to. There's times where we can make observations farther than we're supposed to. They invoke refraction every time. You know what I mean? But it's still the book. Like, that's all he's doing. Like, yay, a guy who came in here and he does geodesic survey quoted the book to us. Okay, I have the book. You can read the book. You want the book? I'll give you the book freely.
I don't see how you could school anybody if you can't even steel man their position. You would have to be able to fully articulate and refute the premise. And then if we ask, hey, can you steel man what we said? No. Can't claim no W's on that point, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, so their position, makes the assumption that light travels forever. Their position makes the assumption that there's nothing in between the Earth and the Sun, that it's a vacuum, and that light travels, um, way faster. They got all kinds of. I mean, it gets pretty deep as far as what all they say happens for all of their assumptions. Um, but we really don't. I mean, I don't know. Does light really travel forever? Do we have any evidence of that other than what they say? Because I know that you can go down in a even in a clear body of water, and at 100 feet in a clear body of water, the clearest body of water on the Earth, and it's going to be a lot darker. So what happens when you get a mile down? There's no water, or there's no light, right? You go to the Caribbean, where the water is clear as day, and you can dive down 80 feet, and you can see the bottom. You see all the fish. I've been to the Bahamas. It's beautiful, but you go out a little bit, the water didn't change color. It's still clear, but the shelf drops off and it goes down, to a few thousand feet deep, and it gets dark, right? So how thick is our atmos, and how far does this light really travel? Those are questions that I have, and the things that I've given consideration to over the years, over time. But like I said,
Well,
visual
they'll jump back
survey
to
ain't.
something. They'll jump back to something and pretend it hasn't been debunked. Like Brenda, like, oh, there's no limit to our vision. There's air density, there's pollution, and it just doesn't shine forever. But we've explained this to them dozens of times. It's insane.
The eyeball is just a receiver. So I mean, saying the limit of your vision is literally inside your head. It's just a receiver
somewhere.
So
Yeah.
it's 100% dependent on the information that makes it to you. What's the teardrop for?
Oh, it sounded like you guys kind of like cut out abruptly.
Oh no, I wasn't speaking. Who was talking about helicopters before? My mic was screwing up badly. Yeah, I was in love with helicopters for a while. I still might into doing that. And I believe global warming would have the water levels rising, so in the future, there would only be able to fly choppers around and ferry supplies and people around.
Yeah, I was asking about it earlier. Is it a different license? Like, obviously, I appear it is than from flying, but is it easier, harder, not as hard?
Well, there's a cyclic and a collective. I heard someone said if a regular pilot flying a plane could have someone understanding a chopper within a few minutes, within a little while, So I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I would probably think it's got to be some difference, but I don't know. But yeah, choppers. They use so much fuel though. I hear.
I don't know, but I went shopping for them, and seeing one for around a car's price is very tempting when I have the
Really?
space
Wow.
to put it out
Really?
there. Yeah.
What
You know,
kind?
the interesting part is I've been running down this story of the chopper landing on Mount Everest, and no matter how many times I search it, I can't ever find a reading for the altimeter ever.
Wow. Why would you even want to try to do that? Land a chopper on Mount Everest. I know it
Well, the
sounds like
reading would,
bunko to me.
well, the reading would be the height of Mount Everest. Why would you need the chopper's altitude reading?
Why not?
Make sense? Why would you need to see it? It's the height of Mount Everest. Why would anyone take a picture of the altitude reading of a helicopter? Like, it's the top of Mount Everest, so the height of Mount Everest is going to be the altitude reading. Yes?
That would be part of the whole project. It would, you know, why wouldn't they use a reading? That'd be part of the story.
They would have a reading, you know what I mean? But why, like you said, you want to see a picture of the altitude reading in the helicopter, right? Why would that guy in the helicopter need to take a picture of his altitude reading, right? When he's at the top of Mount Everest, when everyone knows the height of Mount Everest, like it's been, like, yeah.
Maybe because they're constantly updating its height, you know, so that would be pretty
Are
kind
they
of
really?
like to toss into the pool. It just seems like it'd be interesting to get the altimeter reading from, you know, the helicopter that supposedly, or not supposedly, the helicopter that landed on the peak. Like, what was his altimeter reading, right? I mean, those things are calibrated for sea level. So,
So,
what was that reading?
what are the height differences that's changed? Like, it's always been one height as far as I know since I was at school. I know it's never changed since then. Why would the height be changing? Or
Oh,
why has it has changed? And
volcanic activity. Most mountains are always pushing up and shedding, like the stuff that comes off the side. It'll land like a sonic boom in the valley because it's constantly pushing upwards. Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Hatter,
Everyone's contemplating.
welcome to Stationary Saturdays / Flatter Fridays, Hatter. What's your best proof or evidence the Earth is a globe in motion?
I don't want to get into that topic at the moment. I'm just hoping to go along with what we're talking about at the moment. But I'll make my view later on. So I'm just getting the feel of the space at the moment, and I'll get into that sort of later. If that's okay with you, buddy.
I mean, that's what we're here to talk about. So I don't really understand, but you want to talk about what exactly?
Nothing at the moment. I'm just here to just to have a chat at the moment. I don't want to get in any conflict at the moment, but yeah, we're talking about height of Mount Everest, so I'll just keep on that topic at the moment.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the height of Mount Everest. Unless you're claiming that that is like some exclusive evidence for a globe in motion, and we could talk about it.
A globe. What's a globe? What's a globe in motion? What do you call a globe in motion? Explain that to me, buddy.
Oh, this guy's just being hostile.
How am I being hostile?
Spinning 1,000 miles. Spinning around 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, going around the sun at whatever ridiculous speed, supposedly, chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour, that kind of thing.
I'm not a scientist, buddy. So yeah.
I just saw that you had like a bunch of links like debunking flat Earth. Didn't click into
I didn't.
any of them, so I was just asking you directly, like if you had like any premise for some exclusive evidence for a globe in motion, like your oblate spheroid.
Oh, no way. Like I said, I was what's your interpretation of why a globe isn't thing? What's your main thing about it? Oh, gravity's one thing. Gravity, what goes up must come down. I've heard last night in space, heard of concave Earth. Concave Earth. So you've got a concave Earth and a flat Earth. So
Well, we're in a level and stationary environment, and things still fall down. We still have quote gravity. So
there's no such thing as a concave Earth on your part of Earth?
well, I haven't been in those conversations lately, but last time it was, they were describing something that we just don't see. You know, I think it's more of an anti-flat Earth thing.
Concave Earth is a different interpretation of
But
reality.
concave Earthers were once flat Earthers, right? So they've branched off. So now you've got two branches. You got the flat
Well,
Earth
were they
and the concave
flat
Earth.
Earthers or were they flat?
No, some concave
Once you're
Earthers.
flat, you never go back.
Some concave Earthers said they came straight from the globe. They just went inside the globe. What do
No
you?
one that I've spoke to so far, they've all become from flat Earthers. No one's ever come from globe to go to
Where?
the concave Earth.
Were you?
We all
Hold
believe
on,
in the globe.
Libra. Hold on, Libra.
Sorry.
Were you here last week, Hatter?
No, I've given it a break for a few months. You all irritate the fuck out of me. So sorry about language. So just cancelled. I didn't cancel my account. I just didn't go on X. But just a bit of free time at the moment. I'm off from workers comp. So I thought I'd dive back in.
Bro, I don't know what you're saying. You're like screaming into the phone. Anyway, last week we had a concave Earther that came in and said he came straight from the globe. So it's
Who was
okay if
that?
you haven't. You should go back in. You should go back and check the last live
concavers are strange folk, right?
episode
Yeah,
116.
If it's a ball, it's a ball.
Yeah, well, last night I was seeing Matthew
yeah.
and Matthew
Hell,
got a bit
even if
irritated
we
when he got to
figure out it's a
space.
ball, I still wouldn't
Can
believe
y'all
fucking
hear?
word NASA said.
Can Eli and Hatter hear each other speak?
Yeah, Eli, do you not hear the other guy?
Hey, Eli, can you hear me? Eli, can you hear me?
I don't think he can hear us.
Eli, can you hear anybody?
No, I don't think you can hear me, hey. No, you can't hear me. Eli, can you hear me?
Eli, can you hear anybody?
He probably dropped down by now because there's no way.
No, I dropped out before too, eh?
You never know with this app.
Well, Stu Bill can hear. He can put his hand up. I gather. Anyway, I'll sit back at the moment and just here to have this conversation. I don't want to make it a hostile space, so but again, like I said, like concave Earth, I was on a space with Matthew last night and he ended up getting irritated with me and to leave the space because his projections of concave Earth weren't realistic and he got caught out. So yeah. So yeah, anyway. Basically that's the only concave Earth person I actually spoke to about it in detail. And he just didn't like what I was saying and got hostile and left the space.
All right, Hatter, thanks for joining. Maybe next time you will join with some exclusive evidence. The Earth is spherical and in motion. Thanks for
I
pulling up.
plan to do that actually. I will do that. I'll do a bit of research because I'm a bit off topic at the moment because I've been MIA for a few months. So I'll do a bit of research and like I said, I'm not gonna get in detailed conversations with you because I don't really have information on hand. But again, I'm just here to listen and just again, I'm open minded. Like you said, if you just want to believe in that, I want to believe in my globe. I have no conflict between either. It's like religion, right? I'm not going to go into a church and say, oh, no, it's all wrong or whatever. That's your beliefs. So be it. I don't want to tread on anyone's toes, and just here to have an open-minded conversation. That's all.
Yeah, not a belief, man. We've definitely falsified the radius of the globe. You should look into some of the details, though. But yeah, feel free to pull back up next week.
Will do, buddy. So it's every Friday, isn't it?
Yep, every Friday.
Oh, good.
Yes, sir. Hey, super. Do you get your mic fixed yet? Please say yes.
I played around with it. Does it sound better?
Whoa, magnitude's better.
Yeah, it was on the wrong setting. It was on a DVD setting or something. So I changed that. So it sounds better, right?
Definitely. Just took out DVDs. Anyway, what's up, man? Welcome to Flat Earth Friday Stationary Saturdays.
I don't have DVDs. It was on a DVD setting by automatic. Like for some reason, it was on that strange setting, so I did turn that off, and I turned the gain down, and it sounded better. So
awesome, man. Welcome.
Thank you. So I thought we would talk a little bit about not about what you were talking about earlier. I wanted to talk a little bit about the horizon. So when flat earthers say the horizon rises to eye level, you know, globers interpret that to mean that from your eye to the horizon along the axis of depth is level. That's what they think it means, but it doesn't mean that. It when flat earthers say it rises to eye level, level means height. It doesn't mean level from point to point. It's like sea level, or if you're on the basement level, or if you're on the, you know, it means height. It's not. That's a different axis. And you don't level things along depth. Nobody ever levels. The only people that level along depth or think that is globers. So
right, exactly.
It's well, you know, I always I say that, you know, that it rises to eye height is a better phrase. So now when like people like Fight the Flat Earth, they show that picture of like a water level and they show it along the 3D axis of depth, and they say, "Oh, look, it's not at the horizon level." You know,
it's puerile misdirection. They do the thing, the dashboard inside of the jet or whatever, and a bottle, a half-empty bottle of water next to it, like in the picture. Right. It's puerile misdirection. You look straight ahead, and there's a horizon. You don't have to look down.
The trick on how they do that is because when you photograph, you're photographing through a curved lens. All cameras have a curved lens. Or if you're in a plane, or if you're up high in the sky, you're looking through glass. Glass will cause the horizon to refract down. And so when they show that in a camera, or if you're looking at it in a plane, the further the horizon is away from that curved glass, the more it will refract down. So it's not proof of globe Earth with the horizon
not in glass, buddy.
It's just proof of
on
more
a
and more
lens,
refraction.
On a lens, yeah, fair enough.
On a lens, one at a time, guys.
But not on glass.
Time, guys.
Yeah, glass will cause refraction. All glass has a refractive index of 0.3.
Can you post something to prove that?
Oh, you can just look up refraction indexes.
So if you know, can you post something?
Hey, yo, Hatter, you said you wasn't really here for the confrontation or the conflict. When I asked you for your evidence, you said you wasn't here to engage with that. You can't go pressing nobody else about what they saying right now. You could do that after you address what I asked you for, bro. But you can't just cut in the middle of somebody talking and start pressing them in real time if you're gonna run away from my full court press. Hell no. Sit back, relax. You go in the order of operation, post your exclusive evidence for the Globe, and then you can start addressing everybody else up here. Otherwise, man, like just chill out. Go ahead, Super. Continue. I don't hear anybody.
Super. I think it was a mute. The mute glitch was on.
Yeah, I can't hear Super either.
I can hear everybody else.
Super straight Earth. That's funny.
Sorry, Craig.
It's sacred. It's sacred, but it's all good.
Oh,
Go ahead,
yeah.
Super.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry, Sacred.
Super, try to unmute.
Yeah, it must have unmuted. Muted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better, much better. Yeah, I had to just mute this. I had to mute the space, trying to moderate a little bit. But go ahead, continue.
It must have muted when I went to Wikipedia, automatically or something like that. But I went to Wikipedia, and you can just look up refraction index, and it will show you all the refractive indexes for all the materials, and all glass will have a refractive index, will refract. And what refraction is the slowing of light. That's all it is. Anytime you slow light or retard light, it will refract, and it will refract down, not up. It doesn't, like Globers like to think that refraction happens up. No, it doesn't. It
They
refracts.
change the goalposts with everything.
Pardon? Say that again.
The Globers always change the goalpost anyway. You know.
Yeah, well, they change reality into what
Yeah,
it isn't.
yeah.
You know, like they're offended if you don't lie, if you don't keep up their lie. Though that's what they do.
Imagine living like that. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was a finite sphere, it would completely drop away and curve. Be gone.
But I noticed that flat earthers get hung up on this topic a lot, very easily. I don't know why they give in to the Globers so easily that when they say that,
they've been bringing it up again, to try to pretend it somehow debunks flat earth because it's a minuscule drop. There would be, but it's still, you don't have to look down.
Yeah,
you're looking straight ahead. So it's eye level.
The drop. No, the horizon is always at eye level.
Yeah,
always,
yeah.
Unless you view it through glass. Glass will cause it to refract down. So it's not the Earth causing the horizon to drop down. It's refraction that's causing through the curved glass that you're looking at that will cause the refraction to make the horizon go down. And I posted a video where you can see this happening. When you look through a horizon through a window, you'll see the horizon refract down. And outside where you're not looking through the glass, it's up higher. So you can see that the glass is causing it to refract down. It's not the Earth is doing that. When you look at the horizon will always be at your eye level. Unless you photograph it, then the horizon will drop down. So that's how refraction works. That's how in cameras, when you buy a lens, you can buy one for $100 or one for $20,000. You think, well, what's the difference? Well, the difference is in the $20,000 lens, there's less refraction than in the $100. They spend a lot of money working out this problem of refraction in lenses, but all glass will refract light and refract it down, where your eye will not.
But saying what you're saying then, right? Yeah, on a that level plane, and you can see no refraction, even though you can see hundreds of thousands of kilometers in distance on a flat plane with no mountains. But in an aeroplane, I've been in an aeroplane and a helicopter, which are high enough to see the curvature of the globe through glass, not a lens. Like you talk about expensive lenses and whatnot.
So you're looking through it through glass, and it will refract the horizon down.
How would it do that? It's just a glass, a straight piece of glass.
Because
right? The higher you go, you see
no,
the curvature.
because all glass will retard the speed of light. By retard, I mean it will slow down. You cannot create glass that does not refract light.
So they've got the glass is bending. So like I'm sitting on a tarmac, right?
Yeah.
And
Well, they love the 6
take it off.
lenses.
There's no refraction.
Hello,
There's no refraction. Right? You
hold
see the
on.
horizon. You over talking to me. I was talking.
Yeah, well, I don't want to hear your point. So in an airplane,
well, I didn't get to finish what I was saying, but anyway, go.
In an airplane, there is pressure inside the airplane, and there is lower pressure outside the airplane. So the glass is made to bend to handle the differences in the pressure from when it's on the ground to when it's up high. And the higher you go, the greater the difference, the more the glass will bend. All glass will bend.
Bend which way though? Which way? So there's pressure inside the cabin. There's obviously a higher pressure outside the cabin. So the pressure should be going inwards. So it should be curved. So I should see the horizon go like a concave. You're saying?
No.
Well, so there's more pressure inside the cabin than there is outside the cabin.
No, there's more. Yeah, there's a greater pressure inside the cabin, so it will bulge out.
Well, wouldn't that fuck your ears up? Sorry to that language.
Well, of course. Of course, your ears pop.
But it doesn't. It doesn't. So there has to be a higher pressure outside
you
the cabin.
You can get used to it, but when you go in a plane, your ears will pop because there's greater pressure.
As you're going up. But like I said, like say when your cabin door blows open at 20,000 feet, everything gets pushed out because the pressure's out is higher outside the cabin. It's sucking everything out.
No, the pressure's not higher outside the cabinet. The pressure is lower. As you go up, the pressure outside gets lower. And it sucks everything into it. Or the air wants to expand into it. Whichever, it doesn't matter which way you describe it. But it will cause the glass in a plane to bulge out, and
well, if you said the pressure's higher inside the cabin than the outside air pressure.
Exactly.
I'll Google that and get back to you.
You do that. So now, I hope that was clear.
Yeah, no, I know. System seeks equilibrium.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So the other thing I wanted to talk about, Brenda was talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
And, so there's a question I wanted to ask. If anybody knows, it's a very important. Very few flat earthers know how to answer this question, and a lot Globers. This is why they don't really understand flat Earth. is because in their mind, the globe causes the horizon. And when the sun sets, they think that it's obstructed by the globe. That's their idea of their understanding. So when you ask a flat earther about this question, they'll kind of like, they stumble around.
Ask me anything about it. I've gone over it ad nauseum.
Yeah, well,
they don't want to. They don't want to understand it. The globers.
And neither do the flat earthers.
It's angular resolution. It's angular perspective.
Yo,
Right,
Libra, let the man get his thought off.
Yeah,
please.
sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So flat earthers want to forget about the horizon, and they want to treat the whole thing as one continuous vision. Like it's the same thing. And it's just eventually it goes down to the angular resolution is too small. You can't make it out. But that's not true, because you can see that the sun actually sets by the horizon. So the misunderstanding is what the horizon is caused by. And it's not caused by the earth. It's caused by your eye. And you can prove that because when you're in an apartment building and you're on the first floor, let's say you're by the beach, condo up by the beach, and you're on the first floor, and you look out at the horizon, and the horizon is at your eye height. And then you go up to the 30th floor, and you look out, and you still see the horizon. It's exactly at your eye height. Well, it's not caused by the earth. It's caused by your eye. When the angular resolution to your eye. And what it is, the horizon is, we see there's 3-axis 3D, right? There's length, there's width, and there's depth. So the thing that converges at the horizon is not all sight. It's not all dimensions. It's only one dimension. It's the dimension of depth.
Hey, Libra, can you mute? There's feedback coming from your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Your depth converges into the horizon. And that is what blocks your vision. So past the horizon, you can only perceive in 2 dimensions of length and width. There's no depth. And that's why when the sun crosses the sky, it stays the same size, because it's always you perceive it, not that it is 2D, but you only perceive it in 2 dimensions. And when it reaches the horizon, it's occulted by the horizon. It's your 3D, it's your 3D limit, your limit of depth that occults the background. That's the reason. That's the reason we don't see the sun. It's because it's occulted by the horizon. It's not because it just gradually disappears and whatever, or there's some kind of limit.
Goes over a curve.
or it's not caused by the ground. It's caused by your eye. When the angle of incidence becomes parallel to the plane of your eye, that is what causes the horizon, and things behind it are occulted when it reaches the horizon. So as flat earthers, we often we don't want to talk about the horizon. But it's important that we actually do. It's very important. It's what causes the sun to set. It's the horizon. It's being occulted. The background is being occulted by the horizon. And when Brenda said, "What's blocking my view?" and somebody said perspective, and she said, "Well, perspective doesn't block my view." Well, yeah, it does, because it's the depth that's converging that creates the limit, a hard limit. where the background is then occulted. This is how things are cloaked. We can cloak things by this dimension of light. And I often think of the what's that experiment with light? The slit experiment.
The double slit, I think it's called.
Double slit, yeah, exactly. And they noticed that there was things behave differently when they're observed, and that's because there's dimensions to light. That the third dimension of light is only there when it's perceived. It's not there when it's not perceived.
Yeah, no one's ever measured that.
So
yeah, that's the one point you lost me on. I was with you up until that point.
Okay, well,
yeah, I was with you up until that as well.
Okay,
This
if
bloke
you
here,
don't believe me,
you got one follower, buddy.
It's not a particle.
One follower.
Hold on.
One follower.
Wait, guys. Come on, one at a time. One at a time, guys.
Hat guy, relax.
So you can look at a picture on a beach, and you can look at the horizon, and now look at the picture itself is 2D, but if you look at it long enough, you'll be able to recognize what is 3D.
I'm out of here, guys. This guy's a fucking troll. He's got one follower. Goodbye.
Please, I just logged on to Twitter. That's why. I'm not a troll. I've been in Flat Earth for 10 years. This guy is a troll. So you can look at a picture of the horizon, and you can notice what is 3D, your perception of 3D before the horizon, and then your lack of depth of things, everything that's after the horizon. You will never see a picture. You will never be able to recognize depth after the horizon because you cannot perceive it. And that's because there's a difference. It's not perceivable.
Well, yeah, as you were saying earlier, that angle of disparity that's created by things at the horizon versus that are closer in your field of vision gets compressed out, so you don't see it. It becomes unresolvable.
It's called the angle of incidence. When light comes down, reflects off things, and as it approaches becoming parallel with the eye, the plane of the eye, it reaches what's called total internal reflection. So this is why you perceive mirroring at the horizon. The mirroring is the total internal reflection that creates the horizon, that blocks things. It's like a mirror. It's like
it's an optical apparent horizon.
It's an optical limit to depth that's going to block the background.
So I'm with you. You did a really good job explaining perspective and how that works. I think I want to have Alan kind of give you a different interpretation of the double slit, and then maybe we'll slide over to doofus.
Okay, thank you.
Oh boy, Alan. As of today, Alan, there's no vanishing point in nature.
Yeah,
or yesterday.
Peace be upon the vanishing points. Yeah, so the double slit interpretation that when you're, observing the light or whatever, it collapses the wave function and it makes a specific diffraction pattern that corresponds to light being a particle. That's actually never been observed. They always measure the diffraction pattern that corresponds to it being a wave. And when you try to introduce independent variables to collapse the wave function, such as ambient heat, which is why they say quantum computing is so hard, because of ambient temperature, it collapses the wave function. So it that particle, it would collapse the wave into that particle piece, and that's never been observed ever. In fact, what you can do during double slit experiments is you could run fog in the path of the light, and you can actually see the diffraction patterns from the source to the wall, and it's always been a wave the entire time. And on top of that, what was the other thing you can do? Oh yeah, so the other thing would be like a quantum eraser or like which way experiment. And what they do with that is they split the diffraction pattern between two detectors. And because you're looking at the detectors separately, you're like, oh no way, look, we found the particle duality measurement where it's in that quantized chunk particle from the collapsed waveform. But what they what they don't tell you is that if you combine both detectors, it's just the same diffraction pattern that it's always been as the waveform, but because it's separate and it's presented, through it being only one, it lends itself to looking like it would for the particle duality part, but it's not actually true. It's just the same thing it's always been.
Okay. So can I just say, I'm not super familiar with the double slit experiment. Maybe I shouldn't have brought that into this. Maybe that was the wrong interpretation. So, but I just wanted to mention that it is the horizon that blocks our vision from the background, the 2D, our perceivable 2D background. So in a lot of flat earthers forget that they want to say that all vision converges into the horizon or something like that. That's the idea that globers think that we're saying, but it's important that we keep the horizon and we understand what causes the horizon. Like they always say, the horizon is, it's where the ground meets the earth, right? Where the sky meets the earth, right? But that's what the horizon appears to be. But what causes the horizon? That's the real question. And it's not the ground that causes it; it's our eye that causes it, and the way we perceive, the spherical vision that we have. I think we're surrounded by I think Whitsitt talks about it sometimes, but he doesn't fully explain it. That we're in this orb of 3D vision. It's all around us. And outside of that is we don't perceive in 3D. We perceive in 2D. And that's because at the end of this orb is a limit. It all the 3D converges. And so, but that's why the sun sets. That's what I believe. So maybe I'm sure people could explain it better than me.
Well, the globe will just deny everything you say. They'll say it's going down and over curvature, and not the sun being subject to vanishing points, like
but
any other moving object or whatever. It's like they always deny everything.
What I would say to that is that the ground doesn't cause things. It doesn't.
No, yeah, you make a really good point. Everything we see in the sky is optical phenomenon related, right?
Right.
So
exactly. So the eye causes the horizon, not in it's in like the example that I gave. You have two people. One is on the first floor of an apartment, and one is on the 30th floor, and they both look out and they see a different the horizon at their eye height. Well, that doesn't mean there's two horizons. It means the horizon is apparent. And to get into it, that's why, I think Brenda was saying, well, the sun can't be behind us in Antarctica, if we see it for 24 hours, well, no, yes, we can, because it's apparent. It's not the actual sun we're seeing. And Brenda's like, well, no, how can there be 8 billion suns? Well, no, there's not 8 billion suns. The sun is apparent. There's only one sun, but we all see it through the apparent. And actually, if you look in the Jewish Bible, people in flat earth don't talk about this very much, but supposedly the sun is in the fourth heaven. Now people talk about the firmament, and that's really the barrier between us and the first heaven. And through each of the firmaments, there's refraction that takes place that causes the apparent location to be, we see it in one location, but that doesn't mean that it's there. That, you know, if you were in Antarctica and we saw the sun there, and, you know, we wanted to build a rocket, you know, if you pointed it at the sun and tried to fly up, that doesn't mean that it's going to go, you know, right to the sun. You know, the sun is some way somewhere else. You know, we see it refracted through 4 firmaments, and each firmament causes greater and greater refraction. You know, it's refracted more and more and more. So, you know, and to think of it like a density tower. Like, you know, when you have you know, 5 different kinds of liquid, and they show you the different items, and they all settle to a different depth, you know, different thing, you know, it's a density tower. Well, that's like the same thing with the firmaments. Supposedly there's 7 firmaments in heaven. Heaven is made up of 7 firmaments, and that might be like, you know, like on Earth, you know, we have an ocean that might be like 1, and then we have the sky, the air. That's a different, you know. I know the moon supposedly is in a firmament of kryptonite.
It is. I believe that it's behind the first liquid medium.
Yeah, with some kind of etheric liquid. You know, I don't think it's like a water liquid.
Well, there's like 26 different kinds of water or something I've heard, and like,
yeah, well,
scientists don't even know what some of this stuff is.
I remember that video from National Geographic where they showed the guy in the submarine, and he was like 1,000 feet underwater, or I don't know, maybe a mile down or something like that, and he came across like another ocean inside the ocean. There was like a layer of oysters that caused this it had its own waves. He tried to descend, take his sub through this layer, and he said the sub bounced off it. It was like a solid, but it was water. It was like an ocean inside of an ocean. They're trying. I know that it's very hard to find the clip right now, but I don't know if you've heard.
Yes, I've seen it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But you know, but it's the same thing. When you go up, you know, there's different layers and different mediums and different, you know. So, you know,
they described something similar to what stopped the borehole, why they couldn't dig further than whatever depth it was, 7.5 miles.
Yeah,
8.
right. Yeah, there's something below us and something above us, and we can't, you know, and people think that the sky having a limit, you know, or something like that is a bad thing, but I don't think so, because I know that I live in a house, and if my house didn't have a roof on it, it would rain inside my house all the time, and it wouldn't be a very pleasant life. I'd be rain, you know, there'd be no point about living in a house. So I don't see a problem with having a roof on my house. Just like I don't see there being a problem with there being a roof on the earth. You know, it keeps the bad stuff out. You know, I don't think we're meant to be. You know, I don't think life as we know it in our present form can survive that kind of environment. You know, just like you know, you need a suit when you go underwater, or you know, when you go up, you know, it's some kind of.
I really appreciate your input on perspective. You made a lot of really good points. Yo, Sacred, I need to go lay down for a little bit, man. I'm passing out here.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. Have a good night. Thank you. Very good.
Yeah, no, shout out to you, super. Yeah, appreciate you, Alan. You got anything planned coming up this week?
More Flat Earth Friday, I think, when I wake up.
Cool.
And then Tuesday will be a breakdown of Mickelson Morley.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. Does anyone have anything for Alan before he slides up out of
I
here?
wanted to tell that guy about that. Remember, way at the beginning of Flat Earth Fridays, Asia posted a video for us of a plane flying through the sun, but I don't think the pilot saw the the sun at all. I think it's subjective, like you were saying. We're projecting from outside, and we all have our own different view of it, At first, oh my God, what are they spraying in the sun? But no, probably didn't even see it.
Yeah, stuff like the sun and the clouds and whatnot is all, optical illusions. So they are very cool, though. But yeah, the sun's in apparent position in both models. It's just when we start to utilize the apparentness of it, it takes away from the power of the heliocentric, globular paradigm, because they're in their model, everything needs to be physical and quantized. And for the light rays to come in parallel and be triangulated back like the way that they needed to for globularity conforming to conform to that, it has to be a specific distance away, and it has to be a specific mass and size and radius and all these things based off of their model. So, there's a huge philosophical impasse there on the notion of the apparentness, because even though it's apparent in both models, they're super, super attached to the physicality of it, which of course, fundamentally comes from a philosophy that says that something came from nothing, which has never been observed once in nature, which is super important to remember. Anything derived from something that's fundamentally bankrupt like that, like you have to like give them the benefit of the doubt or whatever to even like begin the conversation and entertain it, because like you're really stepping into a paradigm where it's like to even get here you have to accept something from nothing, which is preposterous. So with that
That's
said,
magic. They really like to bring up
go to
magic.
bed. Yep.
Thanks, Al.
See you guys later or on Tuesday.
Hey, let me know when I could jump in. I don't know how to raise my hand.
Good night, Alan.
Night, Lily
It's all good.
Poppins. Yo, Sacred, can we get a Lily Poppins soundboard off real quick?
I'll say, oh, I got you. Hold on.
Sorry, Dave. This is super important. And
It's all right.
And then you can jump in.
He's not so quick on his toes this morning.
This is official Flat Earth business.
Yeah, I see it. Alan just said there's a baseball coming at your head quick, and he's waiting for the hand to go up. And why he's doing that, caller? I will hold on a minute. I wanna add a couple things and have you still there if you're still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be really quick too. I have a very tiny bit to say. So.
You can go first if you want.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that bitch like Stockton.
Oh my God, that's so hilarious. Have a lovely night, Alan G. Thank you for everything.
Alan, we'll give you 2.5 hours. That's it. Go.
All right. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Nice.
Oh no, I was just listening to that guy talk earlier. It just got me thinking because I have 2 window panes in my window because I'm in the Pacific Northwest. It gets cold, so we need like double windows to shield us from the cold in winter. And then I noticed like when I see the moon through that double window, there's actually like 3 moons that align because of the reflections, And that always had gotten me thinking of like, I bet you that's kind of how these gaseous or ionized gaseous or whatever this invisible firmament that we have above us, that's probably what they're doing is they're refracting the sun or whatever. I don't even know if the word refracting is the one I'm looking for. But I think that like basically the actual sun, you know, that it to me it's just in my imagination, it's just probably like some stars that are beaming some powerful X-rays, and then it's igniting this ball of light, right? And so it's just plasma or whatever, like some ionized gases that are, you know, just being ignited by these powerful stars that, or whatever, you know, like I don't know, it's just my guess. And so whatever that plasmic sun is, what we're looking at is probably just like just refraction, reflection, and it's probably magnified, you know, maybe it's not even as big where it's actually being um, you know, sparked into existence. But anyway, yeah, that window, my window got me thinking about that because those three moons are just, I mean, they looked really real, you know, like there's like three moons aligned just from the reflection. So it's very interesting. Just optics is interesting. And I bet you that has something to do with the fact that, you know, the sun, like, I think maybe Xavier was telling me this, which made so much sense to me, that you can be standing at a beach and then the sunlight, like if the sun was low enough, like at sunrise or sunset around then, the sun's rays would be falling straight and coming straight at your feet. But if someone's standing at the beach 2 or 3 miles down from you, they'd be experiencing the same exact thing. Like the sun would be coming right to their feet. You know, so it's in an apparent position. So yeah, it's very exciting and interesting.
Kind of like they're having a personal relationship with the sun as it walks on the water.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Hey, Sacred, I think Doofus was next, and I don't know how to raise my hand, so tell me how you want to do this. I want to add it on to that troll. I guess he was a troll, according to the caller before, was saying. He was saying some good stuff.
Oh God, okay, yeah. Let's get to Doofus. Thank you, Liliana. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I'm gonna leave, but I'm just gonna go to YouTube or whatever. Thank you. Have a good night.
Hey, real quick before you move on, can you take co-host and put me down to listener, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night. I'll be back. Hope to see you guys when I wake up.
Later, Alan.
Y'all go follow Alan at AlanSpaceAudits. Sub up. Shout out to YouTube land.
All right, I'm going to close and reopen Firefox there so we get a nice fresh copy of it. I think what was happening was when I would go to bed, it would crash out during this audio swap.
Doofus, what up? What you got for us?
Oops. Thought I was turning my hand off. There we go. Okay. Just real quick, I'm not trying to do a whole Earth shape discussion thing. Just one quick facet of optics and whatnot that I just wanted to get through. When you have a non-uniform optical medium, which is any medium which has some variations within it, such as air, the light takes a path that is curved toward the more dense portion of that medium. So when someone is in the space saying refraction causes light to slow down, therefore light goes down, I'm expecting someone in the audience to give some sort of pushback, and I'm not sure why I didn't hear that here. I don't know if anybody has a response to that.
Well, refraction pushes up, it pushes down, it elongates, it makes things look smaller, larger. It's not.
You said you wanted to hear pushback on someone saying that light doesn't bend down towards a more dense medium?
No, what I heard was if we got something like glass slowing light down, that means the light will go down. And I didn't hear any pushback on that.
I don't remember, to be totally honest.
I think when you look at a windshield of a car or an airplane, that because it's tilted away from you top to bottom, that will make things go down. The farther they are, the more they'll go down. Up close, you won't even notice it. And I guess if you tilted it the opposite way, which wouldn't work so well on an airplane, it would push it up because the angle you're looking through the glass at. So I think it's a little different than air medium pressure. But whoever just before said the different pressures, different, will make light go left, right, up, down, sideways. It's just amazing that things only refract up and stop at eye level on magical ball Earth.
Well, I can explain that, at least. So air typically is arranged such that the more dense air is below the less dense air.
What about when it's super windy? What about when it's super windy and you're watching Chicago over the lake and there's 40-mile-an-hour winds going left, right, up and down? Is the air still maintaining its layers in the part that you're looking through? I don't think so.
I mean, unless there's some sort of nearby surface with a different temperature, typically the air is arranged such the more dense air is below the less dense air. And the reason for that is because there's a pressure gradient all of the time, and air density is defined not only by temperature, but also pressure.
Cool story, bro.
That's not a story. That's how gases work. The density of the gas is dependent upon the temperature and pressure of that gas.
So if you're looking over Lake Michigan and there's gale force winds or, just strong winds, 20, 30-mile-an-hour winds, gusts in all different directions, are you saying that there's a coherent medium layers of gas pressure and temperature? Or is it completely incoherent?
The pressure generally will be decreasing as you gain altitude. You can verify that with any barometer.
And so you're trying to say that the reason we see Chicago is because it's continually refracting up so we can see it from below the curve?
The reason we see Chicago on each day depends on the conditions of the day, because typically flat earthers will use observations that are super close to the surface of the water, and the water can be a different temperature than the air above it.
So you're saying the reason we see Chicago is because it's refracting up. It's not really there. So like we were talking about the apparent positions of the sun, you're talking about the apparent position of Chicago. Is that correct?
I mean, it can be in a different position or it can be in a different apparent position.
So let me ask again. Yeah. You're saying when we see the perfectly clear picture of Chicago and we have
I just fucking answered your question. What the hell?
No, you didn't. All right. I'm looking for a yes or no question. A yes or no answer.
That's obviously a yes. How is it not a yes?
All right. So when I do a time lapse of Chicago of almost 24 hours with different changing conditions and everything, and no building goes up or down a tiny little bit, you're saying that the refraction remains perfect over that time lapse. Is that correct?
Well, sure. But I mean, that refraction doesn't happen like that over the surface of a body of water with the air changing temperatures.
Well, I have video of it.
Okay, you won't have a 24-hour time lapse from anything more than 10 miles away where the buildings look to be the same all the time.
Wrong. Incorrect. I have one. I show it in my interviews all the time. I think it's closer to 18 hours, but it could be close to 24 hours. But it's a minimum of 18 hours. And you can see the buildings. They do not change from day to night.
Okay, that'd be very nice to see.
All right. Well, you can try to find it in my interviews, or if you contact me, I'd be happy to send it to you.
All right.
Been in many videos. Lots of people have done videos on it.
But over those 18 hours, the air pressure from the surface of the Earth, as you gain altitude, is decreasing.
No one's gaining altitude. He's sitting on the beach.
Right, but you understand that if you're looking through a medium in which its density is changing, refraction is present.
So if that cameraman, now this is just theoretical because we can't do it, cameraman that filmed Chicago for that time lapse, if he got a balloon and started floating up into the air, would Chicago rise up into the air higher, or would it remain on the land?
Depends on what conditions you're looking through.
Yeah,
There's no single answer for that.
All right, so yes, it could. You mean if he does go up, sometimes things will refract up higher than the land?
Things will refract up higher than the land. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about if Chicago is hidden behind Earth curve and we have refraction, even though the weather's changing, the temperature's changing, the sunlight's changing, and the buildings are staying there, and you're saying because they're refracting, if that camera went up in the air 5,000 feet, 10,000 feet, however high it goes, you're saying there are some times where Chicago will float up into the air. It will refract higher than the land. That's what I think I just heard you say.
No, I didn't say anything like that. If you're changing your position, the whole scene's going to change anyway.
Right. So
everything from the ground to the buildings is going to be in a different position.
Right. Well, the position relative to the horizon. So without any refraction, Chicago would not be there. Let's say there's no air, and we would just have the Earth curve. Okay, we'd have the Earth curve, the horizon. There's no refraction because there's no air. Now we add air in there, and all of a sudden, Chicago refracts up and stops right on that horizon because of perfect standard refraction, or whatever you want to call it. So my question is, if you went up in the air, would there ever be a time that Chicago refracts higher than that Earth curve?
Higher than the Earth curve?
Yeah, it's refracting up. It's not on the Earth curve. The Earth curve is my horizon. I can't see a curve because the Earth is so big. I'm so small, right? And you're saying that Chicago is refracting up and stopping at a tangent to where my eyes see the Earth curve. That's what globe refraction is. But at other times, you did say, if I heard you correctly, that it will refract different amounts. So if I went up higher, I'm looking through a different medium, a different layer. I'm going up into thinner air and stuff. So would Chicago start refracting down or up, or would it always stay tangent to that Earth curve?
The magnitude and direction of the deflection of the light depends upon the direction and the magnitude of the gradient. If you gain altitude, the gradient is still in the same direction, so the deflection will also be in the same direction. You're not going to see something wildly different from different altitudes.
And if I was looking at Chicago and halfway across the lake, there was a big giant brick wall blocking the left-hand side of Chicago, why wouldn't Chicago refract from behind that out to the right so I can see all of those buildings that are on the left?
The gradient is not oriented in that direction.
So it only goes up. It only goes up, and it's always the exact amount of Earth curvature. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm never saying that.
So if it's not, then sometimes it'll refract higher than the Earth.
Standard refraction has a light bend radius of about 49,000 kilometers. That's not the same radius as the Earth.
All right. How about this? We can agree to disagree. I don't believe in refraction like that.
Okay, that's weird.
No, it's not weird. It's reality.
I can tell you how you can find out stuff like this. So if you've got a laser and a hot iron, for instance, and you put the iron next to the path the laser is traveling, you can cause that laser light to change direction based on the orientation of the hot iron. The hot air will be less dense than the other air in the room, so the light will take a path that is bent slightly away from the iron.
I just find it amazing that no matter what the distance, refraction always brings things to the perfect horizon. It's magical. The globe is magical. It's crazy.
Not a mirage.
Yeah, that's not true anyway. If you look out at, say, Mount Rainier from Canada, you can only see the top few thousand feet. The other several thousand feet are hidden by the surface of the Earth. So
and the part that's missing, the part that's missing.
And it's never the case that refraction is exactly the same as Earth's curvature on typical conditions, typical days.
So that's a great story you guys have, that, hey, whatever part you can't see, it's because of Earth curvature, and there is some refraction, but it'll always be different. Or maybe the Earth is just flat. We can see things. The bottoms disappear from the bottom. Things disappear from the bottom up because of the angular view that we have. Things will disappear from the bottom up, and that's just the way it is. And terrestrial things. So I'll let you finish because I wanted to talk about celestial horizons. So go ahead.
All right. Well, in air, typically under typical conditions, it is arranged such that the more dense air is below the less dense air. And you can take any barometer and any thermometer, get the difference in pressure and the difference in temperature for any given height, ideally 10 feet or more above the surface. You'll find that the pressure decreases faster than the temperature, which means that the more dense air is below. Under those conditions, light takes a path that's bent downward and makes distant objects appear slightly higher than their geometric locations. So a flat Earth should look slightly concave to us, and it doesn't.
Oh my gosh, yo, if I hear this concave shit anymore, bro.
All right, let me know when he's done. All right, Sacred.
Oh, well, I'll just finish off with, well, Witsit didn't want to talk about this, just so you know. Goodbye.
Screen names say a lot.
Is that your
he made assumptions.
The biggest flat earther on the internet's rebuttal right now is my name.
No, I just making a comment, dude. I mean, your name is just an interesting name for somebody with your views. It's just very interesting. It's not my rebuttal. I gave you my rebuttal, and you didn't like it.
Your rebuttal was put a brick wall and hope you see Chicago bending right ways around a brick wall.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You put up a brick wall, said the Chicago should bend to the right around it.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said, how come it doesn't? That's what I said. I didn't say it should. I don't believe that it should. I don't believe I went to the Bolivian salt flats. I set my camera at 1 foot. And then let's say a mile out there, I put a brick wall that's 6 feet high. And now I have something that's 3 feet high. How far do I have to drag that before it shows up over the brick wall? In your world, there's a number. In your world, there's a number. In my world, it'll never happen.
Okay, if the camera's below the level of the brick wall on a flat Earth, you should never see over the brick wall.
Okay, what's different between Earth curvature? Something's behind the curve of the Earth. I don't care if the camera doesn't have to be level. I'm pointing at the curve of the Earth, which is below the camera. So why do things pop up over it? You just said if it's below it, it'll never come up. Why won't it refract up? If I get it far enough away, it should refract 30 feet in the air.
Refraction doesn't depend on distance, so 30 feet is not the correct number. It depends on angular deflection.
Okay, cool story.
For instance, things like the black swan, the only deflection necessary for that observation is less than 0.1 degrees. That's, I mean, you guys love that one.
Bro, you can see 10 times further than what you're supposed to. You really bringing up the black swan? Stop.
You didn't hear what I just said? Do you want me to say it again?
So what's the, because I asked the last guy this too, right? What's the limitation to your refraction? Like whenever you apply things to observations where you can see too far, you say it's refraction. Then I take it to like an extreme distance and you say that's ridiculous, Sacred. Of course we can't see 20,000 miles or 10,000 miles. So what is that limitation? Because you can't just use refraction to explain things away, but not give me a limitation of it, because then every observation is unfalsifiable.
Okay, well, refraction, as I said already, is entirely dependent upon the direction and magnitude of the gradient you're looking through. That's the limitation, is you have to know what the actual gradient is you're looking through.
No, that's the limitation of refraction. I'm asking you, what's the geometric limitation? At what point does refraction become obsolete? Because the physical obstruction of Earth is in the way. Like, at what point do you just negate refraction? There's got to be a point. You can't just use it whenever you want. And then in too far measurements, you say, "Oh, that's way too far," but not give me a limitation, like a value.
Okay, well, under typical conditions, the curvature of the light radius is about 49,000 kilometers. So you have to use both the curvature and the direction light is bending together, put those together in a calculation and find out what is or is not possible. There's no single number for either of them that you can possibly convey. It takes both. You have to know both.
There's still no value.
Because it's not a single value problem. If you have a formula which has two free variables in it, and you're allowed to select both of those variables, you can't say, well, when is it true for just this one variable? You have two variables. You have to know both of them.
So there's a value for refraction working up to 24,000 miles.
If the air was stable for that kind of configuration, yes, but it's not.
See, this is what I'm saying. That's just it's infinite refraction. Then, if there's always going to be a value where I could just use refraction to implement an observation, as long as the the conditions are right, which y'all never really account for. We'd be looking for like this empirical evidence.
I just explained
really
that it was limited. You can't do it at 24,000 miles because the air is not stable in that configuration. I just told you that.
Yeah, but
I mean,
are you listening to what I'm saying or not?
Yeah, if you go to Metabunk's curve calculator, hey, I can't see this. Slide the refraction bar until it pops up. So somebody did it from 10,000 feet and said the viewing object is 24,901 miles around, and it tells us exactly how much refraction is needed. So the entire refraction story is just a cool story, bro. That's it. It's nonsense.
No, Metabunk doesn't have a slider, but Walter Bisson's does.
Maybe whatever debunking site had it. I forget which one it was.
Right.
All right. Thanks, Doofus. Are you done? And I don't say that derogatorily. That's your name.
Yeah, no, I'm just hoping somebody at some point, because I've been saying this for at least 3 years now. I'm hoping somebody has a response other than your name is Doofus. Why wouldn't the flat Earth appear slightly concave to us, and why doesn't the Earth actually look like that?
Those are assumptions. Why should it?
Yeah, it does to some people.
Yeah, I think the horizon changes day to day. Sometimes it's a little higher, sometimes it's a little low.
It's only an optical apparent horizon.
Yeah.
All right, so under typical conditions, which is, say, over a grass field, over any stretch of land or ocean where the temperature of the surface is the same as the air above it, under those conditions, we see the surface of the Earth getting in the way of distant objects. That's the way we see it. And under typical conditions, distant objects are slightly higher than their geometric locations as they appear to us. So what's the deal?
I disagree with that conclusion.
Why?
Because it's just perspective. You're not understanding what you're seeing. I took a picture last week. I threw it in the nest. I just put some weights along my floor, put my camera an inch off the floor, and the weights in the distance were higher than the weights in front of it that were closer to the camera. So, is my floor curved up? Is it refracting? I have perfect atmosphere in my room, so maybe it is refracting. It's just the way we see.
All right.
And I saw it with my eye, and I saw it with the camera.
All right. Perspective, the way it's actually defined, does not allow something that is on top of a flat surface to be obstructed by that flat surface. If the observer is
there was a weight in front of it.
Thank you for that. So there's no way for a flat surface to get in front of an object that's on top of that surface from an observer that's also on that surface.
I agree.
So there's no way for a flat Earth to get. So there's no way for a flat Earth to get in front of distant objects from an observer that's on the same Earth.
Yeah, but that's what you're talking. That's what I want to talk about. When you're done, you can listen, and then you can take it to note, or you can ignore it. I'm going to talk about that.
Okay, I hope you have a citation for perspective that allows a flat surface to get in front of something that's on top of it.
I never said that. I never said that was the case.
Then why does the surface of the Earth get in front of things in the distance? It's presumably a flat Earth.
When you mute up, you'll hear about it.
Okay. Good luck.
And when he's talking, can you please keep them mute there? Because I know there's impulse control issues with a lot of anti-flat earthers. Anyway, go ahead, Dave.
First, Sacred, God bless you, man. I don't know how you stay calm, dude. It's like, I don't know how you do it. You must, I don't know. God bless you. All right.
Program cyborg.
Is that what it is? You're not even real. Figures. Nothing's real. So the caller before was talking about the horizon, how it's the back to front horizon that creates the horizon. right? It's so when you're standing there looking across a field, water, whatever, and take a picture. Now, we see in 2 dimensions, but we interpret in 3 dimensions. So whatever you're looking at right now, if you took a picture of it, you would understand what it is, even though it's not a 2-dimensional picture. So we just see shadows and depths and everything. So and then we have our horizon. So you're outside. The bottom half of the picture is the terrestrial horizon. So we're just going to talk about the bottom of the picture right now. So let's say that horizon, there's some buildings very tiny in the distance, they're 25 miles away, right? So if you measured from the bottom of the picture to a half a mile out there, it's going to take up like 98% of the visual field. The next 24 and a half miles is compressed into that just few percent. It's all compressed in there. So that's that front to back compression. Right. And I even think Globers can agree with that because you can just look at it and check it out and see it yourself. So that's that front back compression. So that creates that horizontal eye zone. Now, let's say it's perfectly smooth. Yeah, something on top of it isn't going to disappear behind it or below it. But that compression, that area becomes compressed. Whatever is moving away is getting smaller and smaller. And the slightest variation in that terrestrial horizon, that means it's made out of something physical, will hide things that are way larger because they're going to disappear just moving 1-2% farther in your visual field. They're going to get smaller. But then you have to add in the top down compression, which is the atmosphere. So take a picture of the clouds when you have spotted clouds laying up on a layer above you. In the distance, not that far away, is the clouds are touching the horizon. So all of that is getting compressed. Now remove the clouds and we just have air. And think of air, if you want to model it smaller, like glass. I can take a panel of glass and not even be able to see it. I can take 100 panels of glass and not be able to shine a 1,000 candle lit light through it. It won't even go through it. So the atmosphere compresses down into that horizontal eye zone and becomes opaque. Now, anything on the ground will go just into that horizon. It'll get compressed. You'll lose the bottom due to slight fluctuations in the ground. Maybe that marine layer will become a little opaque, but that whole 10,000, 15,000, 30,000, I don't know how much of the atmosphere will become opaque, will compress and appear to be at your eye level. So now anything celestial above that will just go beyond it. It'll just go beyond it. Like if you're sitting down on a field and there's a 5-foot tall fence and there's a 6-foot tall person on the other side of that fence talking to you, and they walk away, their head's going to disappear from the bottom up. And because you're looking at you see a 2D world, you can interpret a 3D world, you understand that he's going away and his head is setting on that fence line due to perspective. But when you are programmed your whole life into believing in a globe and you look into the horizon, you think that's physical Earth curve. But in reality, that's a horizon that appears to be at eye level, but the atmospheric horizon is 10,000 feet, just for a number. I'll just say thousands and thousands of feet above your eye level, but we see it as eye level. It's really simple. Once you understand it, go outside, take some pictures, look, visualize it, and everything just comes together and appears to be at eye level. Now, the I don't want to even say the names, but the pilot trolls out there will say, look, I'm looking forward on my airplane at 45,000 feet and the horizon is clearly below the horizon line. What is the horizon? The horizon is the point where the atmosphere, when you can't see the land any further, it just becomes air. Air makes you think that it's sky. It becomes opaque. And that opaqueness is sky. The higher you are, the farther you should be able to see. But depending on the air density, you won't be able to see as far as you should to make the horizon appear at eye level, so it'll appear a little bit lower, right? It appears lower, not because it's lower, because you can't see farther. You can't see it ramping up to your apparent eye level. Now, the ground, on perfectly smooth ground, perfectly smooth water, it appears to rise to your eye level, but it's always 6 feet below your eyes if you're 6 feet tall. It always is, but it appears. Everything down appears to go to eye level. Everything above appears to go down to eye level. But that optical front-back crunching of the horizon and top-down crunching of the horizon, things go into it that are terrestrial, and things that are above it, celestial objects, will go beyond it and disappear from the bottom up. So things disappear from the bottom up for the same reason, but with different horizons. But they all appear to be at the same place. That's your horizontal eye zone. That makes sense? Thank you. Thank God I didn't have to wait 30 seconds for the sound effect, Sacred. That was good.
I was on at that time.
Yeah, man. It's not as impactful when you gotta wait for it and wait, and then it comes. Just kidding. And then one other thing, the guy was talking about the explorer that went down to the bottom of the ocean, found an ocean, couldn't get through it. In the Bible, I think it says, the earth is on pillars, and the pillars are set into the fountains of the deep, or into the deep. Maybe the earth is on pillars and it's going down into a medium that's so thick we can't even comprehend it. And it's set in the waters of the deep. Just a thought.
Very well said, as always, Dave. Duvas, you can respond if you want, but I want to hear from Mr. Xavier.
Wait, hold on. I'll take another response, but I just want to say one thing before I forget. So I was listening last night around 12:30 when Brenda was on, and I love how these TFE people just like, oh, Dave Weiss said that that if there's no circling sun, that's if the sun circles, that can't happen on a flat Earth. Yeah, I said that. I did about 10 years ago, and I also said that there is no flight from Santiago to Australia is impossible. But then we learned these Dreamliners 787, I think, have heat resistant paint. Then we learned, which means they go faster. Then we learned that there's 350 mile an hour tailwinds at the heights that they fly. And then we realized this flight is possible. And then we tracked somebody on the flight. And so they want to say, flat earthers are stupid, but if they say something, then it has to be true. No, we're learning. Well, all of us in this journey have made statements that we've retracted. And that's not me changing my, oh my God, he's retracting his statement, it's damage control. No, I used to think the sun was a physical object in the sky, but now I'm pretty damn sure it's an apparent object. And if you say, how does 11 billion sun into, different suns, that's what he said. And it's just, I think we all see within our personal atmospheric dome or our azimuthal grid of vision. And so put 11 billion glass domes or, just domes on a table and hold a light above it. Every single one of them will have their own sun. The person under each one of those will see their own sun. And that could be how we see it. Like when we're standing apart at the beach, I see the sun over there, you see the sun over there. We're seeing the sun in apparent positions simultaneously. So, and the last comment is there ain't 11 billion people or 8 billion people on this earth. It's less than 3, in my opinion. I think that's all I have to say about that.
Great job.
The on TFE for a second, sure, people say a lot of things when we're figuring this stuff out. We make progress. Globers never change what they say. And I said this, with Taboo Conspiracy on the interview we just did, that unfortunately for the Globers, if the sun sets, their physical model with their physical horizon and their physical, helium and hydrogen's vacuum ball of gas, it cannot set. If it does, it's the end of the globe. But because we live in a domed world with an apparent sun, and we're not sure what the sky does, and no one can say anything positive, no one can say anything absolute about the luminaries. We have 1,000 other options, and we're not aware of most of them. So, what's going to happen in Antarctica? I don't know. I really don't know. But it's definitely not going to disprove flat Earth. It's going to just change our understanding of the sky. I know I say that every week, but I'm saying it again.
I keep telling them keep going over the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
Like, bro, the globe Earth need the sun up.
Yeah.
I don't have nothing to do with the flat Earth whatsoever.
Yeah. It's even Will Duffy himself said he can concede that the sun in the sky on a flat Earth is optical, and there are options that we could be unaware of. He agreed. That's the only honest thing I've ever heard him say, but he did say that. So, and I don't think he's retracted it. He's welcome to if he wants to, but I don't think there's anything wrong with retracting a statement after learning new information. And so I don't know if I've ever said a circling sun would prove the globe. I might have said a circling sun is not possible on a flat Earth, but I have changed that opinion. I know, I've done enough experiments and double checking, like on my app, I'll look and I'll say, oh, look, the sun's right over Sydney. And I'll call my friend PK up and I'll say, hey, what time is it? And where's the sun? And he'd say noon and right above me. And I did it on a radio show live in Johannesburg. We're trying to see where he was. And I was like, oh, look, the sun's right above you. He goes, yeah. He goes, it is. It's right above me. And it's 12:01 or whatever time it was. And so there is truth of a circling sun. There's too many people have filmed the circling sun in the north. You can take vacations there. But that doesn't prove either, because that works on both. It's just that there's fake films, and none of the tour companies will ever say you'll be able to see the circling sun. So what do they have planned down there? To me, I think where they're going far enough south where you can almost say they're in their own little amphitheater, their own little, the dome would be a lot closer there. Maybe they're in some sort of, they're using it like a planetarium. Maybe they're able to project, just like in a planetarium. If you've gone to like the Hayden Planetarium, it feels the same exact thing as we see out in nature. They really make it look amazing. So who's to say they can't do that on a larger scale when the sky screen, the firmament, is close enough? Who's to say they don't have that technology, right? I think they have, I call it fallen angel technology. I think that in Antarctica, this is just me speaking, there is advanced beings there. And I believe that's where we're getting all of our current technology from. Come on. In 1971, if I said to you, hey, you could be walking down the beach, holding a thin piece of glass in your hand, having a 4K video conversation with somebody in China and Philippines and Alaska at the same time for free, what would you have said? You would have.
Sounds crazy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's impossible. There's no way. Forget it. No, that's crazy. That's just, probably in 1981, you would have said the same thing, right? That wasn't that long ago. But now look at us. I'm talking to you guys. I don't even know where you are. It doesn't matter, right? But the technology they have down there, and the private amphitheater that they have down there, or planetarium, to me, if you've never been to a planetarium, you might not understand how amazing it looks, how it looks exactly like our sky. The planets and the sun and everything they put up there, it looks 3D. Again, we're seeing a two-dimensional image, but we're interpreting it as 3D. Who knows what the hell they're going to pull off down there?
Yeah, the mysteries of Antarctica definitely been a plethora of topics on that throughout the weeks of Flat Earth Fridays, man.
Unfortunately,
reason.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, unfortunately, my opinions on Will Duffy, and I think I have a pretty good sense of seeing what animates people. And I just think it's unfortunate that too many people gave him too much attention. So now, now we got this thing happening. I think it'll, in the end, it's just bringing more eyeballs towards flat Earth. And I think the whole thing's going to backfire on them no matter what they try or don't try or whatever happens, because everything they do always backfires on them. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I wish there was more of an effort with working with the flat earthers to decide on an actual final experiment.
Yeah.
It seems very controlled.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm just a good guy. I just want to know the truth. And just, birds of a feather flock together. So look at the people that you surround yourself with. Be careful. Be careful. So let's see, who has Will Duffy surrounded himself with? Simon Dan, McToon, Fight the Fat Shirt, Dave McKeegan, all of the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst. But that's just my opinion, We're the worst of the worst to them. But I mean, when you're a preacher, you should have some connection to understanding souls, if you will, and you're surrounding yourself literally with the worst of the worst. All those flat earthers are saying they're the worst of the worst because they're the best at debunking flat earth. Come on. Are you kidding me? Simon Dan, he's so bad. He's so bad. His videos are so cringe. And Dave McKeegan, ridiculous. So ridiculous. And the disingenuity of these guys, they still, and this caller doofus, right? They still won't admit that the horizon is above your eye level and things go beyond it.
Wait, you never know, Dave. He might find some common ground here. He heard what you said.
Maybe. You never know. You never know. And listen, I get very passionate. So, I wish love to all people, even the worst of the worst, in my opinion.
That's what's up. Go ahead, Duvas. I'll let you respond real quick. Then we'll slide to my guy, Mr. Xavier, because he's been super patient.
I'm sorry, I unmuted for a second and it muted me again for whatever reason. All right, I'll be real fast then if we're going to move on. Dave did say that the reason we can't see more of the surface, or that's where the horizon is because of the density of the air. Although I do have an observation from 130 miles away from Mount Rainier, the horizon is about 8 miles away. The mountain is 130 miles away, but we can see the mountain. We can't see the surface between the 8-mile distance from the observer and the 130-mile distance to the mountain. So air density doesn't seem like the right answer. In addition, the Southern Hemisphere flight he mentioned, Santiago de Chile to Perth or whatever, any destination in Australia, also has a flight in the other direction, which has a similar flight time. So a 350-mile-an-hour tailwind can't...
Circling wind. You can go one way on one trip and the other way on the other trip.
They don't. They go toward...
They circle. They circle. Look at Null School map. They circle. And at different altitudes, they go in opposite directions.
The child thing. Okay, let's try this again. They have a returning flight. The flight from Australia leaves southeast. The flight entering Australia comes from the southeast. They go along the same path. The tailwinds can't...
No, they don't.
...directions at the same time.
No, they don't. Sometimes they go the other way. Sometimes they cut into different tailwinds. Sometimes they fly at different altitudes. There's counter-rotating winds at different levels. You got to go explore the Null School map, or Bob Wynn's map. It'll, because they took down the Null School map because it was too revealing of what this place really is. They're beautiful circular winds. There's also many times that direct flight is canceled at the last minutes because the winds weren't cooperating, and then it ends up being like a 29-hour connecting flight up through the northern hemisphere, which is weird. Okay, but look at it. We had Max Egan on that flight, and he was taking compass readings, and the compass readings because you don't know where you are. You're flying at night. You're flying high. You can't really figure it out. And its compass readings matched with a flat Earth trajectory, and not a globe Earth trajectory. It was going in the opposite directions that the globe would require. And if you chart them all out, it made a perfectly straight line through the northern hemisphere.
So I want to get this straight. You had a guy on a plane with a magnetic compass surrounded by metal, and you thought that was okay.
Well, he just took readings along the way, and they did change, and they coincidentally matched with a straight line on a flat Earth map. They did actually match, where he was going northwest, north, north and
hear
northwest,
like a little bit of,
and then west.
We can kind of hear your mic rubbing up against something.
Doofus.
Or is it Doofus?
Yeah. Is it mine?
Somebody's mic.
No, it's not mine. Here, I'll mute.
Oh no, yeah, it is you, Dave.
No, it's not.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Look. Mute up, dude.
Okay.
There you go. It's not me. It was him. I muted before.
Okay. Yeah, dude, fix your mic there. Sorry about that, Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries.
Dude, fix your mic, bro.
Yeah, when you take the time and look into these southern flights, the amount of times that they're canceled, the routes are changed, the difference in flight time. Sometimes it's 5 hours longer. They're in flight and it takes 5 hours longer. That's a pretty significant thing. What's going on? And it's because they're hitting different winds, but they know what these winds are doing. They know at 40,000 feet, there's a westward wind at 200 miles an hour. And they know at 50,000 feet, there's an eastward wind at 300 miles an hour, or whatever the numbers are. So they know exactly what altitudes and what paths to put these pilots in to get them there at their exact time or close to it. And it's only when the winds get, disrupted, which they're pretty consistent, that these flights are canceled because they're like, we can't make it in a reasonable amount of time. So they literally cancel and change the flight. It happens all the time. Now, I know he doesn't like the magnetic compass thing, but I've used the compass on an airplane, and it does seem to be accurate. And Max's, if it wasn't accurate, why didn't Max's compass just point towards the same part of the plane the whole time? It didn't. And was it coincidental that it showed, he's leaving Australia, and he was heading north, and then he was heading northwest, and then he was heading west for a very short period of time. Then he was heading southwest, and then he was heading south. And if you look at that if you draw a line from Australia to Santiago, look at those directions. And if you can't figure them out, get a flat Earth map, put a magnet at the center that'll give it strong enough to attract the magnet, and put the magnet on Australia and slide it in a straight line to Santiago, and you'll see the exact same readings. It's just a coincidence, I'm sure. I'm sure it was just the plane changing its magnetic field.
He had that
to trick
the exact
the
amount of metal in order for it to look like it's flying off flat Earth.
Yeah. It's just so amazing that, like I'm telling Doofus this information. Dude, it's hard to call you Doofus and not mean it the way it sounds, but I'm just calling you by your name. All right. So it's hard. It's really difficult for me to see this information being given to somebody and them just adamantly refusing to understand it, look into it deeper, even to say, that's interesting. Can you tell me where I can see this or where I can find it? They just want to deny, hold on to their globe. It's pathetic.
Okay.
Well, let's be nice. Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. I mean, good Lord.
Magnetic compass doesn't have to be pointing to the same part of the airplane if it's full of metal. That's not required. I don't know where you came up with that.
Well, I'm just saying, why does it match the flat Earth trajectory? I can't. You're breaking up.
Okay, I'll try it one more time. The magnetic compass doesn't have to point to a single point on the aircraft if it's full of metal. The metal can deflect the position of the needle without having a magnetization that causes a constant direction.
Cool. Why did it match the flat Earth trajectory? Why did the timing and compass readings exactly match what a flat Earth path would be? Is that a coincidence?
I mean, the path that they took had nothing but ocean underneath of them. They didn't pass any over any land.
That's not true. They did pass over land.
Which land?
The United States.
They were okay. Which flight is this?
Dude, there's a whole bunch of videos on it. If you have my app, which you probably don't, it's in the Southern Flight section. You go look it up or ask somebody that has the app to send you the videos. Watch them and then make up your own mind. I'm not here to convince you.
Okay. How do you know it was the United States? That's what this looks like. All right.
I don't know. But it was over land, and according to the globe, they should have been over either Antarctica or the ocean. And the compass reading should have been the opposite.
Not the opposite.
And by the way, Max isn't even a flat earther.
Ooh, that's a very strong point. Forgot about that one. Wasn't a flat earther.
It doesn't matter what his affiliation
is. Doofus, what is going on with your mic, bro? You don't sound like this on Discord.
Maybe it's
you never really grab a mic in Discord either. That's probably why.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter what his affiliation is. If he's brought a magnetic compass onto an airplane that's made very much a majority of it by metal, there's a problem with that. And hopefully you guys can agree that there's a problem in doing that.
My car's made of metal and I have a compass on the dashboard and it works just fine.
That doesn't move around inside the body of the car. So they counter the body of the car when they make that.
Max's compass wasn't moving around it. No, it's my compass. It's my handheld compass. Max had his compass on his tray table. It wasn't moving around either. And why did it match exactly what the flat Earth would predict? This is just denial. You should say, that's interesting. Can I see the video?
Well, yeah, but the difference between a flat Earth and a globe Earth is not completely opposite, like you said earlier.
It's completely opposite. No, in the north it's not, but in the south, you leave on a globe, you leave Australia, you head south, and then you head southwest, and then you head a little northwest at best. The opposite happened.
Okay, the direction of the needle is not opposite. How about we say it that way?
Doofus, have you seen what David's talking about?
The specific video with Max Egan on it? No.
I'm telling you, man, you should go look into it. That's why we're talking about it. I see if someone posted it. We may have posted it before. But you could go look it up, man. You act like you use the internet.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find it though. But yeah, you still go look into it because I mean, I understand what you're saying where you want to, your mic is terrible, bro. I do understand what you're saying. You want to make sure you control as many variables as possible. But just like Dave is saying, if it damn near perfectly aligned with what was suspected on a flat Earth and a globe earther thought he can extract some valuable data off of this observation, I mean, you can't just blatantly dismiss it, especially when it's opposite of what it should have been. It's food for thought. Mr. Xavier, what up? Appreciate you being patient.
No problem. Doofus, if you could do me a favor, keep your mic off. You're causing audio chaos. It's really hard to listen. If you have one final thing to say, though I know you're chomping at the bit.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Did you finish your full thought, Doofus? I mean, it's really crazy though, bro.
Okay, well, just real quick, the direction of the runway will be very crucial in figuring this out. So we know which direction the runway is. If the compass can figure out what direction it's facing while they're on the runway, which we know to have a fixed orientation, then we can know whether or not the compass is actually doing something that it's supposed to do. If he's on the runway and it's pointed in a direction it shouldn't be, then the compass is not useful for this observation.
But it's amazing coincidence that it matches the flat Earth. There's just so many amazing coincidences on this globe that just perfectly match flat Earth emergency landings. The flight route from Argentina to New Zealand. It's just fascinating. It's just fascinating that it coincidentally only makes sense on a flat Earth. The globe is amazing. God bless the globe.
It doesn't just match a flat Earth. That's bullshit. Real quick, an emergency landing between 2 points. The way you guys evaluate where a flight should go on a globe is to draw a rhumb line. Aircraft do not follow a rhumb line. They follow a great circle. So your evaluations are wrong.
I ain't gonna lie. Alan did say that we need to reevaluate those emergency flights. He was saying something about that a couple months ago. But that still don't refute any of the other things that we be talking about. I'm like Doofus on daddy duties.
Doofus, go look up the Argentina. Go look up the flight Argentina to New Zealand. It goes to San Francisco, then to Houston, and then back down to New Zealand, across the equator, across the United States, and then look at it on a flat Earth map. You can't draw a straighter line. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Just look at that flight. If that doesn't convert you, then you're never gonna see it.
Okay, the flight from Santiago to New Zealand, because I just looked this one up not too long ago, doesn't.
I'm not talking about that one.
You just said Santiago to New Zealand. You just said it.
No, I said New Zealand to Argentina.
Okay, same basic continent. Both ends, they're in the same place, basically.
Are they? Are they really? Have you verified that?
Yes, Argentina and Chile are on the same continent.
Right. How big is that continent? Do you know?
It is below the equator, everywhere below Brazil.
Okay.
So real quick, the flights that go a direct route between those two continents do not cross the equator. If you take a connecting flight, which is two separate individual flights, then you might cross the equator. The reason for that is not because a flight from that continent to the other continent must go that way. It's because you chose a flight that goes that way.
And it just happens to be a straight line.
It doesn't. Even on a flat Earth map, it's not quite a straight line. But
it's a perfectly straight line. Perfect straight edge straight line.
But even then, the problem is the flights that directly connect those two continents do not cross the equator.
Yes, they do.
Okay, do you have a direct flight that crosses the equator?
The one that Max took did.
Okay, that'll be fun to see if you say the United States was there. I'd love to see that. It doesn't let me mute every time.
I'm gonna see if I can try to find that clip. But yeah, your mic is terrible, dude. But do your thing. Mr. X, what up?
Yeah. What up, dog? I'm not going to be too long at all. I just want to mention something that was a reoccurring theme. I just find it odd that the scientific that is implored when we have to do stuff very meticulously. I do applaud him for thinking of isolating as many variables as possible. It just seems to be one way. And when we ask for the same thing, we have to deal with, hey, it's a prediction, and we can rely on prediction. We don't need to have atmospheric conditions measured every 100 feet to account for refraction like we're asked to do. I just found that funny. But anyway, earlier, Alan talked about how things are backwards compatible when it comes to this quote unquote empirical measurement, right? If an infringement pattern is observed and that's empirically verified, do we backwards compatible it and say a just so story was the account of this infringement pattern, or can we just isolate for cause and effect? And that's briefly what I want to mention. On and off, there was mention of a gas pressure gradient, right? and then I put in the nest too from the last, something that we should recognize. When talking to anti-flat earthers, you will hear a lot that if there's pressure, right? And to use an analogy, I stack a couple of boulders and smaller boulders on top of that, and large rocks on top of that, medium-sized rocks, smaller, all the way up to dust, you would see how that gradient of rocks gets thinner and thinner and thinner till it gets to dust particles at the very, very top. They would have you believe this is how a gas pressure gradient acts upon us. Well, here's the problem with that. There isn't a reason for that, a delta when we're dealing with gas, right? If there's a pressure with gas, the very thing in the last, then there's a delta of X. You can't have a delta of X without X existing. So that pressure necessitates what's being pressed upon. Now, here's a difference between necessary antecedents when it comes to sciences and unsubstantiated presuppositions. There was conversation about what this containment must be made of. What's the nature of this containment? Is it oxygen? Is it water? Is it sapphire? I heard sometimes. Now, these are great for speculating, but if you assert this is true, you now have a burden of proof that you need to substantiate. There's a difference between saying pressure necessitates what's being pressed upon, because that's a necessary antecedent, and said container is made out of oxygen, water, sapphire, etc. Just be careful when you're having these conversations, and make sure to emphasize what you're discussing, and that's important. So I put that in a nest. So to understand, a lot of times there's a lot of bait and switch happening with these conversations, right? They say what constitutes evidence, and there's a bait and switch where they seem like they're giving a necessary antecedent with a indirect measurement claim, but it really is an unsubstantiated supposition. And those are the two things that you have to take away from that. What is a necessary antecedent, and what is an unsubstantiated supposition? There's a necessary antecedent that I had a great grandmother, because I exist, right? We know the nature of humans, and unless I can prove I'm divine from immaculate conception, they're necessitated me be having a great grandmother, even though she doesn't exist. So that's an example of a necessary antecedent. Space-time bending, due to the mass of the Earth floating in an expanding vacuum, causing smaller masses to attract to it. That's a very, very bold claim that can't have an evidence to substantiate it. It's necessarily an unsubstantiated supposition. You have to affirm the consequent with that. And you have to beg the question of a bendy space-time or gravitons or whatever have you to cause the mass attracting another mass, and they can't. And don't let them fool you into thinking these two are the same, right? There's a problem with induction, right? Induction is where the current sciences are right now. There's an inherent problem with induction, right? It makes specific claims. From specific claims, it makes universal general statements. A whole bunch of specific claims, a whole bunch of affirming the consequent with our measurements, like we talked about, and saying, hey, we have a really solid prediction that this is the case. You cannot make general claims from specific instances. That is a fallacy. The sciences know that's a fallacy. Those who are taught the scientific method understand this is a fallacy, but somewhere along the lines, we accepted this as truth. We accepted this as an inherent part of modern day science, and against all Popperian methods of falsification, this is false. I put that in the nest right now. The main problem with induction is it makes specific claims. From specific claims, it makes general universal statements. No amount of black swans, no amount of white swans can tell you that this is a high probability of all swans being white. You need to isolate for variables, like was mentioned, and both people have to do this. So just keep that in mind when we're having this discussion. A gas pressure gradient necessitates that gas pressure being contained. No matter what they say, don't fall for the rock analogy where it's a pyramid of gradient. it necessitates what's being pressed upon. The nature of what's being pressed upon, you can only speculate because you cannot get up there. But you can still have the discussions even if there's not direct measurements to be had. Just understand the difference between a necessary antecedent and an unsubstantiated supposition.
Bro, I love how Xavier always be calling out all they tactics, man. It's crazy how they be trying to shift all the different standards to our side and they don't want to adhere to it. And they get all like super critical. I'm like, yo, y'all don't never do that with y'all stuff, bro. And then they try to play with words, man. They try to like, listen, this is why you operate within that framework that Mr. Xavier was talking about. So that way you could have a coherent conversation and, muddy the waters with fallacious reasoning. You establish that foundation so that way you can't deviate from it. So shout out to Mr. X, man. Always dropping that sauce. I'm glitching. I don't know if y'all can hear me. I'm gonna reset real quick. We got Advent and Karen up here. I don't think we heard from either one of them. Stationary Saturday.
How's it, guys, from sunny South Africa? How's everyone doing?
Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
Yeah, man. Sorry, I'm just helping clean out a little ouchie that we got on a little girl's knee here from playing around outside. But I just want to add something. First of all, with regards to the metal affecting a magnetic field on an airplane, it's a little bit of a misnomer because 98% of that aircraft is made from an aluminium alloy, which is non-ferrous. It's not going to affect a magnetic field in any way. But I've also done a study myself using under the underground communication cables. Being in South Africa, I'm at the tip of one of the continents. And what I did is created a map of the Gleasons and the Mercator map in CAD. And I used a country which had a border line that ran directly east to west. And that country that I used was Egypt because it's got a known length on that border. And I then drew the map according to that scale. And I then superimposed the underground cables between those two maps. And then I did a very simple thing, is I, sitting down in Cape Town, I sent a ping to a numerous servers in New York City. And I sent pings through to Perth in Australia. And I measured the time that it took those cables, those signals to return. Now, on the Mercator map, the physical distance that cable runs, if you measure it on that map, is substantially longer than the route it takes to go from Cape Town to the eastern coast, past the eastern coast of Madagascar, up to India, and then down to Perth. And a very interesting thing happened. The ratio difference between my ping rates, from pinging Cape Town through to New York, which on the Mercator map is the longer route, was returning a return latency much shorter than the supposed shorter route from Cape Town to Perth. Now, when you measure those distances on the Gleason's map, that ratio is superimposed from the distances those lines travel on the Gleason's map. Again, it could be coincidence, but it's more evidence supporting that we are being lied to about the physical boundaries of our Earth. Again, taking those two computer-aided designs I did, I then started measuring the border areas of each individual country and comparing them to the official government gazetted land area by square kilometer and by square mile. I did it both ways. And again, the correlation between the Mercator map and what the government gazettes are publishing are completely wrong. Yet on the Gleason's map, they are so close. They have to make sense. We have to take accountability that there's something there that is unexplained. So again, I'm in full support of Dave. There is something wrong. Whether it's actually flat or not, I can't say. But I do believe we are being lied to about the Earth that we actually live on. And yeah, thanks for letting me just share my experiences and the studies which I've done personally. I appreciate it.
Oh, that's dope, man. You know, those underwater sea cables. That's a doozy.
And I'd just like to say, a lot of people are going to say that, we use satellites and everything like that. But, being on the tip of South Africa, we consistently have periods where our internet goes down, where we've got to wait for a ship to come out, repair our lines, and then we get service back up again. So clearly, my service provider is using underground cable and undersea cables for their data transmission. So it really blows the satellite transmission theory out the water. Well, at least for my service provider.
Satellites are just such a joke. Hey, is it 1:30 where you are right now?
Yeah, man, absolutely.
Yeah, my app works. Look at that. The whole idea of satellites pinging signals, it's so dumb. It's ridiculous. I might have told this last time, but I'll say it again. In case I didn't say it here. I was on a flight going to Mexico and I was uploading videos. I was actually listening to live streams, X Space. I'm doing it, and it kept telling me that I'm connected via satellite. So I have to believe that the airplane is sending a signal hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, 350 miles or farther above the airplane to a tin can that it then has to take the signal and amplify it down to Earth, past the airplane to hit a cell tower. That's what you have to believe. Why doesn't the airplane just send it to a cell tower? Or to another airplane to a cell tower?
Right, because even the planes propagate signals.
You're 100% right. And what a lot of people don't know is that triangulation technology has been around since the Second World War. They had a low-key radio signal set up so that they could get approximate locations on their fleet. That's from the 40s. That technology's been in place. And it's a much easier way to explain satellite triangulation from a cost perspective. Having a land-based solution makes sense. It's cheap. Right. You can service it properly, and it lasts.
Right. So, but then add that. Now we have flying cell towers that are in airplanes. They can be serviced. They can be powered. You can change them. It's way cheaper than satellites. And they're everywhere in the sky, and they have the power source. They have the electricity. Where are these satellites? They're little solar panels that are transmitting signals. These things are falling around the Earth in a space vacuum, falling. They're not floating. They're falling in orbits. Right? Why aren't they speeding up? Ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT gets caught in a loop. It's like, well, if things are falling in free space, then they'll always speed up. And I'm like, well, how does the geosynchronous satellite not speed up? And then it literally, gets dumbfounded and apologizes for being stupid. But sending your signal from the airplane to a tin can, and then that tin can sending it back to Earth past the airplane makes zero sense. Airplanes are flying cell towers. That's all they are. And all the airplanes are becoming with this high speed internet. The bubble is underneath the airplane. If it's connecting with a friggin' satellite, what's it doing underneath the airplane?
I remember one time, Dave, you said that the ISS possibly can get from one end to the sky appearingly because it's a plane. A lot of people think that it might be Project Bluebeam, but we might consider that your theory might be correct. If it is a plane, then it would get from one end to the sky to the other because it's closer to the
it's never one answer. They have like when it transits the sun and the moon, that's something different. But the one that we see, like I got the tracker, like it's going to come up at 6:47. Boom, there it is at 6:47. Now I'm watching it from the horizon, and it's going to go right over me. Okay, it takes like 8 minutes to go from where it rose to where it's set. So horizon to horizon. So I don't know how far that is when I can see it, but when it's directly over me at my zenith, I now know that it's traveling away from me at 1,750 miles an hour. I can see it for another 4 minutes. Someone want to do the math? 1,750 miles per hour divided by 60 times 4 or 5, right? And that's how many miles away, and I can still see it. That's like me seeing an airplane from Connecticut that's over California, right? Like, how can I see it so long? How is it reflecting sunlight to my eyes into everyone's eyes, right? If two people were on the or out in a field, 20 feet apart, and I had a mirror and I was reflecting the sunlight at one of them, the other one would not see the reflection. Only one person can see the reflection. So how is everyone seeing this? Unless it's something smaller and closer and it's just flying at the speed of an airplane.
Dave, I've got another thing some people might be interested in researching.
Go ahead.
Go and take and research the worldwide production of helium. Literally, the metric size or quantity that is mined each year, and get the total supply. Then go do some research on how much NASA actually uses of that global supply. I don't want to lead anyone, do the research yourself, but it is staggering that only a small fraction of the total supply is left over after that initial customer to service all industry or manufacturing for the rest of the world's needs. It just does not make sense that an organization needs that volume of helium gas.
For those of you that haven't seen my on my app and the more resources page, which is the web button, there's a section called Rockets Are Balloons. Watch those videos. All right. I got a lot of shit when I first put them out, but there's no doubt most rockets are balloons, right? They do fake CGI launches, they do miniature launches, they do all sorts of stuff. But the big rockets, especially the space shuttle when it went up, that was a blimp. Watch those videos, and there's no denying it.
I mean, look at it. It really does explain what satellites may be and how many they would have to deploy worldwide to sell the lie. There is no other logical explanation for that volume of gas being used by one customer.
Yeah, I think, doesn't NASA own all of the helium companies, or they just contract with it all?
Well, I do know that in the last, I'd say 5 years, forgive me, I'm not 100% sure on the time frame, but some local boys in South Africa, youngsters, probably in their 20s, actually discovered an old water well on one of their farms. And it was producing helium at a significantly higher rate than anywhere else in the world. And they've been approached by NASA, and they are selling, not exclusively, but a lot of their supply is going through to NASA.
Amazing. They also they need to keep control of the helium, because if there's a helium excess, first, helium will come down in price, and two, people can say, hey, I'm going to start a blimp company, and we can't have blimps because that gives you access to going great distances and places where maybe they don't want you to go.
I thought NASA bought up the manufacturers too.
I think they did most of them, but they control it
Nothing
all.
to see here. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Move along. Fucking crazy flat earthers. They think balloons. Yeah, I mean, rockets are balloons. Watch it. My favorite is.
I have to. No, I'm sold.
Yeah.
Actually, you can see when it's falling. It's falling out of the sky. It's like
My favorite is the video of the external tank from the shuttle, which weighs empty. It's steel. It weighs like 10 tons empty. And so the shuttle,
I saw that one.
the shuttle's going up. It's got to get 17, 20,000 miles an hour to get out of orbit. And then it detaches. So that empty tank is falling. And the guys that are in the shuttle are going in the opposite direction at unimaginable speed, but they're filming the tank for like 10 minutes.
And
you
the
wouldn't be able to
shuttle-
film it for 1 second.
That's true.
Yeah.
And it always rotates to the bottom at the same time, right? The shuttle, because it's heavier than the helium tank, right?
Yeah. How come they say that gyros hold the space station steady? How come it's not, doing like going around the Earth? It should be belly down, back down, top down, as it's going around. Like take your hand and just go around in a circle. That's the orientation. It should be bottom, it should be doing a 360 every 90 minutes, and it never does. It's always the bottom to the Earth.
It's insane.
It's so
Actually,
stupid.
I had questions for you. One is about the shuttle. Remember the rocket, the SpaceX rocket a few weeks back?
The one that got caught in the chopsticks?
Yeah. Starship. Starship now, they say, without missing a beat. It's still a rocket. Now, I'm sure they're playing with perspective and size. Like, didn't you mention one time about the space shuttle that they're also playing with perspective and size over that body of water, and it might not be a full-size thing they're launching?
Like sometimes they do a launch and it's a miniature, and but you can tell when it's a fake rocket or a real. Like sometimes they launch something. Never ever are there any people on those rockets. But sometimes, like the space shuttle had a solid smoke plume from ground until you couldn't see it anymore. So something physical was going up. But in other ones, smoke comes out of the ground, and then when it's up in the air, it's got a perfect little clean, like natural gas flame sticking out, and there's no smoke at all. That to me is Project Bluebeam or something, or just CGI. They're fooling us in a whole nother way. But the real rockets leave smoke plumes. But that one that was caught in the chopsticks is so fake. Now listen, when there's a rocket launch, there's a no-fly zone for probably 100-mile radius around that rocket launch, maybe 200 miles. Who knows? Especially when the first stage is going to fall back to Earth and land. There's got to be like a 500-mile, no-fly zone. But let's just say 100 miles. There was a blimp right in the cloud, which was the smoke, but it looks like a cloud from when it took off. There was literally a big black blimp in there. What's that? What's that?
Did something fly by too? It looked like something flew by and they tried to edit out a flock of birds. Maybe could have been.
They depending on there's two views of it, and one of them there was all these birds flying. They always stick CGI birds into these rocket launches to make it, just to give it more realism. And, like when they faked the Stephen Hawkins faked the helicopter going behind the lake at the test that we were with the birds. They have the fake birds, and proven. But nobody cares, doesn't matter. Everyone's like, yeah, well, whatever. But anyone that any engineer that sees you got this multi-ton, 10, 20-ton rocket. It looks, that first stage that they call the chopsticks, you can fit like 10 Mack trucks in there. Okay. And this thing's falling. And then the rocket engine comes on and it's at a 45-degree angle. How come it doesn't just start? You ever light a bottle rocket without the stick? Right? It just goes, wait, what is stopping that? How is it steering? And people that just believe that,
question nothing.
Yeah,
Polaris. They just change your whole worldview, and
if you believe that rocket landed and don't question it, you are officially an NPC. Officially, you just should know it. You just need to know it.
They don't know. They can't know it. The other question, I was curious if you'd seen that. I saw a genuine film of the sun from Antarctica. That was I never saw after 2017. Like it was removed. Did you see that by any chance?
Which one? The circling sun? The one where
it's the one where it would be what you would imagine in Antarctica. it goes from the top right to and arcs down, as if you're just one part in Antarctica, and you're seeing that one sliver of the sun when it passes over
I don't
wherever
know.
you are.
I'm not sure if I saw which way you're talking about. I've seen time lapses where it arcs towards you and then it arcs away, just like the
Midnight Sun.
circle. No, not Midnight Sun. It
Yeah.
comes towards you and then it antarcs away, the Antarctic.
Mm-hmm.
But what's going to happen down there? Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
All right, man. Thanks. Cool.
One thing I always wonder why they never showed us was star trails from the moon.
Because they can't. Why is it when you fly when I flew to Australia, I'm in the middle of the ocean in the middle of the night, there was no stars in the sky. The lights were out in the plane. I got a blanket over my head surrounding the window. I wanted to see the Milky Way. And there was like 4 or 5 stars out there. And they might have been airplanes. They might have been planets, I'm not sure, but where did the stars go? Where did they go? Exactly. You know, there. I think the whole thing, this last thing on TFE, it's gonna blow up in their face. The trip, 50-50 chance it's canceled. Okay, which is just making just an energy suck. For the last 6 months.
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, that could happen. Or they go down there and there's some sort of anomaly, interesting, or more likely they're treating it like a planetarium and they can fool the crap out of people. Oh, well, we got infrared cameras and this and that. I don't know about that. I don't know. It's already daylight there, so they don't have to worry about lighting the land. They just need to worry about projecting and faking a sun. Could they do it? I don't see why they couldn't. Are they going to try? I have no idea. But one thing we can be sure is the elite aren't sitting back and going, "Oh man, that Will Duffy, he's exposing our game. They're gonna blow. Darn it, he blew it for all of us." Because when the world wakes up to flat Earth, everything changes. All governments collapse, right? Everything changes. So there's no way the elite are sitting back going, "Oh, that Will Duffy, I can't believe he did this. He's really going to expose our game." That is a 0% chance. 0. That'll happen.
This question about the stars, like that would never get by the nerds. They were questioning it from day one, like everything. Like,
well, you know what?
Shouldn't be there.
I'm wondering if you could like knock somebody out and bring them into a planetarium, and tell them that they're really outside on a mountain. They probably could. Probably could. You probably could. So being at 79 degrees south. Maybe the firmament's right there. Maybe the sky screen is right there, and using what I say fallen angel technology. I said it before. I don't know. My iPhone analogy, we don't know what technology they have. We might not even be able to fathom the technology they have. But personally, I think that that I don't think it's as hard as we think it is. I don't think the technology even needs to be that great. And then the other thing that's freaking me out, I looked into it a little more, not too much, is, they told us when the Earth temperature rises 1.5 degrees, we're all dead. In the last 3 years, Antarctica has risen over 50 degrees. 50 on average, 50. So what are they doing? Are they practicing? I don't know.
Well, maybe it'll raise another 50 degrees.
Maybe. But why isn't that the biggest story in the world?
I don't know. I just don't want to go if it's cold. So.
What's up, Austin?
Wishful thinking.
Austin, we're going to get you some good gloves, my friend. We can keep you nice and warm.
Yeah, they're buying all my gear. It's funny. You're like, this energy suck. I forget about it every day. So.
Yeah. No, good for you. Good for you. Listen, so do I. Just when I come on here, I bring it up sometimes. Bring hand warmers. Those little those hand warmers that they use for skiing. Put those in your gloves. You'd be very happy. I'll send you a case of them if you have room to bring them. I'll send you a case of them. How's that?
Not good. Don't do that.
Okay, I won't do it.
So have you heard Eric Dollar talk about the seeing stars in space thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty lit. That's pretty lit. I mean, you brought it up. He's talking about how, like, even in their paradigm, you wouldn't really see these stars in space, and so then the whole model kind of collapses because.
Right. I mean, for the flat Earth, I don't really know how to explain that. For the globe Earth, it doesn't make any sense at all. So it kind of nullifies the globe, but it really, just puts question marks in what flat earthers think.
Yeah, like why wouldn't you see stars?
It should get brighter and brighter as you get higher and higher.
Well, it depends on what they're in, right? It depends on many things.
Well, no, in the heliocentric world, don't you agree? The higher you get and the farther away from the Earth, the brighter the stars should be in the heliocentric world.
That's just a fake world, So
I know, but we don't need again. Falsification is independent of replacement. If we go up and the stars don't get brighter and they kind of disappear, that falsifies the heliocentric model.
Yep. Yeah, throwing this back out there because it's in November now, and still have not been able to find any like legitimate astrophysicists or anything. But Jake Shield just made a post that's got like 1 million views talking about how he's got let's call it Holocaust revisionist that's ready to debate, and he's had 4 historians that were supposed to come on and debate him, and they all backed out, and I was like, yeah. I know how it feels, bro. I know how it feels. They're researching that guy and they're finding out they can't defend against his arguments and they're backing out. That's what's happening.
That's the same thing on our side.
Exactly.
So wait, Lisa, are you able to get in touch with any of them, or are you getting in touch with them and then they backing out? Like what was?
Yeah, well, see, this is the problem. So in the field has hurt me significantly, right? Like. Back in the day, I had all these people, they would email me back, like, yeah, sure, I'll come on and discuss, blah, blah, blah. Because I wasn't like, hey, will you come on and debate me about, I was just like, do you want to come on and kind of discuss whatever? And then they would go watch the videos. And my first video was with like the PhD astronomer, Robert Parks. And they all back out. So, you know what I'm saying? Like I've kind of exhausted a lot of the connects that trying to set up that show. I've reached out to a bunch of people.
Maybe you should put those behind a paywall so they can't get to them.
Yeah, something, man. I don't know. It's too late now.
Yeah, I guess.
Too late.
Hey, about that other thing, not being able to find a PhD, maybe we should talk to the host of the show and say, listen, they're all backing out, and this is why you should just have us on.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
Yeah.
Obviously, I still think the most ideal situation is to have some like for like cognitive purposes. If like someone new to the subject sees, because it's what they'll do, right? It's ironic, but they need to present the case against our position without us there, right? So they need to be able to straw man it and mock it and gaslight it, similar to the Holocaust thing. But if we were to go on without someone representing their side with credentials, they'll claim that's what we're doing.
Yep. It's so ironic.
Yeah.
But they won't come.
We're like begging them. Yeah, we're begging them to come.
Yeah. You just got to point that out. If we point that out to the host, we'll just say, we can't find anybody. You can't find anybody. So have us on and, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should obviously go on there prior to nothing happening, but there's a couple other people, I guess, that may come on. So,
all right.
I don't know.
All right. You let me know what's happening. I'm not gonna, I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Got a few ideas, but nothing really solid. I ain't gonna lie. I'll let you know.
Dude, they're all gonna say, yeah, of course I'll do that. And then they're gonna go watch the arguments and they're gonna be like, damn. And you got to put yourself in their perspective. You're asking them to put their academic
thought they were on a
reputation.
spinning ball out in space.
You're asking them to put their academic reputation on the line to now go defend something they've just discovered is indefensible, right? Like something that they can't rebut.
Yeah.
So it's just a lose-lose. Like, why would they do that?
Yeah.
Hey, what's it?
To free humanity, maybe some of them have a moral compass
because they have integrity.
yeah, they do it because they have integrity and they want to free humanity from the slave system that we're in. Maybe.
Wasn't it the same thing at Old State Saloon where they wanted somebody to debate you in person and nobody would show up and they just kept increasing the money?
Yeah, they offered $10K.
No way.
I wasn't
What?
getting $10K. I wasn't getting nothing. They offered $10K for someone just to come debate me in person, and they couldn't find anyone.
I would have debated you.
Well, Sacred, then it turned.
I would have destroyed you, bro.
Of course you would have.
Then it turned into, well, they knew that Witsit was going to do the last day on biblical cosmology, so they were like, well, let's send an invite to all the pastors in the local area. Maybe somebody will come out and talk, biblical cosmology with Witsit, and we'll pay this, we'll give you that. It's like nobody wants to show up. What's the deal with that?
I can't even get preachers to debate me about the Bible, bro. I'm not a preacher.
Dude,
what the-
hey, on a slightly different topic, did you hear what happened to the pastor in Tennessee that Dean debated? What's his name? Greg Locke.
Dean Odom.
No, Greg Locke.
Oh,
Greg Locke.
Greg
Did
Locke,
you hear
Greg
what
Locke.
happened to him recently?
No.
So after the debate, his roof caved in. God scrolled back to sky and collapsed his church. That's kind of ironic. But he was doing a thing the other day, and he says, some of you are saying that we're wasting our money. He goes, you let me know. I'll go through our records and find out your donation history, and I'll refund every penny tomorrow. Half his congregation asked for their money back, and he won't give anyone the money.
What? What did he do to make them that mad?
I don't know, but people are doing it now. Lawyers are getting involved. It's crazy. It's kind of funny, and God has a sense of humor.
That's wild.
Man,
Yeah,
that's
that-
like major karma. What? It's like instant karma.
Well, this is what I was trying to say. Like everyone's pretending that he's this like super evil mastermind. Like no. He thinks he's right, bro. Like this is what people don't like. His ego has blinded him. So he thought right then he's like, God will come in and give us way more money. Like that's what he was thinking for sure. Because after watching that guy, I'm like, this guy's so deluded. He is in his own reality, bro. Or maybe thought some really wealthy donor would like replace it, or who knows. That's karma though, and I think it's cool. I think they should shut his church down.
Now I got another slight topic change. Dave, you had passed out with it. You weren't here, and I don't know if y'all covered this because I passed out too. I've been training a lot more, so I'm real tired just from running. But Brenda was in here last night, grabbed a mic, was trying to like say, "Are you guys ready? Or are you prepared
I heard
emotionally
it. I heard
for?"
it.
Oh my gosh. And it's like, dude, you're the one spiraling right now. No true flat earther is worried about anything some luminary is going to do optically in the sky, if we see it or not. And she's like, no, 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 you don't get it. Your world is going to collapse before your
They're
eyes.
so
And Sacred,
desperate. They're so desperate.
it's so wild.
Yeah, they're desperate. They're so sad and so desperate.
I don't think anyone should engage with Brendan until that person directly acknowledges that they were caught going into a room full of children on Discord. Some little like 8 and 10-year-old said, "You're not supposed to be on Discord, right?" But they had set up this little Discord and was streaming it. This like 10-year-old, and he went in there using a little kid's voice talking to them. So yeah.
My God, if I had known that.
No.
Well, now you know. So anytime that person's in my vicinity, I recently I haven't even got the chance to say something because I don't like obviously go out of my way to interact with that person. But anyway, bring all these serious vibes, but that's ridiculous, and so I don't really think we should even allow that person to speak unless they acknowledge that. And that's the kind of stuff where I'm from. Like you just get beat up, and then and then the cops get called, and the cops are like, "Okay, so I'm gonna just leave," So
That's definitely weird. Wish I knew about that.
prior. It's crazy because we did have one of the young homies pull up earlier this evening. Super cool dude. But yeah, my thing is always protecting the children, and any weird acts that I become aware of, we might have to get some explanation for that because I don't play about the kids for
Yeah,
real.
you didn't jump up in a Discord with a bunch of kids and then use a fake little kid's voice to trick them into thinking you were a kid. And, let's just say, I mean, that world that that person exists in is disproportionately pedophilic and sexually deviant. So, yeah.
That's not creepy at all.
If we search hard enough, could we find this somewhere? Like some of this, like evidence of this?
No, but I don't think that they've even denied it. But what happened was someone caught it and immediately shut it down. Got it shut down because they weren't even supposed to have the Discord. And so, I mean, kudos to him, I guess. In retrospect, yeah, you like who recorded it or something, but it wasn't like it wasn't illegal, right? Like, it's just circumstantial, but it's based on my interactions with that person. Yeah, there's no telling what the intention was. I'm just saying, like, to me, that's like a huge red flag. And this person has also stalked me for like years. And so I just don't, I don't think we should give them too much airwaves.
That's really good advice. I mean, honestly, so much of this is about rising up, getting to a better, frequency, vibration, getting to peace, getting to joy, asking honest questions as human beings. Like, hey, let's look at this. Let's circle back. Let's ask about this. I thought that's what science was: investigating, doing tests, looking. And they're like, no, 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 our paradigm. And I just appreciate everything all y'all are doing.
Have you guys, you guys don't have that new series or whatever, but Middle Ground or whatever, but or maybe you don't know, but dude, I'm discovering so many things. It's like way worse than I realized. So yeah, just stay tuned for that. We have
What's
like
it on, Austin? I didn't know about it.
yeah, you're on YouTube and everything, right? But it's just a geocentrism, like specifically geocentrism. So I don't talk about the shape of the Earth at all, and it's similar to like Relatively Speaking was, I guess. But I realized that Relatively Speaking show was so like in depth and people were kind of lost. So anyway, it's just
And I love that, man. That was one of my favorites. I ain't gonna lie, but this was definitely dope too.
well, it's gonna end up getting there, right? Because once you kind of get to the basics, this is what I said in the first one. I'm like, I'm gonna kind of, even though it's really painful and annoying for me to like redundantly talk about a lot of this basic stuff, if someone watches, I'm gonna try to keep them all really concise. And if people watch it, the idea is that you can send it to someone, right? Like if you had to send someone Relatively Speaking, they would have just been like, "What the hell did you just send me, bro? Like I'm not watching this." You know what I'm saying? Like if you actually look at Rossier, the professor in relativity, he explains that based on the immensity of the mass and the gravitational fields, that there actually isn't a variance. It's like they don't know what they're like. Shut up. So I want you to be able to send some pretty concise video to someone where they can learn about geocentrism, and so that's the idea. And ideally, if they were to like kind of consistently watch it, and they're all like like no longer than an hour, after like 10 episodes, they're kind of going to be prepared for. They're going to want to hear the more like in-depth things. So that's the idea. But anyway, the reason I bring this up is so rarely in this conversation do I get like really excited anymore because it's all very redundant. Like we have to talk to these people about the same stuff over and over. But I started looking into geocentrism again to put some stuff together, and I got really excited because I'm finding like all this stuff I didn't know, like that Kepler literally lied and fraudulently claimed that his laws matched the observational data, and it was just a computational claim that doesn't match the chart in his own paper. and that Mars, like one example of something that I got like super excited about is there's an observation in December this year. We can watch Mars, and depending on what Mars does, it will definitively refute the heliocentric model, right? Like there's a geocentric and a heliocentric prediction of what Mars should do. So like we can actually look in the sky at Mars, and it will definitively refute heliocentrism this December. And that's something that, no one's ever heard of, right? So.
What, that close this December?
Yep.
Does it cost $40K?
No.
Is it on December 15th?
No, it's like it's the 22nd or something. I don't remember.
Interesting.
Hey, Dave, I just posted, and for the people listening in the jumbo, the link to his new series. It's just on his YouTube, and
Awesome.
It's a playlist, so save it up.
Yeah. I'll share it around.
Yeah.
See,
But
which
anyway,
that's actually
dude,
interesting because
Go ahead.
so this Mars, I think I know the one you're talking about where it lines up with a certain star. That one, because I did see your series.
Yeah, it's based on the conjunction with the sun.
Oh, then that's a different one because there's a guy, Simon Shack, that promotes the Tychonic system, and he brings up a whole bunch of facts about Mars which don't actually line up with a heliocentric model, such as particular one is the retrograde of Mars. So when it's supposed to be closest in the heliocentric model, the loop it makes is smaller than the loop it makes when it's farther away. Like if you took like the angle, the size of the loop, right, in an angular size, when it's farther away, it should be smaller because of perspective, right? Versus when it's closer, it should be larger, but it's actually the opposite.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. Yeah, bro, that's another one. Who did you say? What name did you say?
His name is Simon Shack. So if you like go on YouTube and type in Simon Shack Tychoism, Tychoism, he's done he's got it's split into two parts. So it's two-hour presentations about it, and he works with astronomers on it because he's like an amateur astronomer, but he's worked with professional astronomers on it. I think he's got a couple published papers. So I mean, he goes through the whole thing, like all the problems. There's all sorts of problems with the heliocentric model, such as the sidereal day and the way the constellations process through the seasons. There's one where like every 700 something days, Mars will line up with a certain star. But in the Tycho model, it would line up with a certain star. But in the heliocentric model, it actually doesn't line up, but we actually observe it to line up. Like, so it's like every orbital period and a half or something like that, that it'll line up with a star. I mean, I'm just going off, I didn't like memorize the points, but you should check it out. It's really interesting.
No, it'd be very cool. I just pulled it up on a tab because that sounds a lot like what I was talking about. And it's we've kind of like granted this idea that Kepler's laws and within the heliocentric paradigm all work, like that they're able to explain the solar system. That isn't true. And so obviously we've all kind of known like, well, Mercury doesn't really work and you have the perihelion shift, and then they lied about it and claimed that relativity predicted it and it was actually observed 40 years blah 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 before that. But this is like way worse. This is like the planets don't do what they're supposed to do according to their model, which is wild. And because that's like the go-to we get to is like, well, Newtonian gravity works perfectly to explain the solar system. And yeah. So that sounds a lot like kind of what I'm talking about. Like actually Kepler, I just found that Kepler consistently talked about how Mars was basically giving him a headache and he couldn't figure it out. And he actually concedes that Tycho Brahe had a superior position and he never figured it out. He was never able to explain Mars prior to his death. So,
Well, the Shack dude actually says that Tycho challenged Kepler to explain Mars, and I guess, I don't know where he got the source from, but he said Kepler said he could do it in 6 days, and then 6 years later, he still wasn't done. Like he could, make it work, and just never made it work. Mars is like a huge problem for the heliocentric model because of the crazy difference in distance, they say. 41 million miles versus something like 151 million miles away, right? So it's like it should change in angular size something like 16 times. There's like all these issues that they have,
Yeah.
and that they just, sweep under the rug. You know how they do it.
Yeah, another one is like so in their heliocentric model, they basically average the period, the duration of the cycle as like 689 days, but it actually changes, right? It goes in like 7-year cycles, and like on the 7th year, the amount of days it's like 150 days shorter or whatever, which shouldn't happen in their paradigm at all. It should just always be the same, and it's not. So yeah, I think it's pretty crazy, right? It's like right under our noses that like literally even just the way the planets move disprove heliocentrism, which I think is pretty cool. That's pretty crazy because everyone can just pop out a telescope, you know what I'm saying? And see it doesn't work. And this is what's so funny about that bet that guy made with me where he's like he chose Mars because that's the only one that it can explain. And it's just extremely ignorant because if you know anything about the history, the reason that someone would do Mars is because if you can explain Mars, like you can explain all of them because it's the most difficult one to project, right? Like, or to predict. So it's just so funny that that guy had it so backwards.
I
Yeah,
know.
and like there's a historical. I mean, from what I found out, I've done like a semi deep dive in how they changed, like in the university system of the time, right, in 1600s. They didn't just like jump on the heliocentric model. They taught the Ptolemaic model like with the heliocentric model together into like the 18th century. They didn't just like abandon one for the other. And the reason that they say in the historical record that they switched is because they wanted a hypothesis on because they didn't have like a dynamic model, right? So the Ptolemaic model is just kinematic, right? It's just we make the observations, like we're not claiming any of this is real. We have no hypothesis of like what's causing this or causing that. But they wanted that. They wanted that, like, the inverse square law of gravity is causing these orbits, right? They wanted that. And there was a particular guy who kind of like had a lot of clout back then in the university system. There's actually a I don't know if this there's like a what's it called, an astronomy family tree, right? So it goes through like all the astronomers and who their teachers were, and you can like go all the way back, like who did Tycho Brahe learn from, who did Kepler learn from, you can go all the way back to like the 1400s on how, and you can actually go look up what they wrote, and then see how the system evolved over time, like this heliocentric model.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty cool. I'm gonna fix get some breakfast real quick. So I'll be listening, but I'm busy for a second.
All right, and I'm going to say one thing about Brenda. Brenda exists to end debates. That's what. So Brenda also goes in atheists debate spaces, and I heard an atheist guy. Brenda joined the chat, and they immediately kicked Brenda because, according to them, Brenda doesn't come there to debate. She comes there to end the debate, just to interfere with whatever's happening. And because Brenda's responses are basically absurdities and not us. So like, what is your real purpose? You're actually not going to debate the topic. You're going to just say, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong over and over again.
Hey, Indio and everybody. I got to drop down. One of my kiddos woke up, but I told the story a lot of times. I was a brand new baby flat earther, had no idea really what was going on. Hadn't even really made up my mind what I understood or believed about everything I was hearing. I was watching Dave Weiss videos, Matt Long videos, Eric Dubay videos, just whatever I could. And I had just found Witsit. And I thought, man, what's this guy talking about? Like when I was watching him, I was like, he talks fast, and man, he seems like he's kind of got a little ego. What is he saying? Like I couldn't even hang with the information he was delivering because I hadn't heard enough of it yet. Then I started to realize, like, oh, he's telling the truth. Like he's speaking scientifically and historically, and he's accurate in what he's bringing. But before all that happened, my first time I ever got like in a public forum was after a modern day debate. They said, "Hey, come to Discord. You know, it's the after show. Let's talk." And I popped in that room, and it was McToon and Brenda, and it was mainly Brenda got a hold of me and was asking me stuff like, "Well, why do you know? You know, what measurements have you done?" I remember that first thing was, "What measurements have you personally done, though?" I said, "No, I'm just here to ask questions. I'm brand new to it. I'm just looking into." What is the truth? And it just got to be, obfuscations and attacks and questions and questions. And it's like, man, to me as a brand new person, it's like, this is really weird. Like all I'm doing is looking into it. And I was being vehemently attacked. And I guess that tactic didn't work because now here I am and I never turned away from it because the truth is worth pursuing. But that's always my funny story that I like to tell people that haven't heard it. But yeah, I got to drop down, take care of the kiddos, get them breakfast, have a big day. But I love y'all. Thank you for what you do.
Yeah, so that tactic, I mean, they kind of use it a little bit now. They use it a lot more. Any new person, I literally had a Turkish 19-year-old join Discord. They actually accidentally went called Flat Earth Debate.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I know. Like someone called me. So it's called Flat Earth Debate and More. So that's like Jen Panda, Brenda, all the anti-flat earthers coalesce there, and they were looking for a flat Earth Discord, and they joined that. And obviously, that's not a flat Earth Discord; it's just flat Earth in the title. They're a bunch of Globers, and basically, their tactic is to punish anyone, especially if you're new, right? They're trying to signal, if you look into this, you're going to be punished. We're going to ridicule you. You're going to be abused. So they try to actually inflict pain on people so they will look no further. And that to me is one of the dirtiest, slimiest, disingenuous things because they say, well, you can ask any question in science, right? There's no dumb question, blah, blah, blah. Oh, apparently flat Earth is the dumb question you're not allowed to ask.
And those people come here, hacks like this. I was saying last night, you can't sit on the human spirit of curiosity, and they're going to keep asking questions. They're just going to go to where they can get serious people to answer them.
Yeah, I agree completely.
I had one question for the room for anybody. Okay, it's about $66 million a day. A couple of years ago, I heard it was 88 million. And a couple of weeks ago, I heard it's going to be 2 billion per day, billion with a B. I'm hoping I misheard it completely, and
that's got to be a mistake. I think it's 75 million. I think it's 75 million is the number.
The 88 million I was a couple of years ago. I hope you're right. But billion per day, yeah. Hopefully that's some kind of nightmare I was having. Thanks, guys.
Well, keep in mind that our currency is not backed by anything anyway. So the Federal Reserve can print out as many, not even print it out, just type zeros on a computer. And it doesn't affect us now, but it will affect our kids. So be it 50 million or a billion, it really doesn't matter. It's just to keep people in a debt slavery, debt loop in order to keep us paying attention, really. But I put something in the nest. Speaking of Brenda, Brenda is learning logic now at university. As hilarious as that is, Brenda has this new theme to accuse people of begging the question. And for those of you who are not sure, begging the question is to have a premise in your argument that you're trying to conclude. If the premise is in is also in the conclusion, It's circular. So ironically accuses that a lot. But if you look at the NASA, their entire paradigm hinges on a huge begging the question, right? So they say that the measurements that are found within the Einstein's field equation within G are measurable, right? We know if we have a mass, even though it's hard to replicate with the Cavendish experiment, we'll just grant that it does. There's a certain value attributed to that. Now, because there's a certain value to that, we don't know why that value is true. We don't know the mechanics of such. We don't know the dynamic cause and effect um, sources of this phenomenon, of this interaction. So you have to beg the question of space-time bending in order to prove it via the Cavendish or whatever have you. So that is pure projection. So whenever you hear Brenda's talking about begging the question, their entire paradigm hinges upon that.
Is anybody talking?
Yeah, I was wondering myself, like, what happened?
I saw some things moving under secret, but I didn't see hearing.
But you're right about the entire goal model is begging the question because, as has been pointed out in here, there's no quality to it, right? There's nothing out there, right, perceptual that you can say, yeah, that indicates it's a globe. You have to construct the whole thing mentally. It's a complete mental construct, and because of that, it has to be just an inference right from the start. It can never be deductively come to. You always have to presuppose the globe part. Is basically what I'm saying. You have to presuppose if the Earth's a globe, then X, Y, Z would happen. You can't just go, "Hey, man, it's a globe. Let's check that," right? And then reach the conclusion deductively. You can never. They can never do that. That's why I always ask them, like, "Oh, they say the globe's been proven." I go, "Okay, give us the logical syllogism for it," and I'm still waiting. Just even to even construct one, they can't even construct one.
Even when they pretend to have measurements with surveying, right? They don't talk about the the values that they have to throw away or their radius will be too big. So even when they say surveyors have measured it, that's also affirming the consequent. They have to beg the question there also.
Well, even what are they measuring, right? They're measuring angles, and just the mere fact that they're measuring an angle is an inference, right? So, oh, I take a theodolite, I level it, so we have the direction of down as our spatial reference. And then I'm going to measure an angle from that. What's that got to do with anything? Right? It has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. Like that's you're measuring a relation between the direction down and your device.
Exactly. There's always a conflation between optical calculations and actual physical measurement. And earlier, the anti-flat earthers were asserting there's no such thing as limitations on these optical devices. You can see forever if you could. It's like, come on, man, are you serious? Did that seriously come out of your mouth?
I mean, the silliness of that argument, because even okay, let's pretend we'll do a hypothetical here where let's pretend light travels forever, but you got the inverse square law, right? So eventually you're going to have a distance where the photons that come through whatever your optical device is, right? Say it's a 1-inch diameter lens. The photons are going to be so sparse that come through it, you're never going to be able to image it, right? There's always going to be a minimum a number of photons that your device is sensitive to. And you can reach a distance that's far enough away where you're not going to get enough photons to, the case of the eye, to, trigger the biochemical response in your retina, or have enough photons to activate the sensor in the camera. There is a distance, no matter what, right? Because it's just because of the inverse square law. You can just calculate this through what's called photon flux. How much photons will go through some area per second, per minute, per whatever. There will be some minimum amount that a camera can't detect or your eye can't detect.
And also that in their paradigm, that seeing forever only accounts for space. Even if you were to grant that, there's going to be an atmosphere, and like Sacred talked about earlier, there's light attenuation, meaning that the energy of light will dissipate with distance. That's something that's a fact in their paradigm. So they can't assert that you could see forever in in Earth's atmosphere, quote unquote.
Yeah, 100. I mean, everybody has a weather forecast, and there's a visibility entry. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, but even if you take the hypothetical best case, that still isn't even going to get there. That there's no limit to the optical system. It's just silly to even say.
I just put something in. I just put something in the nest. This conversation has been going on and off with Jesse Kozlowski's. For those of you who've been privy to those conversations, bless you. But there is optical drop within both paradigms, right? Both the Earth and Globe Earth acknowledges this. You will have optical drop on the flat Earth as well. So how much of that, seeing through an auto level or theodolite, is optical drop versus their quote unquote Earth curve? How can you separate that? How do you know which one is independent of the other? Is any optical drop attributed to Earth curve? Or can you say this much optical drop is due to the distance away from the height of the object, and this much is Earth curve? They'll never be able to parse those out because they hijack perspective to assert Earth curve. And that's in the nets for those of you. It's 10 minutes worth of your time, but it's a great explanation.
Well, not just that. There's also optical drop, but also there's compression effects of looking through the air. Now, I just spent, I don't know, half a decade of them arguing that this never happens. But I was in the threads, I was dealing with McToon and another person, and they were arguing that the black swan is refracted and it's actually compressed. Right? The thing that they denied was even happening for years, right? But we know there is compression of objects in the distance because we have things like flattening of the sun. We've seen mountains compressed. Even there's some oil rig videos where the oil rig is completely squished. So we know this happens. And how, like you said, how do you differentiate? Hey, I'm making this observation. Is this Earth curve? Is this compression from the air? Is it optical drop? Which is what is causing this you know presupposition of that I'm on a line of sight to this object. Why is it appearing lower than I expected? Right? Like you can come up with 3 hypotheses, but to differentiate which one it actually is in an objective way, that's way more difficult.
And they ain't like discussing the limitation of them instruments.
Oh yeah, like the spec of a theodolite. You're like, oh, this measures. So that's one thing. It measures to half an arc second. No, it says it's precise to half an arc second, but they're talking about the internal mechanisms of the device, right? So there's a little gradiated circle in there with the little lines on it. Probably not for the digital ones. So you use some other technique. But the precision of that instrument, right? When I rotate the theodolite, how precise does it measure the rotation of the theodolite? When it says the precision, that's what it's talking about. It's not talking about, but they try to conflate that with that's the precision of the measurement itself, looking out into the world, looking through the eyepiece, and it measures to like 1 second of arc precision. No, no, it's not the actual measurement. It's the device itself.
Well, they think we could see something 93 million miles away, but then if you explain to them, well, we see too far to be on a just backwater sphere, minuscule, their brains turn to mush. I don't know what's going on. They lock up or something. I don't know. They go robot.
Proud, are you there?
Yeah.
Good morning. Stationary Saturdays.
Okay, it's not yet 9. So I'm looking at the sun, 3,000 miles to the west. It's like 5:36. At 6, they'll see the sun at a lower angle, but I'm still going to see it here. How are they seeing it through 3,000 miles worth of curvature? My brain is starting to smoke now. There's smoke coming out of my ears because I'm getting frustrated. And how much is that, by the way? 3,000 miles worth of curvature. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Amphibious. What's up?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Cheers. So I just wanted to harp on what Xavier brought up about NASA. Whatever amount they get is trivial because, and what they've done to our monetary supply, they just made it monopoly money. So they're the bankers. They can come up. You know how it says if you run out of the actual colored money in Monopoly, you can just cut some paper up and write whatever nominations you want. Continue. That's what they've done, and they want us to believe that the government runs off income tax from the people, but it's just that taxes are just a way to keep us poor and dependent, so that we can't exit the system. So,
Hey, did you know that our real money, right? You know how they came out with the new money, right? The fives, tens, hundreds, right? They have a watermark color, and those colors are the exact same color as the corresponding bill in Monopoly. So the $5 bill has a color which is the same as the $5 bill in Monopoly, $10 bill, $20 bill, $100 bill. All the colors are the same.
I did not know that, but revelation of method, right? That's crazy. Yeah, I just got to say, hopefully Bitcoin is our way out of the system. It separates money from state, and it's unstoppable. So that's my hope out there. And then I wanted to say that I was in the Navy for a while, and super simple concept. You know, certain scenarios, ships go strict light discipline where everything is just red light because it travels the least amount of distance, so that other ships on the sea can't see them, and doesn't work on a curve. It wouldn't really matter as much because the ships they're out of radar anyway. So if they're worried about line of sight, they wouldn't care, because the ships that they're worried about seeing the light are so far away anyway that curvature should be in the way. But it's not. Just another simple example I've never heard anyone say. And I've done high altitude, high opening jumps. Never seen any speck of curvature. No evidence at all visually. But yeah, deGrasse Tyson says that you'll never see it anyway. That stuff is flat.
He was very convincing in Man of Steel, but that's about it.
What was that about? I don't understand the reference.
My damn mic. I'm sorry. No, it's a 2013 Superman movie. He was in that, as himself, talking about, that's where he was convincing. It's a damn comic book movie, The guy's a joke.
He's got to be a CIA agent. Listen to that guy talk. Oh, I can't believe I ever listened to even one episode of Star Talk back in the day. I was super nerd.
We all believed it,
Yeah.
You reminded me, before, I think it was World War One, maybe, the entire cost of government was funded by tariffs.
So in Star Talk, who's more annoying, me or the other guy?
I think, the ball hugger, so-called comedian. Yeah, dude, I don't know. That's the $1 million question. That's a hard one to. I think they both have their moments. You just have to see which.
Dude, that show is total cringe, man.
Oh, it's so bad. Oh, and then I wanted to say, I was in the Navy, so I operated small boats out in the middle of the ocean a lot, and we had NVGs, night vision goggles, or NODs, night operating devices, and I would look up, night sky, middle of the ocean, no light pollution anywhere. There was not a speck of the sky that didn't have cluster of starlight, stars everywhere. So what our naked eye can't even see, and I had the old school nods, and I can't imagine what the new ones would show. But man, there was not a dark spot anywhere in the sky. Just crazy to compare what we see just from the naked eye and then the goggles. It's crazy. But yeah, no star trails on the moon.
Ain't that wild?
Yeah, but you go out to the ocean and it's no light, and you're still you're not even as close to space, Anyway, cheers, y'all. Thanks for having me.
No doubt, bro. Speaking of Star Talk, they make a lot of weird gay jokes sometimes. I don't know what that's all about, but whatever floats your boat.
It's probably because space is fake and gay. I mean, just goes along.
Hey, I don't know if I mentioned we've been on TikTok lately, going live over there.
Oh yeah, that was good, man. You got to do that more often. That was, my God. Australia probably had to lock him up, man. He was out of it.
Started tweaking, man. It's a whole different vibe. Shout out to Indio. I think he was over there pulling up. Matter of fact, I seen you there the whole time though. You other level heads over there too.
Well, I mean, it was like watching, how you drive by a car wreck, you have to look even though you don't want to. That's what it was. I was like, oh my God, this guy, he would not let you talk. He would just kept cutting you off. He was so emotionally just wow. I haven't seen something like that in a while.
I don't understand it. How many times I tell him to chill out?
I know. I mean, I don't know how you do it. You were so patient with him. I would have muted him way before. Did you ever mute him?
No, I let them crash out the whole time. I'm trying to show them, like, them tactics ain't gonna work. They're gonna have to address the information. They're gonna have to address the citations. I mean, what we was just talking about it earlier, like a lot of the things that we bringing up to the table, like they're not even aware of. Every time I bring up Hall and ARP, they never heard of them. Every time I ask them how people, what's the new paper that we be talking about now, the Newton-Machian Neo-Tychonian, or was it Newton-Machian analysis of the Neo-Tychonian model of planetary motions? I think that's what it is. Never heard of it. Never considered it. So when they met with new information, they start glitching in real time.
Well, you know how it is nowadays. It's like whatever's consensus is true, and then they automatically just think that whatever's taught in university is the consensus. No, that's just the books they bought. Like, there's a lot of what you would call heterodox theories about the stars that are out there. And the reason I haven't heard it, I mean, I've talked to astrophysicists and astronomers that haven't heard of Halton Arp. And he was like a Hubble's PhD student, right? Of the guy that invented the expansion hypothesis and the whole redshift hypothesis. He invented it. They don't know about Halton Arp. It's like, it just goes to show you that, like, it literally, academia is an echo chamber. Quite honestly, it really is.
Yeah, I kind of understand the premise of wanting to talk to more of the higher level, like, physicists. Does that mean at least then, they have their whole, everything's on the line. They can't really lie and cap in front of everybody. But these trolls, man, they'll do whatever. And they'll run with a narrative. They'll misrepresent. I think, what were we talking about? We talking about star trails and that live that had them tripping?
Yeah. The star trails and the little model that the person made, the physical model. And they're like, that's not Australia. Those are different stars. We're close up. Like, he was bugging. He didn't Proud kept saying, you don't, I think it was Proud that was in there. He kept saying, you don't understand what he's talking about. And like, I don't think he wanted to understand it.
That's what it is. That's why now I implement steelman. Like, can you just steelman exactly what I said? Most of them won't do it.
Yeah, the steelman, because then they can't, like, red herring or straw man, right? Like, once you get it to come out of their mouth, because like you just said, they'll answer questions you didn't ask. Like, they just red herring you, like, bring up irrelevant subtopics that have nothing to do with the fundamental point.
And that's when you know to move on.
Hey, I got a question. So when I was talking to the doofus before, he said that refraction only happens upwards. And I gave the example, if I was on like the salt flats and I had a brick wall like a mile or two away that was, let's just say 6 feet high. And I got my camera at 2 feet high. And if I had an object beyond the brick wall 2 feet high and I dragged it farther and farther away, at what point would it refract over? And I believe he said you'll never be able to see it because it's below. What is the difference if I'm looking at Earth curvature and something is below the Earth curvature? Right? What is the difference? Or is that maybe he's saying that brick wall is just 6 feet higher than anything would refract.
Right, that 6 foot differential.
That 6 foot differential. Well, it'll never refract over it. It only refracts, like, it could be 500 feet or 50 feet below the physical curve, and it'll refract up to the tangent of your eye to that curve. But if anything is above the higher than that, it won't refract over that. Is that what he's saying?
Sound like the best steel man to me.
Dude, yeah, that's a steel man, and anybody that believes that, I don't know. I don't know, man. That it's crazy.
Indio, you know who the doofus guy is?
No.
I think he's from Discord.
Who? His name is Doofus? I thought you were just calling him a name.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I would never call him a name. He's the doofus. I didn't want to say that doofus. I said the doofus, right? That way it's not being disrespectful. And then he gets upset when people make fun of his name.
Yourself that. Yeah, I know who you're talking about, though. I've run into him. He frequents the politics Discord in our little channel we got going on there. So there's a whole bunch of them that like throwing their body into the gears and getting ground up for some reason.
Yeah. I don't know. It's the mental gymnastics is more than my mind wants to do on that topic.
Well, I mean, it is the politics Discord, so just the very fact that they're in one of those, it's the home of mental gymnastics. It's where they go to train.
I haven't been over there yet.
Oh yeah, you got to think it's a politics Discord, and like the tactics people use to debating politics. Then when you put this subject over there, and they use the same rhetoric and stuff people do in politics, they just import it into this topic, which it doesn't mesh well because politics is subjective. But when you get to this, they don't. It's something that's a little bit more objective. They don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to handle like objective things. So usually they'll just say, I don't know, I could be a brain in a jar, and they just throw reality under the bus because they can't deal.
That's one of my favorite. When you got to deny objective reality itself just not to concede something, that's crazy. You might be a brain in a jar. Just so I don't want to say that you're right. That's crazy to me, bro.
Yeah, the psychological aspect. Like that's what is so intriguing about watching debates is watching them do the mental gymnastics, and then whoever is defending or dismantling the globe model, just they sit back and watch. They sit back and watch these globers do mental gymnastics and be intellectually dishonest, and it's just the psychology is fascinating because like even when I talk to people about direct refutations of the radius value, they don't even acknowledge it. They just go straight to SpaceX, and then discussion over. It's like, why don't you? They don't even want to think about anything that disproves their model. They just shut their brain off. Super interesting.
Well, the best is asking them questions and that shows a self-referential negation. Like, for instance, they'll say, we can't know anything, or we can't be certain of anything. And you ask them, well, how do you know that to be the case? Or how can you be certain of that to be the case? There's one question that just throws them into a loop.
What they'll say is, I don't. It's just like, I don't know anything all the way down. Like, no matter what question you ask them. Then I just ask them, then what are you trying to convince me of, to not know anything too?
Yeah, and it usually boils down to just them not accepting that we could be lied to on such a scale. But then you're like, but other organizations, other government organizations lie to us all the time and have the whole world tricked. And then their brain just like fries,
That guy that was on was Jesse earlier last night, right? That was Jesse Kozlowski. Kind of got like a dweeby voice. Was that him?
Jesse Rakowski?
I think so. I don't know his last name.
Wasn't that Jesse Pack-a-Light?
The guy,
So there's two Jessies. Well, there's two Jessies, right? There's
all
a
right, but they're
Jesse from Discord named Jesse Patholite and Jesse Kozlowski, the surveyor. But
all
this
right, but
Jesse
the one that
Patholite
was
guy
on
does a
earlier
bunch
was
of survey stuff.
is he a surveyor?
We did have a professional surveyor. I didn't ask his
Yeah.
name,
All right.
but then also
Then it was
Jesse of like,
Kozlowski if he's the professional.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was him. My question is, does he believe that stuff that he says, or is he a troll? In your opinion?
He believes it.
Okay.
To be honest, when I first investigated this topic, his videos are the first videos I ran into. It's like the first thing I looked at was geodetic surveying. Because I figured, like, hey, they must have measured it, right? Who would measure it? The surveyors. And then he had a couple videos, and I'm like, no, this ain't it, man. Like, he has too many assumptions in what he's doing, right? The reciprocal zenith angles, and you know, plus they do something when they actually take the numbers, right? So when they're actually doing surveying, he might have taken this video down. They actually do like a weighted mean of what they have an expectation value of what they should measure, and then they throw out all the values which are too far away from that, right? They take a weighted
Right.
mean value. So they're basically saying, well, there's Earth curve there, and any number that's not Earth curve, we're just gonna freaking chuck that number out. Which to me
They
is
take the average
as
of what they expect and they throw the rest out.
yes, exactly, man. And when I
That's like
heard that, I'm like, whoa, dude, that's not
that's
right.
like throwing a handful of marbles at a bullseye on the wall and ignoring all the ones that go outside the widest circle and just taking the average of the ones that were in the middle. And damn, you're good.
Yeah, it's the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, right? You
I guess
shoot at the
it's
barn, right, and then circle the closest cluster and say you're the master marksman.
I guess it's better to be willfully ignorant. I mean, just ignorant than a purposeful liar.
I think also with the professionals, it's very hard for them to drop it something that's integral to their career. Because I remember Franco was told, well, we see the concavity of the water in the bucket, indicating that motion doesn't have to be relative. We can get absolute motion to a frame. And he was like, well, I don't know general relativity and tensor math enough to explain that. I mean, he needs to go into layers of mathematical abstraction to explain a bucket.
that took me out, bro.
Shout out D3.
Oh yeah, slide in here, D3.
Cool. What's up, fellas? Maybe Wits, Dave, Shane. I'm trying to think about the observation of the celestial sphere. We see it as basically a 2D, kind of like a 2D surface that either rotates above us or around us. If and either we're stationary and it's spinning, or it's stationary kind of and we're spinning. And these are said to be basically the same on the observation will be the same on either model. Say again. I thought I heard somebody say something. Can everybody hear me, or somebody can't hear me?
Nah, we can hear you, D3.
Okay. So if we're in an endless kind of space and we're looking at these things, for example, on the horizon, and we're looking past the horizon to a star, and we take an angle measurement, and that thing is at a particular distance, and we take angle measurements to some that are above it at a different angle, and those things that are at a particular distance. Now, if we're in an infinite kind of space where these things have vast distances between them, and we can see forever, wouldn't we eventually see some sort of parallax with that? Even if I know they're saying that it all rotates together, but what I'm saying is if it's in a spherical shape, due to our eyes, yeah, it would look that way, but it's actually not that way. I don't know if I'm asking the question correctly.
What type of motion?
So we see it all spinning, right? We see it all spinning, and it's either us or it that's spinning. So we also see it as like we take the angle measurements and they create the celestial sphere with that, which is essentially mapping everything we see onto a 2D surface of a sphere.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, if we can see forever, right, and that stuff is just above us, whether we're on a plane or a ball, if we're looking out past the horizon and that stuff is above the horizon, moving, wouldn't the distances create a different parallax observation within the celestial sphere versus within an open, endless universe type of thing? You got kind of. It's hard. I don't really know how to ask the question, guys. My bad. I'm just thinking there's got to be some differentiator. It can't be just the same. If we were in an endless open space and we could see forever, we would see a different observation than whether we were in an optical sphere, created by our eyes. The actual observation would be different from that perspective.
Like because of the depth.
Because of the depth, right? Because of the distances. Wouldn't that be the case?
I see what you're saying.
Like if we can see forever, we can't. Then the celestial sphere is just taking the angle measurements. But if we're seeing these vast differences in distance, we definitely, no matter what, would see the parallax. Because of the distances. That's just how I'm thinking about it. So then,
you don't understand. We're so far away from the closest star that there's no parallax. That billions and billions and billions of miles every year over centuries and centuries and millennia really make no difference. That's how far things are.
Yeah, no.
Hey, D3, have you spoken personally with Joe Hanvey yet?
No, I have not. Who is this?
All right. Hit me up. Shoot me an email. It's runbostonbear@gmail.com. He's a friend of mine. He was at the Truth and Freedom Conference. He spoke alongside Witsit, etc. He has high quality telescopes. He's been in the basically astronomy, but just for amateurs, and deep space, etc. Photography. He's a flat earther, and he has been for 14 years. And I'm not going to say like, oh, he's got all the answers that you're asking, but a back and forth, just you and him on Zoom, dude, I would totally set that up. He loves talking to people and he loves talking these kind of questions. So yeah, hit me up.
Okay, cool. I already sent you a DM. That's what's up. I appreciate that.
Oh, anytime. And then I'm going to drop in the purple pill. I think I did already, but I'm going to drop his YouTube and his Facebook because it's just, a wealth of knowledge. His whole thing is he wants to demonstrate and basically recreate models basically of where we live. Because you know how they're always like, where's your model? Where's your model? Well, he messes with acrylic domes and he sets up, lights in the room that reflect on said acrylic dome to kind of emulate the azimuthal grid of vision, or our perspective, how we see the world. And he said that he's been able to replicate or show everything. Now he hasn't been able to show it all happening at once, but he has cool goals, and I think you'll like scrolling his page, so I'll post it.
Cool, bro. Appreciate you.
And he spent tens of thousands of dollars on equipment, domes, and all sorts of stuff. So he's not fooling around. He's been doing this for a long time. Worth the chat.
Definitely. And then I'm just going to head this one off. Dave, I fed the kids. They're doing great. I popped back in because the FOMO was real, but I'm going to mute up a little bit.
Okay, I'll put the over under at 10 minutes.
Yeah, Dave, I got myself a little bit of dome, man. I got some dome the other day.
Nothing wrong with a little free dome or just getting a little dome. Nothing wrong with that.
Hey Dave, that just reminded me. I know you were at the hearing or whatever, and I'm wondering because you were talking to so many people on the pulse chain and Dome's on the pulse chain, how many people were hearing flat Earth for the first time or receptive or already knew? I just kind of want to know,
So
all
there
the
was
people that
about
were gathering.
there was about 65 people there. I'd say at least a dozen came up to me like, "Yo, Dave, flat Earth." Um, and I don't know, what the other people's levels are. Most of them weren't, and well, we talked about it a little bit, and it was interesting. But it was an incredible experience, and just for it was Richard Hart against the SEC, and the SEC got destroyed. I mean, it was like embarrassingly destroyed. It was like Globers versus flat earthers. When the truth comes out, they just get destroyed, and it's all things are looking good. I was on a show afterwards. They said, "What do you think is going to happen?" I said, I bet the SEC goes home and tells all of their friends and family to start buying Pulse Chain and Pulse and Hex, because that's Richard Hart's cryptos, and Hex went up 50% yesterday. Like, it was
Oh, nice.
Richard Hart did a tweet, just a chart of those three, and he just wrote interesting. It was very, very funny. So we'll see.
Man, that's epic. I know that I was watching some YouTube and it was like what they don't understand, like the legal system or whatever, they're trying to argue. I heard a video that said that they're trying to like argue with the sidewalk, or they're trying to argue with code, or like fight code. It's
Yep.
just code. It's not, it's not some sneaky guy that's trying to like uh you know beat somebody or take their money. It's like this stuff is awesome. Like I think Pulse just basically copied or emulated or whatever the Ethereum network and then made it better. I don't know how it's better, but I know that it's a freaking awesome
Better, it's faster, it's
network.
cheaper, and it works.
Yeah, yeah.
So, not financial advice. Invest at your own risk.
I mean, I just look at it like another branch of diversification. Like if you've got the old way of kind of saving, little gold, little silver, little stocks, little bonds or whatever, but if you're not dabbling a little bit in crypto, I've heard you say this before, Dave, like just get a wallet, learn how to send, $20 here and move that there, see how it functions,
Right.
because ultimately it's kind of like when the internet came out, people were saying, "Oh, it's satanic. Oh, it'll never last." But like, look at us now and what the
Yeah.
internet is. And I think it's like the same thing. So I've been
Listen,
enjoying it. And I know,
everything could be used for good and evil. Sorry to interrupt. Everything could be used for
n-
good and evil, and like we're the internet. They're controlling you with your phones, but we're using our phones against them. Like I've been hanging out with you guys when smashing Globers and stuff, and so it's all about intention. Everything is intention.
yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
Yeah, I would.
And then I was gonna pitch it to Amphibious J. Amphibious J was speaking earlier. I was really liking the military talk and just what he was saying. I talked him into going to Flattoberfest, and we met in person, which was really epic because when all the power went out, we found a Waffle House, and he's been helping me learn what this thing even is. So I appreciate you, bro, for hopping on the panel and for being who you are, seeking truth, sharing it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that was dope, man. That was really cool. Awesome experience. I think the hurricane even made it, you know, even more special. It showed that the community of truthers, man, that we come together and we can overcome adversity. It was just really cool to see um, and meet you in person, bro. So I was just going to chime in and say, yeah, traditional finance is on its way out. Decentralized finance is the future. And if you're not looking into it because you have some bias, because you've heard that it's a Ponzi scheme or something, you're just shooting yourself in the foot.
Let me throw out Richard Hart, the guy who split the ETH chain and created Pulse and Hex, and it might be the most outrageous guy in crypto, but he's the smartest guy in crypto, in my opinion. And he makes a quote, a famous quote, which I like, where someone said, "Your crypto, it's imaginary internet money," and he goes, our imaginary internet money is better than your imaginary internet money. And he's referring to the fiat dollar because that's all it is. It's imaginary internet money that happens to have some paper certificates that go with it. But it's the same thing. The U.S. and all the other fiat currencies are completely controllable by the government. They're out for our good. They would never do anything to dilute our wealth, right? They wouldn't just create money out of thin air and dilute what we have. But with crypto, if the code is right, you can't dilute it. There's only 21 million Bitcoins, and there can never be more. There can only be less.
We've never had an asset like that either. We've never had a scarce asset that's
right,
like on a blockchain and transparent, and governments
and
can't
by the way,
control it.
the dome that we gave out, we did that airdrop on 9/11. We gave everyone $10 worth of dome. It's worth about $180 today.
Beautiful.
And there's already vendors that wanna go on the app and have products that you can buy with dome. So you never even have to off ramp it. You can say, oh, you know what? Let me just, instead of buying that shirt, that thing, whatever, that there's going to be a ton of them, and so you never even have to off ramp it. But as Ron Boston Bear said, it's good, and repeating what I said, you need to know how to create a wallet, how to transfer some money, how to have gas in that wallet, because one day some shit is going to hit the fan. Maybe remember the 5th of November, and you're going to need to move some money quickly. The banks aren't going to help you, right? You try to wire some money right now to another country, it'll cost you, I don't know, a couple $100. It'll take days. They're going to ask you a million questions. Or while I'm on this call, I can go click, 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 and it's there instantly, and it costs me a fraction of a penny. So just having that ability to be able to do that, to move that, that energy around, is a good skill to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you look at the truckers protest in Canada that happened a couple of years ago, right? They shut down their bank accounts. The only thing they could do is get funded via Bitcoin or other crypto, peer-to-peer transactions, and they couldn't stop it.
And
it was awesome.
They're trying to get rid of cash because they want everything digital, credit cards and their CBDC, because all of that is trackable and controllable. Cash is like privacy cryptos. It's like Monero. You can trade Monero. I can pay Run Boston Bear, $500 from Monero. I'll have it in 4 seconds, and nobody will ever know. It's like I handed them cash.
Yeah, and
so,
I talked to my friends that are, not educated or haven't looked into this at all, and they're just, they're like, well, I don't trust any crypto, because they conflate it with CBDCs, and I'm like,
right,
you're looking
right.
at a centralized entity compared to.
But here's the thing: if everybody, you have to trust it. You can trust it. You can't trust the government, right? There's X amount of dollars, and then every time they create another dollar, it dilutes everyone else's dollars. How do we know how much they're creating? Well, they tell us. I bet it's worse than that. But they're doing billions of dollars a day, or is it we're going down $1 trillion every couple of months or something, or it might be worse than that. It's crazy just not to, have that skill. So
yeah, absolutely.
There's a little bit of a learning curve, but
it's a huge learning curve.
Well, but it's fun.
Yeah.
And like I said a second ago, don't think you're gonna get rich quick or anything like that. But I know long term, if you're just gonna put in, and if you're like a 5-year, 10-year guy where you're like, I think this is gonna go places, it is gonna go places.
Right.
And people spiral. Like when you start talking about crypto, like I did, I was like, oh, what's that? Oh, we're gonna get scammed. But you know what? I'm learning the more Michael Saylor videos I watch, like presentations, I'm like, this dude freaking gets it and understands it. So here we are, truthers. We don't want to be deceived. Well, taxes are a scam. Even the fiat currency and the monetary system that, the US dollar is insane. This is, I think, the way out. So I appreciate what you said, Dave and Amphibious.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking of a decent objection. Not everybody is us dissidents like us, flat earthers, who are on undoubtedly on a couple of government watch lists, if they were to make crypto contraband and just make it illegal, saying that it could go around government structures wouldn't be very motivational to people who are not comfortable breaking the law and get 30 years just for trading crypto. That is a decent rebuttal to that. What do you have to say for people who are concerned about that?
Well,
Well, you could
China.
I mean, when we get to that level, we're in deep crap. I mean, you know, when they're controlling us on that level, but there will always be underground markets. You know, people trade with each other. That's going away from the government. And then, you know, hey, you got a goat, I've got some eggs, but I don't need your goat right now. We can trade some crypto and keep track of it. That's what money is. It's a way to keep track of things and effortlessly pass the certificates or the crypto or the tokens or whatever you want to call it between people. And you know, like let's say the flat earth community just starts digging into Dome, and then the stuff that when we do business with each other, we just trade Dome. Governments, there's no tax, there's no nothing. It's just a certificate of trading.
Right. So also China tried to ban Bitcoin 7 times, and they were unsuccessful because of those aspects that Dave just mentioned. And
There's a website called Bitcoin is Dead or something like that,
yeah,
where basically it tells every news article that said Bitcoin is going to die or it's banned, and it's still here.
yeah,
It's still here.
yeah. So the only argument, because they can't really stop it. It's like, yeah, when the government here tried to stop production of alcohol, right? It just went underground and it continued. So,
Yeah.
and then the only actual thing they could probably do is shut down the internet. But then we have mesh networks. There's even a workaround with that. So
But that, you know, listen, when the internet shuts down and the power turns off,
the
your
last
bank
thing,
dollars are gone, your
yeah,
crypto dollars are
yeah,
gone. But when it comes back on and all the banks are default, your crypto is still there,
yep,
right?
exactly.
So, you know,
Well, you
if
can
we
even
go into a if we go into a power down situation, money isn't the issue.
that's correct. That's the last thing.
Yeah,
That's the last thing you need to worry about.
yeah,
Your bag of potatoes and ammo are going to be
yeah.
the most important. But I mean, even if the internet goes down, they shut it down. They lock everything down. No information flow, nothing. We still have mesh networking. So they would have to do an EMP to disable all the power grid,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Because
And
now,
you can send crypto over ham radio. Did you know that?
no, I didn't.
Yeah, it's like it's wild what's out there. So
It's
again,
yeah,
you know, if we go again, if we go into a power down situation, it's basically tribal. It's who's in your neighborhood, who you're getting, you work together, and that's it. But who knows what's going to happen? I don't think any of that's going to happen.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Real quick. I just want to put a bow on the crypto thing on my part. People, they just think about it like a get rich. They just want to double or multiply their fiat, right? At the end of the day, they want to get rich. But if you think about it, because that's the most likely way you're going to lose money. You're going to lose your wealth. I like to think about it. I like to tell people instead of thinking in that aspect, just think about our controllers hold the monetary keys over us. And crypto is our chance for a paradigm shift where
Right.
why the hell should we give them power over us in that aspect as well?
Imagine
They are
this.
so corrupt.
We unlock, you know, some free energy. We learn how to farm, and we have our own crypto. So now they don't feed
Oh,
us. They don't control the money. We've already unplugged from their ball. That's where freedom comes from. But they keep
yep.
us
And
on their ball field playing with their fiat currency, listening to their stupid laws, their ball laws. When I obey God's law, it's not it. I don't.
exactly.
We don't participate.
And
We need to retract from their system, and
exactly.
and
And
I
the
say
internet
get off the ball
provides that.
field and get off their money, right? And so I actually pay for a lot of my services, you know, for the app and stuff, the service and stuff. I pay with crypto. It's amazing. It's great. I don't have to onboard. I don't have to offboard it, and it's
No.
amazing.
Yeah, you use a Lightning Network. Look into that.
Yeah.
Basically transfers whatever crypto instantly to even fiat, but other cryptos and stuff. So you never have to off ramp it. And
All right.
yeah, the education system, is going to be decentralized soon, hopefully.
Well, the most important thing is flat Earth. Let's wake people up to the globe lie, and then people can find everything else. But
It's so
if
funny.
you're lost in on the ball, you're never going to figure anything out.
Yeah, it's so funny. My two sons go to a public school, but it's kind of rural and still based system.
Yeah.
And but they do teach, the core of the earth, like it's fact, and the globe. But I just told my sons, like, hey, they're gonna tell you that they know this is real, but they
I
can't
want to
prove
see
it.
a kid when they teach that raise his hand and say, the deepest hole ever dug is only 7.8 miles, and they could never get below it. And when they were digging it, they were wrong every step of the way on what they were going to hit next. How do they know what the next 4,000 miles is and see what happens?
Yeah. My boys know that, but I told them, don't.
I encourage kids that ask these questions, and if you get thrown out of a history class, I'll throw you a pizza party and ice cream, whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is good, right? It spreads that questioning the system to all the minds in the class, all the other minds.
Yeah.
But it's just funny. My youngest came home one day and he's just like, "Dad, you'll never believe the crap they're trying to tell me in class today."
Are you proud? It's good when they're taught bullshit and they can see it. That's a learning lesson right
Yeah.
there. So,
Yeah.
there
Amazing.
is still a benefit of sending your kid to school as long as he knows discernment and common sense.
Exactly. And you teach them how to learn, not just regurgitate
how to think
what is told.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
That's the most important.
Hey Dave, I reached out to the
Oh, by the
people that
way,
wrote.
you're still here. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is my over and out. My wife got back from her run. My
Yeah.
sister's coming in town. This is literally my over and out for the day. But I'll say this. I watched your interview with the people, the two authors that wrote Who Said the Earth is Flat
Yeah, it's
at
so good. It's
those
so good, dude.
yeah.
Do you get it for your kids?
I bought the hardback cover and I got the
Multimedia.
audio experience, and
Yeah.
we all went through it. My wife was sitting there and my three kids, and we went through the whole book. It was really, really good. And I actually told them, would you like to come on my channel and just tell me about your truth journey? Because I started doing my interviews and tell me,
Oh, you reached out
promote
to
your
the
book.
authors. I
Yeah,
was
I
going to
emailed
suggest
them, and
that.
they're
Did they say
they're
yes?
super. Yeah, they're like, yeah, let's do it. So we're gonna plan a time for them to tell me their own personal awakening story because they seem super based and very,
Dude,
very right up my
it's
alley.
such a good story that it's like I read it and I was like I was inspired. I was like, wow. And
Yeah.
I mean, and a 2-year-old will enjoy the book, and a 99-year-old will enjoy the book.
Yeah. So I can't wait to talk with them and have them plug it again. I mean, I know I only have 1,000 followers or whatever,
It
but
doesn't
it's going
matter.
to be
It
great.
doesn't matter. You do that, and then you encourage any other people that have channels to interview them. Also, they need to go on to everything. I asked the Founded Brothers to interview them, and
Yep.
hopefully they do it.
That'll be super great because I know Zachary Zavala's done his 4 books now,
Yep, and he's
and
actually
we all need to.
He's redoing them. I think he did 6 books. No.
Yeah. The thing is, it's so easy to create,
Yeah.
and you can make these books on demand. So nobody, like, basically, when the order's put in, AI or whatever can make the book at the time and send it. If any of you that are listening are creative or are frustrated with fighting the globe trolls, all over the internet, if you want to write a children's book to get a concept across or make sense of this nonsense, that's going to be a huge need soon. Like more and
It
more adults
already
are waking
is,
up
and
day by day.
it's gonna be
Yeah.
massive. It's gonna be
Yeah.
massive. There's gonna be such room for so many books, and there's gonna be a need for them. So
Right. And I just remember D3, I forgot to post up Joe Hanvey stuff, so that's what I'm gonna do, and then I'm getting off my phone. But I love you all. You're great, and peace.
all right, I'm gonna step down too. I gotta go to the farmers market, but I'll be listening.
Yeah, thank you, Sacred and Proud. Again, week 117. You guys don't even know what kind of service you've done for the truth movement. Thank you so much.
Dave, before maybe I'll get this question for Amphibious. One last question to put before you put a button on the crypto thing. I was a libertarian before I was a flat earther, which is why I'm kind of aware of the fraudulent nature of the Fed and why it needs to be ended, et cetera. And you guys mentioned a lot of things about the education system that ties them together. I think the logical consequences of understanding libertarianism, small L libertarianism, leads you to flat earth, amongst other places like anti-vaxxers. There's a lot of crossover with anti-vaxxers. My question to you is, there's a lot of debate, which is gold versus Bitcoin, et cetera. And I don't think there needs to be an either or, especially with NFTs, could be used as a form of contract for your Bitcoin and integrated with gold. Do you see a need for there to be either or can these two be integrated in a form of some kind of fusion so there's not too many fighting between the two communities and how they both can help each other out? Because there is an argument for, is it a store of value? Is it a medium of exchange, et cetera, et cetera? Do you see some kind of compromise with that?
Yeah. So I don't think that it has to be an either or. I know that Bitcoin, it is referred to by some smart minds as gold 2.0 as far as the store of value aspect. And it does kind of step on the toes of gold in that regard because it is easier to transport, more secure, you know. So it has higher qualities or better characteristics than gold in that aspect. But then gold, you can make jewelry, use it for, you know, electronics and stuff. So I don't think there has to be synonymous, you know. I think Bitcoin or gold as a store of value might lose its appeal, but there will always be the jewelry aspect and everything like that. And maybe it will always remain a certain store of value because it doesn't depend on power or the internet. But I mean, like I said earlier, Bitcoin doesn't either because you can use mesh networking, so the internet's not totally necessary for Bitcoin. But did I answer your question?
Yeah, that pretty much what I was thinking before. I think there is opportunity for them to be crossover. I understand how you say that it is a store of value, but as you well know, there's a lot of people who disagree with that it should be used specifically for a medium of exchange. There's a lot of debate what happened in the white papers, the interpretation of what Satoshi meant with his white paper. So there's a lot of debates on that. And there's a lot of shit points out there people have to avoid. So it is an ongoing debate. I think to simplify, to make it more concise and more easy digestible for the everyday person, and to say the benefit of both. And to be honest with the comparison, hey, listen, gold can be used for semiconductors, etc. There is real life material benefits to this as far as a system benefit to crypto. I think a lot of honesty goes a long way. Not trying to sell it more and just to give them the benefits and letting people decide.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree on that. I don't know why people have to have an either or. As far that kind of goes into like a team mentality, in my opinion, where people just biologically have to pick a side and be competitive with it. I think, yeah, they can be compatible with each other. I don't know how to integrate them together, like you had mentioned. I guess I got to look into that a little bit, but yeah.
I'm in the utility camp. So I was an early adopter of Bitcoin. You can verify all this stuff. Well, my name's all over Bitcoin Talk. I think that as a store of value, it doesn't actually have any value unless it has utility, right? It needs the utility component. So it needs to be used as a medium in exchange. And that's kind of the side that will give it more value as a store of value if it has utility as a medium exchange. You know what I mean? If people are using it in everyday transactions, you can buy toilet paper, milk, eggs, cheese, bread, all those things, right? The necessities of life. That's why people, well, the reason, I should back up. I'm going to back up to why is the dollar worth money? Because you can buy goods in America with it, right? Goods that people produce, you can buy it in America, right? Why do I want French francs? So I can buy stuff in France. Why do I want rubles? So I can buy stuff in Russia. That's why these are worth money, worth something. They're given this, hypothetical value. Bitcoin was used more for everyday transactions. It would have more intrinsic value as a utility.
Yeah, I'll chime in a little bit because I have a different take on crypto. I'm a crypto supporter, but at the same time, I kind of disagree with where crypto is at currently, particularly Bitcoin and the popularity of Bitcoin. I don't think it's a very good store of value, and I don't think it has the utility that you're talking about due to the prices, just like ETH. ETH is way worse, but
I mean,
don't
that's
believe in it.
kind of just. Let me say one thing before you, because
Yep,
it's
go ahead.
divisible into the what is it, the eighth decimal place. The value we're assigning to it is arbitrary, right? So right now, like one Satoshi, which is the smallest unit, it's probably not even worth a penny. We're just arbitrarily, saying one Bitcoin. Like, who cares about one Bitcoin? It's divisible. So like if a one Bitcoin was worth $1, the smallest unit, or one Bitcoin is worth $1 million, the smallest unit would be worth $1. You understand? If you wanted actual true Bitcoin parity with the dollar, every Bitcoin would be worth $1 million, and then one Satoshi unit would be worth $1. Right? So like that, the price, that kind of doesn't matter to a degree. But it's the problem really is the everyday transaction thing. Like people, the conversion, right? My Bitcoin is worth $50. Why do you care what it's worth in dollars? The Bitcoin should have its own value. It should be like this chicken is worth 2 Bitcoin, let's say, just for a number.
Well,
Like
the
this
reason
price
the
of
reason for
Bitcoin,
that is very
why,
simple.
why do any conversion at all? Why even convert it and compare it to any other currency? That's like, there's no point in that. That's the
The point, yeah.
fundamental flaw, is that everybody wants to value it in something else. Why not just have its own value?
Because you can't do it that way, because this is one of my big problems with Bitcoin. It's based on mining. It's based on a certain level of people having the technology in order to even do it. And those who have the capability to mine are the only ones who get it for so-called free. They still got to pay for the equipment. They still got to pay for their electric bills, yada, yada. But they're the ones mining it. You can do that and get it that way. Otherwise, any other way, you need to basically on-ramp from your fiat.
Not true. Not true. You can perform a service. So you can sell a product. You don't have to trade your fiat. You can trade your energy. It's digital energy. And the peer-to-peer, payment,
Nope.
you said it's not a...
Nope.
It's,
Nope.
what?
Nope. Somebody somewhere along the lines had to either mine it or trade their fiat to get into it. Bottom line. So even if I give a service, the person paying me either had to mine it or they had the fiat on ramp. There's no way that, not everybody is going to be able to mine it. And therefore it's just like gold, to where it becomes a commodity that is held by few or controlled by few more than it is controlled by everyone.
The dollar is the global reserve currency. So you have to do that at this point.
Yeah,
but that
that's what I'm
doesn't
saying.
that doesn't
Why
make
can't you just
Bitcoin
trade
a
your
weak.
labor
That's
for
not a
Bitcoin?
weakness. What?
What I'm saying is, like when you get a job and they're like, we're gonna pay you $20, why are you just like, no, you're gonna pay me 20 Bitcoin?
Well,
Like
NFL players
you don't
have done
have
that.
to
Listen,
on ramp with $1 with bills, like they do, but that's their problem.
exactly. And NFL players have done it. I can't name them off the top of my head, but there are plenty of people who work for Bitcoin. And right now, if you look into the Lightning Network, that is the solution for the high cost of...
No, it's not.
Well, why not? What's your argument?
Because there's also problems with the Lightning Network. It's not as good as people make it out to be.
I'm gonna hit a dead zone soon. So apologize,
Yeah.
Bree, but it, of
Actually,
course, it of
if you want
course
to get
is
technical, Bitcoin and any coin that's charging you just to use it really isn't that great of a currency for the world anyway. It's good for people who have the money to do it, but the people who need to pay a fee to do it in their currency, that may be a high fee. Therefore, they're locked out of it from the get-go. So a better solution would be something like Nano, which is completely feeless because there's no mining involved.
yeah, but it's lacking the core
I got to jump in here.
characteristics.
I got to jump
Okay.
in there, Sacred. So the Dome coin, the mining is waking up people to the truth, right? They get the app, they use your code, it automatically mines 1.5 million Dome that go to your account. And now people are going to start using it and trading it between each other. Like if people were bartering in a neighborhood and they said, you know what, instead of giving me your duck, I'm going to give you these certificates. And that's just credit for a duck. Those certificates have no value other than the value that they put into it. So you were mining people's minds, giving them Dome, and then they're going to be able to use it. So there is value there. And then on the Pulse chain, thank God bless Richard Hart, it doesn't cost anything. Like we sent out 1,450 transfers, and it cost us less than $2 total. So that's free. I mean, it's less than a penny, far less than a penny.
Well,
to
we're
use
also
it.
missing the forest through the trees. The purpose of Bitcoin fees is to secure the network.
Yeah.
So miners charge a fee to to generate a block, right?
Yeah, we understand how it works.
The block generation itself secures the network. Like
Yeah, we
you're
understand that.
making
And
it,
what
you're
I'm
making
saying is
it.
there's other
Well, I mean,
mechanisms.
isn't that a good price to pay to make sure
No,
it's not
what I'm saying is there's
counterfeitable?
other mechanisms that secure networks that are actually feeless. So it would be better to
Do
be
they have the
feeless than to
security
have.
level that Bitcoin has?
If they got as big as Bitcoin, yeah, they would.
Well, they're lacking the core characteristics that make Bitcoin the king crypto, the most valuable. And
Bitcoin is only king because it was first, bro.
No, it's because of the characteristics, man.
No, it's not. Other there are other chains that do blockchain the same way Bitcoin does.
Yeah,
Bro.
and other chains that are private, like Monero.
So
yeah,
they have different characteristics, but Bitcoin is the only truly decentralized and finite supply. You have other.
That's not true.
That's incorrect, brother. You're doing like what a Glober does when they like recycle stuff that other people have said. That's not actually true, bro.
Okay, look. Oh snap!
Yo, Halloween.
Well, I mean these other ones, right? That don't
Oh,
charge
sacred.
a fee. How do they secure their network? Like, what is the security? Like the proof of work idea is the actual the hashing itself, right? The solving blocks is securing securing the blockchain. Every time a block is hashed and someone gets Bitcoin, they've secured the blockchain a little bit more. So I like these places that don't charge fees. How are they securing their network? Is the security comparable? Is it because at this point, Bitcoin is the only attack possible is the 51% attack that's known, and like that's impossible at this point. You don't like it would cost you more to do a 51% attack than the money you'd make, no matter what the price of Bitcoin is.
All right, final thoughts on crypto, and I do want to.
That was honest question. I'm just curious. Like, is like what are the other security features?
My final thought would be, just from my standpoint, is crypto's great. I love crypto, and I think we may eventually develop a solution that works for a currency that we can use around the world that is available to everyone, feeless, and has some kind of connection to real world physical currency that we can use as well. Maybe somehow with NFTs, I think maybe something like that would be possible in the future. But right now, we need to grow a bit more. I think that's my final thought on it.
My final thought: I put something in the nest, and this is for you, Amphibious. Is that your name? If I butchered your name, sorry. But this was one of the most civil discussions I've ever seen, and it's a really good debate that actually came to a compromise at the end. I suggest you watch the full video at your full time. It really goes into the heart of what constitutes value, right? Is value scarcity in and of itself? Is it utility? Is it something that's tied into a natural resource? You know what I mean? So it gets into what sound means, etc. So it ties into the benefits of both, not just the technical aspects of how each works. And I think that's the better conversation to have. How is this going to translate to my life? How is this going to benefit me in terms of accumulating resources so I can feed my family, etc. So it's a really good debate. Whenever you have a chance, anybody else who's also curious about the subject, it's in the nest.
Yeah, that's fire. I'm gonna take a look at that too. Sacred, what's up with the Halloween voice? What was that?
Oh, that's my inner Halloween cyborg came out. My bad. Yeah.
Oh, that was cool though. You gotta use that to base up on some Globers when they get out of hand. You'll be like, "Oh shit, mute up."
I said mute up.
Yeah.
They'd be like, Satan, Daddy, is that you? I've been waiting for you. No, that might not work actually with these Satanists.
That probably wouldn't even work. Karen, welcome to the Stationary Saturdays. You've been up here for a minute. I want to make sure you jump in here and then we go to Chris.
Okay. I put a video a while back, and I don't like intruding on the conversation that was going on between Witsit, Dave, and all of you guys. But I've got a question. Like, is this like the blue ice, like the ferment, or would you say that it's more Project Bluebeam?
What are you talking about?
It was in Australia.
Oh.
It was a post you put up?
It's bizarre.
Are you talking about the post you shared to the nest?
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's back
How far over?
13, 14.
Okay.
Is it the one that said, is this something that all of you were talking about?
Yes.
All right, let me reshare it for everybody.
Is it okay? There, I see it.
You could see the plane's wing there, the tip, at one point. Like, I don't know how Project Bluebeam is done.
You're aware that the video is upside down, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, that video is recorded upside down. They throw it on strip. Yeah.
okay, so then is that ice then?
Yeah, it looks like the ground or water, but it's upside down though.
But it's not perfectly flat if it was upside down.
So what is this? Is like in the air? They're showing clouds of them. Yeah, like they're in the plane. Yeah. At least it seems like it anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what this is all about. It's just a regular flight. Just the video is upside down. You're looking at the ground. You're looking at little square plots of land.
I think it's a joke on the Globers. You know, Australia, upside down.
Yeah,
There
they
you
did.
go.
Xavier, I don't think we could hear you. Well, your mic was kind of out there. Mic check. X.
Yeah, I definitely didn't hear X.
I just find it so bizarre. Even if it was upside down.
Why? It's just the ground you're looking at.
Yeah, but looking at the ground, it would be flat.
Yeah, it looks pretty flat. Look at the horizon.
Yeah, I posted something in the Jumble about vapor canopy that really looks like a vapor canopy, if you ask me.
Kind of a fuzzy mic. Did you say something about a canopy?
It's Chris.
Yeah, it was me. I put something up in the Jumble. It's a demonstration of a vapor canopy, how the sky, the water vapor collapse of the sky, basically, that surround us. Because we have the water.
Oh yeah.
So
You gotta fix your mic, Chris. It's like a little muffled.
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking through a pillow or something.
oh, I got my headphones on. I'll put them off for a moment.
Yeah.
Only now I got no sound. Damn.
There you go. We can hear you now, though.
Yeah, that's something I've been researching for a couple of years now. Something I came up with Diehold Foundation on YouTube. And it's about the collapse of our world, basically, every 12,038 years. And even Archaics talks about the vapor canopy collapse in the past, the time that there was more carbon in the air, things grew bigger. We had the giants and the big trees and everything. And there's a really nice demonstration of the collapse of the vapor canopy. Even new research showed us about the moon having a saltwater collapse vapor canopy that's building up. There was a new theory about the moon phases. That is basically a vapor canopy of salt water that is building up and destructing all the time. So, you guys, any ideas about it?
I gotta read this.
I think the experiment is really cool. I don't know what's out there personally, and how far it is.
Yeah, if you look at the sprites that are hitting the firmament, that's up at 100 kilometers only. So that's not very high up, basically. And NASA measured in 1962 that we had two inner fields within a bigger field. So those inner fields really don't have to be that high. And if you look at our sun, that only rises up to 19 degrees and goes back on 90 degrees down. So basically the top of our field, I think the sun is just on the barrier of that field. So 90 degrees. And if you take at that 90-degree radiant angle is the same as a radius and its arc length, it should be really at 90 kilometers up, I think. Damn, and I crashed the room again.
My bad. I was just watching the video.
It just makes my eyes stay at it, looking at it with amazement, and it's like, okay, something's not right.
Yeah. Let us know when you figure out which one it is.
We also got Rissa up there. What up, Rissa? Happy Stationary Saturdays.
Anyway, Sacred and Proud, I'm very pleased with you guys. It's I'm amazed that you're able to organize with so many amazing people all in one place. Thank you very much for giving me the mic.
No, thank you. You're more than welcome to join back up. We here every Friday.
I know I'm here every Friday. Also on TikTok, I'm having problems of following people. I tried following you, Sacred. I tried following Xavier. And I tried following Witsit, Flat Earth Dave, and it doesn't even stick.
TikTok. Yeah.
Come on, TikTok, stop hating.
Yo, I gave up on TikTok, bro. I tried it for like a week. Nah, no thanks.
And I tried liking your live when I went to join, but I couldn't find the button to like it.
On TikTok, you gotta double tap the screen.
I don't have. I'm using my laptop. I don't have a phone.
Oh, I wonder if it's the same way. Like if you double click, I'm not.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think would it register a double click like that on a post?
It's
Somebody
like
got to try it.
in the live. Yeah.
What up, Rissa?
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to say hi to everybody. I know I have been absent from my platform. I'm sorry. I've been busy with my crypto fam. Sorry to bring this back to crypto. Thank you, Dave, for my dome. And I'd rather have $1 in Bitcoin than $1 in fiat any day of the week.
Oh yeah, you were one of the winners a couple of weeks ago.
I was. I still have it too.
Diamond hands for the dome.
That's right. Diamond hands.
I don't know if Dave here. He might be at the market.
Well, that's okay. I thank him anyway.
I should
I'm
make a
here. I'm
Diamond
still
Dome
listening. I'm
NFT.
still listening. Thank you. I'm like Ron Boston Bear. You can't get rid of me.
Well, I just wanted to say thanks for my dome.
You're welcome.
Proud, are you there?
Yeah.
I think I see some requests. I'm gonna hit last call pretty soon, guys. But we'll kind of rotate some speakers up.
Yo, what happened to the map guy or the survey guy? I think I missed everything.
Shane, what up, dog?
You are the map guy.
Oh yeah, that's right. Shit. Yeah, I think I fell asleep, dude. I think I heard drunk Gary say about 2 words, and then I fell instantly asleep through no fault of my own. Dude, I don't know what happened.
We got a little bit into reciprocal zennies at that time.
Oh man, that's my favorite new thing or whatever. Proud's giving me thumbs down. Oh man, I'm in trouble.
Never got our Prezi, man.
We got to replace his battery pack, y'all. Upgrade.
Yo, nobody called me out while I was sleeping, did they?
I think I heard that you left 2 more spaces and pissed off 2 people, and now there's like 2 more concavers or whatever. So that's your fault too.
Oh shoot, man, I'm busy.
Yeah,
Got my eyes closed and I'm doing business. I don't even know.
I was hoping
Got that autopilot upgrade, you know.
I was hoping we could address the issues that we seem to be losing flat earthers to, who have no arguments for certain things, but last call, it's last call. It is, dude. It's too late for that.
Oh shoot! I'm just saying, man. I seem to be pissing everybody off. I was like, dang, I was asleep. Tell me if I did something, somebody.
Hey, Lil Mans did spin the block again, but I think he dipped out early. Probably past his bedtime or something.
Was there some expert that came through, some super surveyor? Like, did the Globe Gangsters deliver on their promise of the heralded champion that they were going to bring forth? That's really what I was trying to figure out.
Not really.
No.
We let him say his piece, and then we asked him if he wanted the refutations or the challenges, and he wasn't interested.
He's like, I just want to talk at you and not listen. Wow.
Left, yeah. Well, he was waiting a while. I don't know if he was just listening or whatever the case is, but he did come back and then left again. I don't know. I was a little confused.
So it wasn't a super strong parade of Glober champions that they had promised. It was more of a lackluster fizzle and out like usually. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Pretty much.
Every time they boast, I get a little bit excited that someone's going to actually challenge us. So I guess it's my fault for having, wrong expectations still.
All right, bet. Well, I just wanted to double check, make sure we were good. I don't want to be running off in the middle of my sleep and somebody be mad.
Yeah, he said, I'm calling you out.
Bro, I died. I was like, wait, what? My husband said, oh, babe, they're coming for you. Sorry, I sound terrible. I just woke up. Anyway, that's dedication, see? I play all in my sleep.
No, I think the crypto put everyone to sleep.
I was being nice.
Flat Earth crypto, and then you guys went on Dome Battle or whatever that was, or that horrendous bout that made me drowsy. I forget I was on stage though.
Battle of the Dome.
Man, I think we were gonna clear it, and then Xavier pulled the sheepdog, and he was like, "But one more thing, right? I just have one more question before we close the topic." That was like an hour and a half ago, or whatever. And I remember looking back at that moment, and it passed by, and we could have had a different world. Is all I'm saying.
Did you wave at that moment?
Yeah, as it passed by.
Yeah, and how many Garys and StarCrush do we have? How many accounts does a guy really have? It's ridiculous. Every time I hear that voice, he has another name.
Well, I mean, we have this phenomenon called hate watchers, which are people that hate you so much that they spend all their time consuming your content, no matter what, when, or where it is, so that they can tell you how much they hate you on it, right? Makes perfect sense.
It makes your experience awesome.
I heard it makes their personal lives way better and it helps every relationship, but that's just conjecture.
That's when you know you made it as a content creator. When you got dedicated hate watchers, damn, I hope to make it to that high chain.
I don't have thick enough skin, bro.
Yeah, I loved how we switched from a shrimp boat to an airplane. That was a good one.
If you say airplane 2 more times, Dave will come up here and start arguing with everyone, or not arguing, but clarifying for everyone how planes actually work on a flat Earth. So ready? Airplanes. Oh, I did it.
They fly straight through the air. The air is not curving. It's over the plane.
Yeah, what Dave doesn't understand is that the radar on the bottom of the planes, why we do that is because we found that making it arc over the hull of the plane up into the atmosphere is actually faster.
Actually, the radar on the airplane shoots down towards the Earth and bounces up, and that's how they know how high they are, so it follows the curve that way.
That way, radar skip zone at 7/6
to figure out how to curve downwards.
That makes as much sense as Battle of the Beams or whatever, so,
Oh, we tried to get somebody to answer a question about the Battle of the Beams, but he just wouldn't answer it. He kept, pussyfooting around it.
Well, did you see our boy Eyeball or whatever drew the wonderful diagram of the ionosphere scattering zones, regardless, and steadfast resolute of the fact that that wouldn't work to keep the equisignal beam at all, and has been continuously disproven and actually withdrawn from the person who proposed it. But they still like to say, well, nah, it just skips around and it works, you stupid flirt.
Yeah, what about those satellites flying over? I remember having a satellite dish for TV, you know, that's always pointed in the same direction. If they were flying over like every day, then you couldn't have pointed it always at the same direction. That's fucking ridiculous.
Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Everything bounces around.
That's not far from the actual argument.
I know.
It bounces when we need it, and it doesn't when we don't. Duh.
It refracts and diffracts perfectly.
That's a crazy position, isn't it? My God. I think something with
No,
its head always
you're
sticks out.
crazy.
It's like they're not actually retarded. It's that they have a retarded position, so that in doing so, even an intelligent person who has to defend a retarded position renders himself retarded in the discussion. It's just the way it works.
Well, I clearly just steelmanned it, okay?
You did. You did. That's how I started saying retarded.
We should make them a globe t-shirt and give them like the Apple pitch back in the days, right? It just works.
Dude, I think my favorite meme.
Used to say to me in kindergarten, it's just because it is.
Hey, well, Chris, did you put your headset back on?
She's trying to eke out. Yeah, it reminds me of that meme of like the globe model, and it's like, you know, a perfectly drawn horse, and it's like the theory or whatever, and it's like a little sketch of the side. I don't know why I reversed it, man.
It's literally like Nike. It just does it.
It's good in theory, but then in practice, it's a half-drawn sketch with a half of a horse's ass, and it's not really a whole thing, right? And it's like, oh, well, like, look good on paper or whatever, but it doesn't actually work. That's better. I think I fixed it.
Yeah, the merry-go-round bounce killed that totally gravity for me when I was a kid. When you're standing in the middle of the plate, you can hold on easily. But before you go to the outside of it, you get swing off of it. That faster that thing goes.
So Dave White said Jesse Kozlowski was on here. Is anybody that was can you give me like a brief review of how that went down?
I heard that you shouldn't have given him a mic at all. Did anything else happen?
Well, wait, was that the Jesse? Because Jesse Light was up here, but like whatever survey.
He said Jesse Kozlowski. Maybe Dave thought Jesse. I mean, he sounded like he was confusing the Jessies.
I might have confused them. I thought it was Jesse, and he was a surveyor, so I thought it was him.
Well, there's one Jesse's a fake surveyor, and then there's one Jesse that's a professional surveyor. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, the fake surveyor was probably who it was, because we all know the fake surveyor.
Yeah,
he gets constantly confused with the real one.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, Jesse.
He did say he had a weird voice, so it must have been the fake surveyor.
Yeah, you'll recognize that.
So did anyone come up and do any map anything or challenge anybody on any maps or anything? I kind of fell asleep after Gary started talking, man.
No, me too, bro. As soon as literally he said 2 words, and I was like, out. I couldn't even help it, dude. I was like, oh, fuck this guy or whatever.
I mean, he was in MySpace. I was like, yeah, I'm out, man.
Yeah, that's the time I fell asleep too with my headset on.
Oh man,
I hear all these Globies got all these maps and stuff, and they know all about maps. Did they come in here and school you guys, or what?
Yeah, what kind of? I don't know if that happened. I was kind of hoping that would happen.
Hey, for everyone, just in general, side topic, I just posted a Veritasium video. I really do like his stuff. Very interesting physics thing he's got going on in this video. Check it out when you have free time.
I was meant to put down like a 2-minute blurb on maps and then have Globers challenge it. But like I think the same thing would happen with the open debate thing. They talk a lot until you make a challenge, and then nobody volunteers, and everybody volunteers other Globers, and then there's just crickets. It's like, oh, so you don't have a position after all or whatever.
Oh, hey, really quick. I don't know if everyone knew this or not, but Ron Boston Bear was just on a podcast. It's called Josh and Jason Conspiracy, or Josh Monday Conspiracy, Christian Conspiracies podcast. Anyway, I'll share it. It was one of the first podcasts for Flat Earth that I had ever really watched and listened to. They're really awesome guys, but I'll share it in the Purple Pill. If anybody missed it, it's worth a watch.
Yeah, Shane, we're always looking for the guy that has the information. For some reason, nobody can ever find the guy. It's like that Spy Kids 2, right? The guy. Who's the guy? Going to find the guy. Where is he?
Dude, I'm calling him the globular champion because they're always talking about him like he's real and he's doing some Rocky montage at any given point whenever we're not debating him, and they're like, oh, like one day you guys will see, like we'll bring him, and we're like, okay, go get him, right? But he never comes, so it's just the fear of that guy that might exist, and it's the thrill of that guy that keeps us around. Like, oh, maybe someday I'll get refuted by that guy and I'll have an actual discussion or whatever.
He's busy writing equations on one of those ridiculously large NASA chalkboards.
He's been hiding in the Globe Gangster server, getting only better from a state of nothing. You know, you're giving all their power levels to him and they're training him up so that he can come face us.
Yeah, the Globe Gangsters, that killed me.
Yeah, that's like the heart of our hate-watching group head right there, right? If you have a hate-watching group leader, it would be whoever's running that server, whoever that guy is.
I don't know. I know Peter was really proud of that name.
Yeah, I like this. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was a nice change.
You heard that yesterday?
It's a pretty good name.
Yeah.
I like it. It's a pretty good
Is
name.
Peter still around?
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately.
That's terrible. Why did you guys keep talking to Peter?
It's not my fault. That's Brian.
It mostly is
I
Brian's
threw you under
fault.
the bus,
I'll give
Brian.
you that. No, you're right. Right, you are right to throw Brian under the bus.
What do you want me to do, dude? I can't ignore my fans. What do you want?
Yeah, it's funny. Peter comes into the Brian space, but not here.
That's because he knows.
He doesn't love you guys anymore. Don't you know that?
Aw.
Well, he has been getting upset.
Now we're disappointed.
He doesn't like to get cooked on Friday. It's only Monday through Thursday. Takes the weekends off.
He needs to please his wife.
I don't know if he does that, but
On that note, I'm going to hop down, guys. Back to listener. You have a wonderful day.
Dude, I was kind of thinking about that scene from Troy, you know, India, when they were like, bring forth your champion, and they bring this big bulky guy, and then they're like, oh yeah, and they call Achilles, who like falls asleep, and it's like banging a chick in the 10, and he comes up half cocked, but kills the guy in one shot or whatever. It's like, we need that champion. Bring him forth or whatever.
and that is why no one will remember your name.
Right?
Taylor was asking Gary what he does, and he's like, "I'm a sheep farmer, and I do this, that," and I'm all like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa!"
You should have said I'm a full-blown alcoholic, and sometimes I sheep farm. That would have been a more accurate way to say it.
Last week you were an aerospace engineer. Now you're a sheep farmer. What's going on? You know, it's a pretty heavy-duty.
Gary, the guy who was a clown? Are you talking about Gary, the guy that was a clown, and he was also like a sailor of some sort?
No, that's probably
Lord.
It's probably Star Crush.
No, I think
Nah, they're the same. Look, listen to that voice. They're both the same guy.
Wasn't he hung up on pizza one night?
When he's talking, that butt Dre's and Starcrush and Gary are the same guy. I want to bet my life on it.
So what happened with the surveyor? Did anyone mention datums and the good old ellipsoid model, how they take planar measurements but have to repeatedly correct them to this model and then make corrections back to the coordinate system with trigonomic functions, or did we skip by that?
Well, we kind of got into that. I came in kind of late to the conversation, but I heard them saying something about not really using geodetics in their work. And so I got kind of excited because I've been waiting, for someone to kind of explain the plane surveying and taking measurements and actually using measurements over long distances to demonstrate curvature. And when we eventually got to what you're just talking about, it turns out he was using geodetics and referring to the ellipsoid model. So
The previously known measured dimensions of the so-called Earth. That's unfortunate. Oh man.
Yeah. I was so hyped up at first.
Like, it's gonna be the guy. I found the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember the first time I was introduced, it was my whole education on like that and reciprocals anything goes was Whitsitt's debate against the geodetic survey. Dude, that one debate brought like so many people over to our side because that was their big issue. And Whitsitt did like 20 minutes of internet research and was like, nah, it's this. And I was like, oh, it's so much easier. The first thing he put was a definition of actually geodetic surveying, and it's like literally by definition has to know, like the previous dimensions of Earth have to be known. Meaning, if you can't compare it to an ellipsoid model, we have nothing. We have no idea what to do with these planar measurements you're taking, right? Oh, we're so confused. So we have to have this model to put them in this bucket so we can begin applying correction angles. The bigger the correction, the bigger the distance, the more we can manufacture Earth curvature, and we can literally give you the illusion on paper of curvature based on this model by using celestial alignments and the practice of astrogeodetics to combine those two coordinate systems.
Yep. Yeah, he kept avoiding it, and kind of just like saying that he didn't understand. Because who was it? It was Alan explained it to him, and then went into the Battle of the Beams, and he just kept saying like, "Yeah, I don't understand such and such," and Alan was like, "Well, you're either gonna talk about Battle of the Beams, or you can just keep pretending like you don't understand what I just said."
Nice.
It was great.
Nice. I like when anyone mentions like Radio Horizon or anything silly they can just like boast about. We'll be like, "Oh, cool. Have you heard about this thing in World War II or this Rolls Royce factory where they tried to?" Yeah, that one's never been refuted. I love it. I mean, it's kind of related to the maps thing though, when you're talking about astrogeodetics and like how they're gonna combine. Like, or like for that particular run, they were using just lat long, right? So they had a map coordinate with a lat long configuration on what they were looking for, and that was accurate down to the T because of the basic celestial alignment when they were marking it out. And even at that time, before they had satellites and stuff, they had the basic outline for the surveys for what they were doing because the American arc of the parallel was back in early 1900s, so they had already lined that up with the tools at that time, right? And only since then were they refining it. And the funny thing is, as soon as they had satellites, the first task they set hundreds of satellites for was astrogeodetics, literally finishing the survey of the Earth that they couldn't do with theodolites and optical measurements they had done with satellites and GPS, so that they could thoroughly flesh out those correction angles for those hard to reach places, so that the amalgamation of the two coordinate systems would be seamless enough where people literally couldn't tell them apart. And now, today, you have people who confuse the geographic reticule, the lat long system, with the actual physical Earth. So, job well done.
On that subject, I think India, it might have been India. Yeah, it definitely was India. Since you and India are here, can you go into depth, maybe the audience? Because a lot of people don't understand how different map shapes can equate the same amount of distance. And India gave an analogy with a video game or mapping around a face around polygons. You can stretch in those polygons, but still that distance between each point is going to be the same. Could you make it more concise, maybe for the listeners in a simpler test? And you could jump in whenever you want.
Yeah, man. So take it back to the astrolabe, which was doing a stereographic projection of a sphere onto a plane. That's where you get these deformations and direction preserving qualities where you can transform aspects of a sphere to a flat plane, but you lose aspects and preserve others. That's why they get to claim, oh, look, the most perfect shape is a sphere. Only a sphere has no distortion. And while true, that's only because it's based on the celestial sphere as an alignment. Now, the astrolabe was the first one to do that, and through the stereographic downward projection of the flat plane, it would have the basic distortions, but it would give circles of equal altitude and things like that. So you could actually do all the same measurements that we're doing, and it would do coordinate system transforms. It would combine the celestial equator, which you have on the back plate, and the regular alt-az grid, which you would take from your regular alt-az observations of elevation angles. So it was doing complex things like that. But essentially, when they get to the map projections, every projection of the same coordinate system literally constitutes, you need longitude and latitude to be able to project that into a coordinate system. So you need to input the same spherical grid, the spherical graticule, the geographic long lat system. And then from that point, you can project it into any of the various 201 different projections, of which there'll be some that'll preserve direction, like the azimuthal equidistant, some that'll preserve equal area, some will preserve equal distance. None will preserve all except the original shape, of course, which would be the sphere. So I think when they get to this misunderstanding that the AE map is the flat Earth model, that's completely wrong, right? We don't think that at all. Matter of fact, the only argument about bringing up maps is that they're equal. It tells you nothing about the actual shape of the Earth, whether it's a globe or flat. The actual way that you compute distances is based on the stars. It's nautical miles. It's units of a circle, 60th of a minute of 1 degree, all that good stuff. And that actual measurement, along with the Haber sign, is based on angles to the stars and is invariant between coordinate systems. So the way you determine distance, whether it's flat or sphere, is actually invariant between transformations. So it wouldn't matter what shape the underlying ground is, the way that you compute distances and navigate using nautical miles. So there's a whole bunch of things in place that make people lean on that, oh, it's because Earth is a globe. But if you do really some in-depth research and you combine a couple of fields, because you need to go into surveying, astrogeodetics, cartography, and then you get into what was before called cosmography, where they had all combined it, and they had the stars and the land and everything was one. That's what the word means, combining the stars, the land, and everything, because they knew the significance of the stars to the land, meaning they never mapped out the land without the stars. So cosmography was where it used to be until we broke it down into cosmography and cartography. And now we have cartographers who don't know anything about the original coordinate system with which they're projecting. So.
Hey Shane, you've dealt with the vision problem and modeling with the dome and things like that. So maybe I can ask you what I was asking earlier about the celestial sphere being like this 2D surface of a sphere. That's kind of like how we see it, and that's how we use it, and that's how they create the second half of the sphere. So if we were really seeing forever and we looked up at what's out there, wouldn't that change the parallax, right? Wouldn't we not be able to see everything rotating at the same exact motion? Wouldn't we see a shit ton of parallax, no matter how far these things are?
Yeah, you would, right? But they see just the right amount of parallax or whatever, and then they prescribe that over super tiny angles, and that's how they get the astronomical unit. They take those tiny parallax angles and they use a judgment. Let me see if I can do this in memory on Kepler's third law, so they get a periodicity of the observation for each of the observed bodies, and then they translate that based on parallax angles over the observed time, combined at the very end with a little tweet with a sweet reference to Earth's so-called radius, and from that they build the astronomical unit, which they get the 93 million miles. So that's the claim method for computing the astronomical unit before they did the transit of Venus and all that good stuff to confirm it, right? So parallax angles, they just lean on a whole bunch and they kind of fail, but they go both ways, as we know with our stellar parallax. What is that? The repository reference you always make with negative parallax. So yeah, I mean, they go both ways. So
the parallax that
Did he cut out for everybody else?
Yep.
All right.
But I thought you mentioned the celestial sphere, D3. That's like my favorite thing. It's a sphere of infinite or arbitrary radius, or at least they have, you can draw a point of infinite length of a tangent on the surface, and that's how they get you. But it's really just a contrived way to get you to use a flat baseline to get angles to the stars, because an arbitrary large radius is effectively infinite for practical purposes. So if you do the geometry there, it's effectively infinite. So you have flat. So it's a sphere of infinite radius is flat. So by projecting celestial body onto an imaginary sphere, you can simplify stuff, meaning that you can conceptualize it as a flat plane, and then geometry, it's exactly the same, because as the radius of a sphere increases, the curvature would decrease, effectively coming to zero, meaning there's no difference between a sphere of infinite radius and a flat surface geometrically and practically. So it's all like a contrived way to get you to think of the celestial sphere, but it's really built from alt-as observations, from personal observations, and then back engineered into a model with a reciprocal bottom that you never see, built from math. But D3 got bumped, but he's still giving me thumbs up, so I guess he heard it. Yo, is Wizard up here, or is he just chilling?
I think he said he's making breakfast.
Thanks, Galtrax. I didn't know you were up here either, but thanks for the on-site update about with his whereabouts.
Hey, you missed it last night. There were a couple times when you were called into action, and it was pretty anticlimactic. It's like, oh, and here's Shane with his presentation, and then like,
wait, really?
And then crickets, and then it was and here's Shane with his, and then Alan's like, oh yeah, he fell asleep.
What time was that at? Oh, come on. I thought you had the timestamp, dude.
I'm kind of gassing it up. It was more like, is Shane around with that presentation?
Yeah, my bad. Like I said, dude, Gary came up, and I guess I got to build some Gary defenses in my mental fortitude, because put me out immediately.
Well, he said he can debunk Aries' failure. So keep an eye out for that. We might be done, man. He seems like he's.
Nah, I'd rather not talk to that guy ever again and never hear any of his ideas. That would be a better path for me. Like, the more you entertain it, the least interested I'm gonna get. There's just like no reason to waste time on people that obviously haven't ever brought anything to the table. Like, I want to have a discussion. I don't know, man. So there was that concave thing where people were like, dude, did you see the pyramid in the sky? Did you see the octahedron? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. They had some pretty cool concepts on there. Their whole thing that it can only work on a concave Earth, or it's not even concave Earth, man. A concave Earth would be a bowl. I mean, seriously.
Well, that whole thing is a giant misunderstanding on their part that I was trying to clear up too. Like, there's no such thing as a double-sided pyramid in the sky. That's nonsense. It's based on meteorological radio survey data, where they literally take sporadic meteorite impacts and they graph them out on an ecliptic coordinate system, which is just the solar system version of the celestial sphere, right? They have it mapped out. Instead of having the great meridian of the celestial equator mirrored off the terrestrial equator, they have mirrored off their great bisecting meridian is the ecliptic, the sun's ecliptic. So it's a 23.4 degree tilt off the celestial sphere. So it's just a coordinate system, and all of the actual observations are still taken in alt as, like the radio telescope isn't taking it in double dodecahedron format. It's taking alt as readings from the sky, and they're taking those readings and they're converting them to a coordinate system, which is just the ecliptic. It uses ecliptic longitude and latitude. It's very evident. That's what it says all over the survey results and all the papers that they're writing about it. And of course, it coincides with the sun's ecliptic path. That's why it's on the Helian and the antihelion side. That's the places that they named the meteorological impact. It's actually the left and the right side of that pyramid structure that they say. And then there's the north toroidal and the south toroidal, which are the other major impact points, which is just in the middle of the flat Earth. If you were to look right up, like that's where the terrestrial would align with the celestial. It works much better for our model than it does for theirs. That whole double-sided pyramid thing is just a misunderstanding of that coordinate system. There's actually nothing like that of physical nature, and there's no structure like that in the sky. Nothing looks like that.
Well, that's what I tried to tell them, but they weren't listening to me.
Nice.
It's actually called an octahedron. It's not a double-sided pyramid. So.
Yeah. I was calling it a double dodecahedron before I came in. So.
Yeah, I've heard a lot. Everybody's throwing up a different name for that. I just went with the double-sided pyramid. I was like, you whatever. I don't know what it is, man.
It's not, dude. It's just like people taking readings and then converting it to a coordinate system. It's based off a heat map, which is based off of radio wave data, which is just taken off the Earth. No one's taking readings in an ecliptic coordinate system to get the pyramidal structure of the heat map of those impacts. That's crazy and a misunderstanding. It's like nobody who used that data read the paper that it was from. Looking at you, concavers.
You got to give them credit. I mean, they keep their exhaust contrail so level and straight for flying over this tiny little sphere. That's amazing to me.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards the concave people. They present their arguments in such an eloquent and well-derived way.
How's that?
I think they yell at you super louder, the more questions you ask.
The way they tell us that we're stupid and don't understand how light bends or Snell's law. And if
Yeah.
you just look at it, I mean, I like that argument. You guys are just...
It's a strong position when you think about it.
Well, they use the old argument of it just works. So
how about
what am I gonna do? Not believe them?
The argument is that you're too stupid to know it, so you must believe.
Well, the thing is we don't have a model or some guy named Lord Stephen Christ making it and pushing everybody to get into it. All we need is Lord Stephen.
Ryan, the math works. The math works.
The math works. Yeah.
I don't think that people who believe in math as a god should say it like that. Like, you shouldn't make math a deity like that.
So why is the Earth concave now? What's this business about?
It's not. People got some scared and
I know.
It's like the Matrix thing. It's like the Matrix thing.
Well, no.
Like that's more likely than the Earth is just as it presents itself as level and stationary. We're in the Matrix or concave. Yeah. Okay.
Well, no,
I have a problem with it calling it concave, man. That's not concave, man. That's an inverted ball, man. It's not concave.
Well, no, dude. What really happened was that people got scared about the conclusions of the final experiment, which isn't an experiment, which is the most retarded thing. And they were like, "Geez, I never really understood how South works, or how stars work, or how the sun. What is the sun?" So then they're freaking out, and they still want to be included in the counterculture, right? Because they still want to be. I'm not a glober, so what I'll do is I'll adopt a position that's mostly globe, so I don't have to have any opinions or adopt any new ideas or learn anything. And then the things that I don't understand about the current model, meaning the stars and the sun, or how that works, I could just say, "Ha, stupid flirt, that's retarded," and then I can be a concaver. And the concavers have the same explanation for everything except it's inverted and all their math works because it's just negative and everything. Everyone can be safe and cool, but you're still a little bit counter and you're in the counterculture and you can be different and cool and all that stuff. That's just what I think.
All I know is I'm going to get $1,000 around Christmas time, so I'm happy about that.
Are you? What does that mean? Did you make a bet with a glober?
Well, it was an ex-flat earther, now a concaver. So they said they're going to be 24. All of a sudden, this is what actually made me look into this stuff. He's all like, "I'll bet you there's a 24-hour sun down there." I was like, wait, what? You think there's a 24-hour sun? Oh, I got to look at this shit. What are you guys talking about?
That must be why there's so many clear videos of the 24-hour sun that exists, and not all the fake ones that they bother to create. You know, if it was real, they wouldn't have had to fake it once. Whatever, dude.
Dude, that's what I said. I'm all like, can you show me any other than these ones that are obviously spliced together? I mean, we got plenty of the one in the north there. That looks real.
Yeah.
Everyone's
You remember the first time they got it, they were like, listen, we can give you the video of the one in the south, but all the sections that you're going to want to need to prove your theory are mysteriously missing, because actually we don't have enough bandwidth to transmit those missing slides to you. They're totally real, and we have them and everything, but we're going to transmit you a redacted version of all those frames missing because, you know, bandwidth. Yeah, that was the actual answer.
Hold on there, fellas. You're suggesting that people pay $30,000 to go to Antarctica to see a 24-hour sun and they don't record it? Come on.
Come on, man.
Come on. What are you talking about, Shane? Come on.
But I do like the idea of what I think. I don't know if he's awake or whatever, but he said it's supposed to be pretty clear down there where you can see even further than normal. So maybe we can get some long distance pictures too. So
yeah, no, I don't care. I was just talking about it in reference to the people who are now currently concavers, because that's, I think, the catalyst, and that's all it was.
Well, they're going to disappear around December 20th anyway. So
you think all the concavers will suddenly become flat earthers again when they come back and they're like, so guys, nothing happened or whatever? Yeah, like it was a big fart and whatever, a big fart in the wind, nothing.
Hey man, I've been out of the country for a few days or whatever, weeks or months or whatever. I hope no one hacked my account or anything. I hope you guys are good.
Right? Like, oh yeah, I think I've been calling people faggots out of a random like irritable quirk that I have now. It's definitely not me. I'm sorry, everyone.
Oops. Yeah, they're all. I mean, how you gonna have that kind of a stance all of a sudden and be able to show your face? Calling us all just y'all stupid. I can't even go back to that ridiculous thought process. What you were
dude. So I mean, there was that mine experiment where people dropped some plumb bobs down a mine shaft because they were trying to find level so they could raise equipment from the top to the bottom. And some physics scratching dude at the bottom was like, oh, you know what we should do? We should see if the Earth's level 4,000 feet below the surface on this giant long ass pendulum. And they were like, yeah, cool, neat. And then they couldn't get a reading. And then they were like, oh man, we did it wrong. And they were like, oh, that's not right. And they concluded that all the objects, when they lower them down, just stick mysteriously to the side of the shaft. And that was the reason why there was a concave Earth. So unless I'm missing something, the famous mine experiment is, obviously a misapplication of a level to find plumb. Yeah. You don't need a 4,000 foot plumb bob to find level. And I imagine if you tried to use one, it would pose certain problems.
Well, plus I think it was only like 3,500 feet apart. It wasn't even a full mile. They deranged 8 inches per mile square on that. And like you say, that reading into it, I can't do it but they said that the numbers weren't all that definitive, and it's looking more like a urban legend.
Yeah, it's famous for being retardedly unsolvable, and the conclusion was that literally, things just must stick to the side down this particular mine shaft. It was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Case closed. Off we go.
I mean, for us never really hearing about it, they sure did present it as their strongest proof, man.
Well, that's why it was proof. He's like, here's this thing you've never heard about. See, you don't know, dude. You don't know. You don't know nothing. Right.
You were a stupid flirt last week, man. Shut up. 30 hours in, change.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've looked into all that stuff, and under the dodecahedron, the triangle in the sky, that's all a misinterpretation. The double hemispherical map projections, mysteriously only present in the 1700s, are another misinterpretation of the same projection of the same coordinate system. They're one of my favorites, actually. It's how you would portray a star map, right? Northern and southern hemispherical star maps would be that, double hemispherical concave-ish longitudinal divergent display. That would be the type of projection I'd use. And that's another piece of quote evidence that concavers use to say that, oh, look, the Earth must be concave.
Well, they got the same problem as Globies do with Antarctica, because they believe Antarctica is a continent too. What's up with tsunamis?
Well, that's because they actually don't have any positions. And like I said, they only adopt the key different ones that they didn't understand from the globe. And then everything else, like curvature and everything, is just inverted globe. They just take whatever the globe is and say, haha, backwards. And that's their position. And they get to eke out that way.
I know, but still, a tsunami should wrap around Antarctica if they got.
Well, they can't. Well, that's what I mean. They can't take the position that Antarctica is not a continent; it's a ring around the world, because they need the globe argument for the other stuff. Yeah, see.
But they think it's a continent. It's crazy, man. It's like, what? Man, these guys they're lost in the sauce, man. Whatever.
I mean, it's okay to say you don't have an argument, but to like turn on your friends and to laugh and try to do like virtue signaling, virtue jerk sessions with the same people who are attacking everyone, like to get some like social points or whatever to make it feel better. Like I don't understand any of that behavior, to be honest.
I know. It's like you could have just came in here and say, "Hey, man, I'm seeing some things that are making me question some stuff. What do you guys think?" Nope, y'all just stupid. All right, that's a pretty strong stance to take, but okay.
I want whatever that prop there is that they're using for the sun in their the midnight sun videos from the south. It's perfect, perfect rays coming at me. I want to put it on my Tristan Street. You know.
Well, I'm sorry I missed it then. Dude, honestly, it was Gary. I blame Gary. Like I was sticking in there. I was dreary. I was chilling. I was waiting. I was having fun. And then Gary said 2 words. Like he opened up his statement, and I was like, "Out, done."
Out.
Yeah.
Well,
like, I remember thinking, "Oh, I should tell."
man, he was in my space talking about this and just being total Gary, interrupting everybody. Just like I was like, "Bro, just stop." I had to drop him down the listener so I could speak, and so he thought I don't know, but he went out and got a new profile. That literally said Gary H. I was like, did this guy just come in here with a new profile that says Gary? We know it's you, Gary. You're not hiding very well. You put your name on your profile. We know it's you. The guy tried to hide with himself. He's not very good at this.
Hey, what do you guys think about light travel and light not traveling?
Can you expand on?
God damn
I
it,
was just about to say, can you elaborate on that?
All right, so I think there's a little bit of a debate in some circles about the way light travels, whether it's instantaneous or whether it's not instantaneous. For example, the guy
Per medium.
Say again.
Per medium.
Yeah, per medium, or the Globers believe not in a medium, which means it would travel super fast. In a medium, it wouldn't mean that it's traveling super fast. It would just mean that the medium that's already present everywhere kind of just illuminates things, and that's kind of like the stance that I take. So, I mean, think about it. The sun. We don't see the light, right? We see the point source, but we don't see the light anywhere in space. It's all black. What we do see is the illumination of the objects, right? So when there's an object, something physical, that's when light is produced. So it's produced. It's only visible in 2 places. It's visible at the source, and it's visible when it's interacting somewhere else on another physical object. But between that, you never see light. There's no light. You stand in your room right now and turn a light on, and you can see your light in the ceiling, and you can see everything around you lit up, but you do not see light traveling, from up there to down and around you. So that's what I mean. So what do you guys think about light, and whether it's traveling super fast or whether it's maybe more of an instantaneous thing?
Well, I think Witsit gave a good analogy once. If there's waves in a lake, you don't say that the lake displaces from one position to the other the propagation of the waves, and I think that's similar to what you were saying, moves in the lake. So the lake itself doesn't move. Propagations within that lake, there's a rate of induction of those waves within the lake, and I think that's the part that gets people confused. I remember there was a back and forth with the FED panel and might have been some Ether Cos folks, but that they were harping on, you said light moves, and what do you mean by light, right? Is it the rate? There's got to be a rate, right? If you have an emitter and a receiver, these 2 things are at 2 different locations. What are you defining as light? the entire process, the what gets from A to B. Because if there's a displacement from position A to position B, it moved. And what do we know about movement? You can't have movement absent duration of movement. So it does have a speed, right? So if you even if you want to use the oxymoronic tone as instantaneous action, when you say action, there's a cause and effect. There's an action and a reaction, right? How can that happen absent time? So instantaneous action, my first question to somebody who uses that term, does that mean absent time? That action, keyword action, took no time to happen? Anything that happens takes time, even if it's minute and within a Planck length of distance, even if it's immeasurable. Anything that happens takes time to happen. You can't have an event happen absent time it takes to happen. So I think there's a confusion of what rate of induction means. If I say an analogy using the exercise battle ropes, when you try to work out your core abs, you're moving that rope up and down, that entire rope doesn't displace, but there's a rate of induction of the waves on that rope that do get from A to B, from emitter to receiver. So that's my take on that. I don't know if that answers your question.
No,
That was
that's a
excellent.
good thing. Yeah, that was really good way to think about it.
Like I was gonna speak, and then you said all my words, and then you said even more words, and I was like, "Whoa!"
So do you think rate of induction, right, for something like light, and being that it's pervasive pretty much everywhere, do you think so we've got the inverse square law. So do you think the rate of induction has anything to do with the inverse square law? And could it change that inverse square law at all, do you think?
To be honest, I don't know how they apply vacuum versus in the atmosphere, so that question could go to somebody else. I'm not educated enough.
Oh, I don't know, man. That's a good question. D3 always asks these questions. I don't know. That's a good question. Like the speed. So, like, what you could take it then is that if it's a rate of induction, then when we say it has preferential treatment on a north-south versus east-west axis, then we're saying that it has an induction rate quicker to the left and the right than it does to the top and the bottom if you're just looking at it from the top from an orthographic. So, like, that kind of makes more sense when you have a moving ether wind or, a sidereal rotation moving all the stars. Then you'd have that sort of interference that way, right? So, like, induction one way or the other. But I think that whether it travels, whether it has a speed, and whether it's a rate of induction is just, it goes back to the particular framework through which you're viewing these phenomenon. I think that as an atomist, you'd view it one way, and as an etherist or whatever, you'd view it another way. And I think that the light particularly is one of the best ways to view the differences from the different frameworks of interpretation, because they view it as like infinitesimal particles and how they only appear when that needs to. Like, look, it's a massless thing that pops into existence that has, doesn't interact weird, but it does what we need it to. It exists in this cloud of probability where we think it is, and it does this thing. Or it's like, hey, you have, like I say all the time, the intercedence of the magnetic and electric field, which are orthogonal, and when they intercede, it creates an event, and that event has an induction rate, which becomes luminous, right? And so you see it via the rate of induction. So now you have a display, and that display doesn't really travel to you; it's already there, like you can already see it. But the rate at which it inducts it means the rate at which it becomes luminous gets quantifiable, and that's kind of what you're seeing. And so that's like from an etherist, you're like, oh, look, it's a photon is an event that happens at the intercedence of the magnetic and electric. That's why it's not there when you're looking for it. That's why it doesn't have this massless a particle, because it's just an aspect and modality of the ether, right? So those two frameworks, I think, they're looking at the same event, and you can come away with a very different feel or interpretation for which one explains it better.
Yeah, right with you. I'm thinking now, like when does the disturbance reach you? Like, for example, let's say there's a phase, there's a phase happening where there's about to be a point source of light, but the point source hasn't really emerged yet, but the condition for it is there. So that you got this phase going on at this one point, so it's creating this mass, if you will, or point source energy, whatever you want to call it. It's creating that, but it's not visible to us yet. So maybe we're getting hit with the waves, but we can't see them. and then then it eventually becomes luminous, and then we are illuminated. You know what I mean? Like, so it's already there, it's already happening, but I don't know. I don't know really understand how all that works. But
Well, you remember in the debate with Mortawan, who's spiking at me? Is that Libra?
Well, I was gonna say, I had a question. I think Brian's first though. Well, you mean like say sunlight and daylight? Is that what you meant, G? Like that difference?
no, just illumination from the point source, and how long that takes, and then how that correlates to the inverse square law of light.
Now, can we agree it's a wave and not a particle? I'm still stuck on that. Photons and like, I mean, so I don't even know.
It's all crazy, man. I know.
Yeah,
Well,
like faster than sound.
well, do you remember in the debate with Mortawan with Alan, and they were talking about?
I can travel in a vacuum because we can see the experiments in a vacuum. I was like, and then it raised my hand again. What the hell?
Well, I just lost all of the listeners. It's just speakers now, so I don't know. It's fine.
Oh shit!
The host is having connection issues. Watch
I
out.
I see 13 in the group. What the?
Damn, it just muted me again.
Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. This was a lovely episode. If we do get disconnected, we appreciate you guys every week.
We love you, man. We love you. You know it's.
Way to get that out, but I'm not sure if it reached everyone aside from the 13.
All I wanted to say was thank you, Sacred, and thank you, Proud. And maybe we need to ship Sacred off to Cybertron and get some Energon cubes and power up. And he did a great job.
Can you guys hear me?
Energon.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Man, my mic just keeps, I don't know what's going on, but my mic is just muting and muting and muting and muting and muting. It's crazy.
It's a mutiny.
But yeah, it's mutiny, man. It's crazy. But yeah, that whole notion that, light can travel better without a medium, I'm having a hard time dealing with that. The space there is supposed to be a 10 to negative 17 torus. It's got like a septillion number of suns, and the reason why we don't see it bright is because, it's expanding so fast that you can't see that. But somehow we can see all the stars, man. That doesn't even make sense. And why isn't the distance between the Earth and the sun that we're traveling at least not lit up? I can see everything else if you want to go that, but